exactly what Don just said, because there's times that me and you've had conversations where we've agreed on a lot of things of this world, maybe not the shape of the earth, but that's okay, but other things, right? And we can have that back and forth. So if we can have that, why would I purposely just say that there's nothing you should look at? I mean, sorry, there's something you should look into here, but there's not. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't want anyone to do that, and I hope you would understand that. And you may not trust Don, or you may not trust other people, but some people, I think, in here you do, that are not here just to mess around or to try to give you misinformation. I'm not. No. So
it's good.
if I'm
it's
saying
good,
it, maybe you should look into it too.
Yeah, it is good. It's like a journey.
And if more than one people that you kind of listen to, like Dawn, myself, Merlin, I'm sure Gio, other people that maybe if there's, even if you don't trust any of us, there has to be someone that you know that you get along with that has to agree with some of this, you know?
In this, Harry. Even if you think he's a freak, just watch it. Share it to another friend and say, hey, look at this freak. Help share the information in case people need to see it. Maybe it's not
You
for
guys
you,
crack me up.
and you're happy with Masons running the world and you'd rather deny it. Maybe that's who you are. But take a look at your ball and maybe show your wife instead. She might believe it.
Yeah, the way I see it is every culture kind of has their own language. And this is just a language that they speak. That's all.
That's the way of putting it.
They mock us all the time, though. It's also to show us, like someone else said earlier, like they know what's going on. It's to tell other people too, but it's to mock us more than anything. I think it's just to put it out there. We talk about them too, and then now you look at the kids. Now they're doing the signs, right? The younger generation, and they laugh at Illuminati a totally different way than we did. I laughed at Illuminati too, growing up. I mean, well, not growing up like really young, but you know, when I'm in my 20s and stuff, and hearing about it. But now listen to the kids how they approach it. So the more they keep mocking this, and it becomes basically a trend, then it's not even believable. It's laughable to them at that point.
Oh, this is coming to an end. Even though Harry's not even got into it and I understood it, it's getting to the point where people know what it means. So it's not a secret code anymore. It's a blatant code, which means half the people will be put off doing it eventually.
You ever notice that the whole Go Model 2 has a lot of 369s to that whole thing? All the calculations that said all that 66,000 miles are 93 million miles away. It's like 639, 639. That's all you keep hearing.
Yeah. Because when they round off their rough measurements, you can add in their numerology, and it's still a rough number that they believe in.
In progress. Your Diamondback Explorer is en route to
2 + 2 = 5 now in reality.
This is your second visit to this.
What's reality?
Mass is a concept, so I guess if they were to turn it to 2 + 2 = 5, I mean, I guess they could do that somehow.
You can cut your willy off now, and you are a woman.
The science.
2 + 2 is now 5.
That's what all the Americans are saying to me.
2 things, an action that doesn't equal another action adds up to a random number now, whatever you want. You just fill it in. Truth is up for grabs now.
What's the truth?
Exactly, that's the consensus, what people agree on.
I think
sometimes
the truth is...
yeah, go ahead, Annie, go ahead.
I think the truth is we're here.
Yeah, I have a hard time sometimes saying like truth speaking, or I'm starting to like, what is truth sometimes? Because I mean, I know there are things that we can verify, right? But the other stuff that we talk about, the conspiracy thing, going down the rabbit holes, those are very difficult, because even then, do we know the truth? Do I actually know the truth too, even though I know that I'm not on perceive me, and I'm on a ball, okay? But do I know the truth of what this place is? No. There's a lot of things that I don't know the full truth of. I don't know a lot of shit. But I'm okay with not knowing. But to say we know the truth of everything, no. Do I know exactly what's going on right now? Do I know exactly what happened at 9/11? No. Nobody does. Only the people that had everything to do with it do. Because there's always this little bit of illusion and everything. So we think as soon as we get to the truth, we got it.
Yeah.
But do you think you have it? I don't know about that.
No,
They're
you have to be strong to even get close. I agree, Stacey. You never get there.
What do you get close to?
Knowing.
Understanding maybe something that's happening, but
You
maybe
are
not
the
actually. Yeah.
You're the knower, yeah? There's lots of stuff to know. And you become one with it. By knowing, you become the known.
This sounds pretty important.
Like what you said about the Freemasons, they're showing they know.
Yep.
That's what we're trying to do now. We're trying to know.
Yeah. Yep.
There's definitely things that we do know, right? And then there's things that you just don't know. But definitely you know some things about what we're talking about. We may not know the full effect truth of it all, but we know things. You have to stick by those things that you know.
You can know there's a God, even though Harry doesn't know. That's why I know.
Helpful. You still don't understand it.
I reckon we're waking up. We haven't awoken yet.
Yes. Listen to Alan Watts last night explain this. It's like waking up from a dream. And you have this feeling, this has happened before, I've been here before, I felt this before. And it keeps happening again and again and again. You're going round and round. And you think, where am I going?
Yeah.
But then, you're there all the time. All the time, you're there.
We're here. That's the point.
It's just now.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. That's at least, that's all you know, at least, right? It's just now. Even if you believe in a creator, you don't know about time necessarily after this. You just know there's now, and there was something that happened before, and there's something usually that comes after. But right now, all I know is now.
So Alan Watts explained God's reasoning for making all this happen, and I liked it, so I want to repeat it. Imagine God there at the big control panel, and he can do anything he wants. He clicks a button, and you've got Cleopatra. He clicks a button, and there's like stereo sound. Another button, 16-channel sound. And then he does it all. He loves it all. He has a great time. Everything. And then he finds a button that says surprise. This is that. And here we are.
I like that.
You have one jump left. Your tank's now below 50%. This body contains large deposits of germanium. Body 5 has large deposits of germanium.
Yeah. Even though it's a struggle sometimes, I'm glad we have life.
Yeah. Amen, hun.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I couldn't hear writing. Did everybody else hear him?
Yeah, like a voice sort of talking.
Oh, was there? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, writing on eggshells. You were talking, bro, but I couldn't hear anything, but you were lighting up. So I don't know if you got to check your levels because you're halfway up for me. Everybody else is okay for me as well. So that's what
he said he likes Alan Watts' theory. He was also talking to his wife in the background or something, or talking to someone else.
I think he has an AI too. He's got like a voice.
Got a thing that's talking to me in my game.
Yeah, we can hear that sometimes.
I've tried to turn it down Sorry, I can just mute myself.
I can't hear anything beside the train. Gotta love trains, right? Man, don't miss these trains all the time. I really don't. I forgot how bad they were until I came back. Like, it's too loud here. Freaking heaven's sakes.
So what you're
Jerry and Mel, we have to keep repeating this, dear Stacey, to other people as well as Harry, because everyone needs to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking today, like, sometimes being awake, you're faced with different, like, it's almost like the more awareness you get, the more awareness you have, right? So it's like a growth, but there's a responsibility that goes with that somehow, like evolution. And I just have to be careful sometimes because I've opened up some things I can see now before I was truly ready, and I've had to learn balance, like most of all. But you've helped me a lot, going like with what I've gone through recently. Like that really got the better of me, and that was like forces of nature. So but really valuable, because I think when you love someone or something, what does that mean?
Oh, it's other, isn't it?
Yeah.
The only way you know yourself is by recognizing other. And then loving something or really wanting something or being into something.
Yeah.
That's you spending the money, the money, time and energy on the other. And you can only live it from that.
You know, Merlin, I've been through the same kind of thing almost as you with my family, you know what I mean? Sick and all these problems. And then also being online, I was over at gyms. A lot of people know that, you know what I mean? All the shit that I went through and the bullying and just slammed after slammed. And then those times you're at your lowest and you still try to keep a smile on, especially people like us. But then, I mean, we're human, right? But there were a few people that were here, and believe it or not, it was the ones that I didn't expect. And it blew my mind. All the ones that said they had my back, bro, sis, blah, blah, blah. Oh, they weren't there. And they fell in line really quickly just by one person saying something. You know what I mean? And that happens in the world. But it's come full circle. And it's okay now because I sat back and said, I don't care. I'm going to be myself. I'm going to do me. And they will see it for what it is. And they have now, a lot of them. It's come, you know, I'm not even stressing. But that's the point is, yeah, we know who we are and stand in it. Because you're an amazing person, hun.
I heard Mark Passio say he gave up his family and said, I don't want to see you until you come back and acknowledge my gnosis. Because if you just want to sit on Earth and ignore evil, when I've spent 20 years learning about it, then I don't want to see you. So let me know when you're ready to acknowledge my knowledge. I thought, wow, that's strong, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I think that's a recipe for really poor mental health.
Let's be real here. A lot of people come awake have lost all their family members, for real. Oh, yeah, he's low. I'm so sorry.
Because if your mum says, if you tell your mum and explain how evil runs the world and they're hurting people all the time, 24/7, and she says, yeah, but, you know, I don't care, Neighbours is on. How much time do you want to spend with them?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I would hope more. It's to me, it's like somebody saying, if you don't accept me for my heroin addiction, then you don't deserve me.
Yes. Bit like that.
Yeah, it seems like a real bad idea to me.
Well, then the parents have to choose, don't they?
Go with it, Harry.
I go away for 20 years and hope he changes, or do I have to deal with what I've got?
Up to you, I guess. Just seems to me like
Yeah.
No, it's more about the information. If they acknowledge the information, say, okay, how can I help? That's all he wanted from them.
Yeah,
You know,
because
I know people recently who've been called extremists for their views and what they know and stuff like that, and their own family. I mean, we're done with that. Our families. I mean, my mom one time was hanging up the phone to me, going, "Not everything's a conspiracy, Stacey," and I'm going, "Yes, it is." Now she knows it is, but well, she goes in and out because of her memory. But before she, her memory fell bad. Yeah, she knew at that point. You're right. Holy shit, it is. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, my dad's hung up on me a couple of times about it. Hilarious.
It doesn't have to be the flat Earth. I mean, if there's one part of your theory that people are really averted to, like I won't definitely tell my dad the Jews are evil because he might be averted and not listen to my other information. So I'll try and just show him presidents showing the horns, and show him patterns slowly.
It's very difficult though. When I'm sorry, honey. Go ahead. Your dad. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, my dad for some reason was looking into gravity and central pedal and centrifugal forces in the car factory. I don't know why, but because I mentioned that I was looking into it, and he said, yeah, he was looking into it, but he went with Einstein. So I was really frustrated. That's where it started. But yeah, whatever.
Was it to do with flat Earth, Mark? Maybe you mentioned, the water spinning off the ball, and that made him go and look into spinning things.
Well,
he
knew all about it, and then he was telling me that my grandpa was a Mason and all this sort of stuff, and I was going, I don't know what's going on, Dad. I said, I think it's real that I just never really. I said, I never thought about it as an adult, Dad. I just took it all for granted that it was real, and I never questioned it. And then when I started to, I was like, how could that even be a possibility, let alone a reality? And he was just like, nah, it's real. I'm like,
yeah.
So that's how it sort of went.
He came with like anecdotes, spinning machinery.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things you can do with machines and science that pan out. I mean, they say science doesn't prove things, but it can,
I can imagine.
We can build machines that build machines.
You saying, is it real? Your dad saying, yeah, it's real. You being just like, wow.
Sort of disappointed, but in another way, it reminds you, because I'm glad I was one of those people who I felt like I'd broken a spell. I was proud of myself. I felt like I could see clearly.
Now you can look at stuff without defaulting to fact. You can look at authorities' information without defaulting straight to, yep, that's true. That's the gift, what you won.
Yeah, and somehow
you can't be brainwashed as easily anymore.
No, and it's not just about me, because that's what I like about it. If all that turns out to be true, that we're going through something, we're going through it together. Like, it is a shift in consciousness, because more information's coming in, and we still don't know where we are yet. Like, what if we discover where we actually are? People don't talk about that because it seems so extraordinary that could even be a possibility. But we might be closer than we think. The world's going through a lot of changes right now. It's like they've put the brakes on everything.
Heard about the MP in the UK, whatever, that was assassinated? Did you guys hear about that?
No.
Okay, there was someone a few days ago that this happened to. This is the narrative, right? This isn't what I'm saying happened. But then I thought that was a little weird. We started looking into it a little bit more. And this guy was linked to speaking out against biometrics. Don't go into the conversation, please, but biometrics we know has everything to do with the passport stuff that's coming. But he was speaking out against that, and then supposedly, quotation marks, I don't know, was assassinated in a hospital. He was in, I don't know, it wasn't like they put him in the hospital. He was already in the hospital, and someone came in and took him out. Yeah. But interesting, because the fact that he was speaking out against biometrics, you know?
They killed him.
Yeah, he was murdered right there in the spot. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know how that happened, though, because that's the hospital would have had seen people come in, everything else. I just like, how did that go down? And for me, I go, I don't know. They want me to believe this was an assassination? That's how skeptical I am now. But that's why I started looking into who is this guy? What did he do? You know?
When they break the code, Stacey, they get killed. So if they tell someone, break the oath, or give too much information away, or point too strongly at one of the things that should stay occult.
Yeah, be careful with your downloads.
Yeah.
I mean, spiritually too.
You know, a filing cabinet in your head where you can put away some of the ideas.
Yeah, I always get a little bit like, well, I probably shouldn't be looking into this, Stace. But then I go, well, you know, I can't help it. It's who I am. And then I end up finding something sometimes, and I go, maybe I shouldn't have looked into this. But, you know, we need another truth. And then when you have your brain's going, something don't feel right. Usually that intuition and stuff, too, that hits you there is usually right. Something ain't right.
I don't want to get into this now. I completely researched Pizzagate and confirmed it all. And that blew my mind.
Yeah, I looked into quite a bit of that. When some of it starts going ding, 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 oh, man, that's one that makes your stomach just turn. Yeah, sick.
As part of my study of evil, I have to cover all these different types of stuff. I just sent Pete Will Smith doing the hidden hand with a bare chest in this shirt.
Yeah, there's a lot of subjects that people don't want to talk about. And I'm not talking about on here, these ones, but like even children going missing and stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't get spoken about enough, especially in real journalism or anything like that. No. Constant that stuff gets avoided because people don't want to hear about it because it makes their stomach turn. But in reality, I'm like, if we don't talk about this stuff that's going down to our children and the sadistic shit, then we got a problem here.
We have to do private presentations or hidden videos online. We can't even really mention it.
Yeah, it's sad. It is so, you know. But yeah, that's why I still make time in my show sometimes to bring it up or whatever, because it's got to be talked about somewhere. Yeah, it makes my skin crawl sometimes thinking about this rabbit hole that we do research in. And it's sad. It truly is. But then again, like I said, you can't get stuck in that depression that it could cause almost if you look at that. The world, I mean, the way that you actually truly are seeing it through those things that are happening, all the corruption. But if you actually look at the world outside of that corruption and you understand it, that everybody's living in this like bubble that they've created, right, for them. You look outside of that. That's what about being awake is. It's liberating because you can look at the world differently. You see it for what it is, but then you also see it from your own perspective now, what it should be. And if you could stay there at what it should be and keep that hope that something will change because people are uninformed, not misinformed even, they're uninformed, they have no idea what's going on. If they had that information, maybe this world would be a better place. Maybe. I don't know. Now, whoever's in control, if you look back at history and everything, they've done a lot to keep this control, a lot to hide it, And then now it's getting to the point they don't even have to hide it. They could put it in your face, be really sloppy about it.
Yeah.
And we're so dumbed down that nobody cares.
That's a double-edged sword. You know, when they invent the internet to help them control us, they know that also helps us speak to each other. Same with these symbols. They know that even though they're at the stage when they have to rub it in our face in the timeline, they know that also helps us wake up because it becomes more and more obvious. So we both sort of learn together.
Standing by for recovery.
You know, truth can be a tricky thing, though, or waking up to some knowing of some topics. Because some people get really depressed and they find out the world around them is not what they thought it was. Whether they had their own perception of it, right? A lot of people walk around thinking they know what it is, and it's totally different than their neighbors. But if they really think their whole world is coming around them, that entire bubble, and they're like, what? This ain't right, this ain't right, and this ain't right, some of them can freak out seeing it. So you have to be very, very careful sometimes, especially in real life. Talk with these people about it. It's better to do a couple things at a time, one or two, because you start throwing it all at them. And if they're smart enough to get it, are they able to, though, physically and emotionally handle it? It's not about if they can, get it in their mind. Can they take it? We got to be very careful. Don't forget. Just like my mom, I had to slowly talk to her for 10 years. And she still only got part of it. But hey, at least she got some of it, That's the point. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to help pass on some information, maybe help inspire people like they do me. And that's all we can do, guys. Not here changing people.
This is a weird question I just came up with. So you're into the activist community and Flat Earth Con community. You know about it. How would someone explaining the dark side of the occult go down with Flat Earthers? Like, if I lived in America and I was really into it, I came to all the cons, but I was explaining Satanism and Freemasonry, would some of the crowd get would say, "Oh, hey, stop him. Stop him."
I don't know. I don't think so. No. I think a lot of people like to have these conversations. I don't think it's about stopping. Oh, sorry, someone's coughing in the background. In fact, a lot of people are open to this stuff. Majority of people are open to a lot of these things, aren't they? I mean, most of the time when I walk around, I've been traveling last year and a half straight, and I've been to a lot of places, guys. All over America, I know, I'm supposed to say all over, but half of America feels like, and then England. So the people that I run into, and even if people have certain beliefs, especially if you're a little bit awoke, any topic, once you've gone down something that you know that's absolutely been lied to you about, aren't those people a little bit ready to take on something? I guess not, because I'm not trying to use writing as an example, please, son. But yes, some people I guess aren't, because I have had a conversation with writing that we agree upon, right? And then boom. But a lot of times you could talk about these things almost anywhere. But do people want to hear it?
Yeah.
Some people don't. You're right, some people don't. It's really tricky. Because there's people in our own communities that aren't on the same page. There's levels of being woken up. And I'm not fully awake. I don't know if I'll ever reach being fully awake. What is fully awake? Do we even know what the freaking heck that is?
Oh, fully awake.
I know
it's insane where you float off. So you don't want to be fully awake.
I don't want to float off. But no, it's like we don't know what that is, truly. All I know is I'm getting pieces of information that verify things in my reality, and that's enough for me. And the more I talk to people, hopefully they'll have that understanding. I mean, they have all these different things going on about our society, even our own community. What is it, a community? No. Nobody's
if you knew every truth ever, your brain would just pop and you'd float off.
Float off to where? The available space that doesn't exist in my reality.
I don't know. You couldn't function as a human anymore if you knew every single truth. There'd be too many good things, wouldn't there? Too many bad things.
Yeah. Would it turn into like a crystal, like a rainbow monk or something? If I finally realized the entire thing.
That just reminded me, I was going to say about the ending of Indiana Jones 4 and the Crystal Skulls. Remember?
Really?
Have you seen that movie? Yeah, yeah.
It's been a while.
Well, you remember the mission was hijacked, and one of the German, I don't know what, I can't even remember myself, doctors or something, wished for exactly that, to have all of the information, and the aliens obliged her, and well, her head soon blew up. If you remember that, just go on YouTube to search the clip. But very appropriate. Maybe God gives us what we can handle, right?
The end of number 3, he tries to drink from the Jesus cup, which is similar to, I guess, receiving all the light, all the knowledge, and that turns him to dust, doesn't it? Because he drinks the wrong Jesus cup with the wrong intentions.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Indiana Jones picked the right one, humility, right? So he picked the little whatever
humble
cup. Yeah, the humble cup.
I guess humility. Yeah. Just,
Maybe,
you know,
it's
about the water, the holy water. You can use any chalice, but, you know, cheapest one is Jesus' one, because carpentry. All you had to know was family, what they did. Story in the story.
Very good.
But I'm already humble. I don't want the humble cup. I have tons of humble pie. I need to have the other things.
You need to eat more apples.
Well, when our lives are on the line, Stacey, we tend to make sort of different decisions, I should think.
Right? That is true, though. Seriously, if you're in survival mode, I've been talking about this because I've been there about a year ago. And survival mode will make you someone that you have no understanding of. People say, I would do this in this position. Right now you say that, and this mindset you have right now, and you're right. But your mind will change, believe it or not, or could, okay, in a different position. You know what I mean? And it happens all the time to people. You rip someone's roof over their head or things that they need, and they're in that environment or stuck. People will react totally different than they're reacting now.
It's a great lesson, though. You can handle it.
It can go either way as well. You can underperform or overperform, depending. You know, you can become a coward or a hero. It just depends.
Yeah,
I had an experience recently.
You could slaughter all the animals instead of just killing one to eat.
It really does.
Or you could do what I did, where you end up going through a bunch of crazy shit, right? And of course, I went through some abuse too. It's okay, but you go through that. You kind of go down to the bottom of the pit. It feels like, and then all of a sudden, nope, I'm done with this, and you change it. Like you can do both. You know what I mean too. But that is a ton of growth. So for me, I see when there's a lot of destruction in my life, I have a lot of growth afterwards. So I don't mind it so much sometimes now because I've seen so much in the last year and a half of like just boom, boom, boom. Like, God, please, really? Do I have to be what? Put back on the street again? I've already been down this path before. I already been homeless. I don't need to learn this again. But guess what I learned? It wasn't about being homeless. I already learned that lesson, right? And all the materialistic shit and all that stuff. No, this was a different lesson.
Challenges.
Right.
Yeah, it's the phoenix rising from the ashes, isn't it? You come back a bit stronger if you do come back.
A totally different person, but the same person. It's so strange. Like I've learned so much shit about myself. It's unbelievable.
When I listen to my videos that I watch, like Alan Watts happened last night, and he reminded me that money isn't wealth. And every time I hear it, I have to say, oh yeah, to myself. I keep forgetting. I know this already, but I forget.
You know, I was going to do a show about this, believe it or not, because people have been asking me my entire life, and everybody gets asked this question, are you okay? And then I've been through so much shit that I got tired of being asked that, because the real answer for me was, no, I'm not okay. What does okay mean? Because in reality, if it's physical, people could say, yeah, I'm okay. I got this and that. But are you okay inside? Because that's really what someone's asking you. You should be, right? Most people don't even care when they ask you, though. They're just saying, are you okay? And you go, yeah, I'm fine.
I mean,
but you're not.
You're not about to die while we talk.
Right?
That's what I mean.
Exactly. It's like, so why are you even asking me? Because you see me right here. I'm not dying. But in reality, are you okay? What does that even mean? Because a lot of people think it can mean different things for them. And it has different meanings for everybody. But for me, I think it should mean one thing, and it should be settled inside. And I don't think a lot of people feel settled inside where they could just, it doesn't matter what's going on around them. The world could be completely shit. But right in this moment, I'm exactly where I need to be or want to be. And everything is beautiful. Do people feel settled?
Yes and no, isn't it?
You know?
Sometimes the answer is
Yeah.
yes and no. Like, I'm not fully okay, but I am totally okay still. The answer can be both.
Exactly. Yeah. But it's funny that how many people ask you and they actually really don't really care about that answer that you give them back. Because do you really want to know if I'm okay, people? That's a long question.
Hey,
And then you can
Stacey.
tell by their body language they don't, right? So then you don't
Just
say
go straight
anything.
into telling
Yeah,
about
right.
myself in the day.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah, I'm doing this. That's what I'll say.
I was going to ask if you can see that cardinal that I can hear in the background. Are you outside?
You know, I usually can't. Candy, there's so many birds that surround me out here when I go back to Indiana, where I'm exactly at this point, because I'm in a city, but where I'm staying in the suburb little area, there's a ton of birds. But yeah, there's usually red cardinals and everything everywhere. They're beautiful, vibrant red and stuff.
I can hear them twitting.
How's your weather in general there, Stacey? Over here yesterday it was roasting. There's something more intense about the sun. It's like, what is it, the mid October?
Oh my God, I love you. Yes, thank you. Oh my God, I've been seeing this the past 3 or 4 days. That one day I went out, right? And I'm like, where's the sun? It's right above me. Now, right now this time, usually in the summer, it's right around noon, it's above you, but around this season, it's around 1 something. So, okay, that's fine. But you couldn't feel it. Then the next day, it's freezing in the morning, by the way, it makes no sense. And then at 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, even 5 o'clock, you can't handle the sun. It's so intense. Right. It's burning me. But at the same time, there's a cold breeze and things going on. It seems like, and I keep telling people the last 4 days, the sun is super intense. Like, what's going on? That's really weird that you say that.
Yeah,
man.
I have exactly the same experiences, maybe going back a week as well. But, well, look, when I look out at nighttime here, I can see a green hue to the night sky when I look south, and it's more a purple hue when I look north. And for me, that indicates that there's just consistent energies there that are giving this different sky. And I translate that to the energies being there all day as well. So we just can't perceive them in the light of the sun. So yeah, something has happened. That sun has increased in intensity and frequency. And in my own brain, I tie this in with the, well, not only the chemtrail, in inverted commas, program, but maybe everything that's going on here now, you know?
Agreed. I'm glad that you said that, though, because then I don't feel like it's just me going around and everyone's like, what is your problem? I'm like, no, are people paying attention? Because you can witness this stuff, but a lot of people are just going about their day. They're too busy, though, you know?
Maybe we're too busy ourselves in terms of not wrapping our minds around what's going on. I said there's different energies in the air, and if we knew that, there were great healing energies in the air, but we just didn't know that, and we didn't sort of adjust or tune ourselves into that possibility, then we might be losing out on something wonderful. But I will also say something else. Next time it rains, pay attention to the rain. This is everyone out there, because I notice it consistently now. There's a different embodiment to the rain. It's like I could keep coming short of terms, but it's energized, it's imbued, it's fuller. You know, so that's what I would say. And pay attention to your night sky, Stacey, if you're of that mind, to see if you can see any of these changes that I have been seeing since. Actually, I know the date. It was 9/11, 2020, but it's the 9th of November, which is 9/11 over here. And it turned out that was actually, it's called World Freedom Day. So I guess that's coming up again, 2021, World Freedom Day. And I started noticing these energies in the night sky since then. So
very interesting, because I have noticed too that the past a year or two that we're starting to get way more different skies, the colors of cotton candy, pinks and purples and stuff, and the twilight's different at night and you know in that morning when it comes up too, and how the sky's lit up. I'm like, wait a minute, it's purple over here and it's pink over here. There's light over here and there's light over here, but it just doesn't make sense, any of it. I'm like, and I'm looking around going, wait a minute, where's the sun again? Like, this is weird. This is weird.
Well, welcome to reality. I think we've been living a lie, so we're just slowly coming out of the lie and the wonderful true nature. Is being laid upon us. God's spirit is maybe, I'm thinking, you know, it's different for everyone, but certainly pay attention. I should
Absolutely.
think to your own local environment. My own
Yeah.
thoughts have certainly developed from looking and just considering, especially the clouds. We take so much for granted. A ball earther will tell you all those clouds are random. They're not. They're not. Each one is connected. The clouds form in circular patterns in the sky, not quite complete circles, almost wreath-like. So but we don't, due to perspective and just the right wrong mindset, we don't appreciate that. When you do appreciate these patterns, then you might start looking for repeating patterns in your local sky. And when you
You know,
do
you
find
just made me
them,
think about something about clouds, and I'll talk to you about that hopefully later because I got a phone
okay,
call. I want to come back in here because I don't want to forget the clouds, and I'll talk to you about that.
okay,
Because when I was flying to England, I was seeing really weird formations and like beautiful. The difference of the clouds too when you're flying through them. You know what I mean? And
right,
they're all different. But even
yeah,
some that look like they're being created over the ocean because there's no land near around, but it's a massive form coming up. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking,
right,
okay, what's going here? But you could see all the different types though. And you're flying through all the different types at the same time. You're going, what the heck? How is there this massive, thick, beautiful cloud? And there's also this haze that you're flying through, right? But then also you start seeing, people chemtrailing right by you too. And then planes that are not. And you're going, what? Huh? This doesn't make any sense. I mean, but it does for people that are more awake. But some of that stuff is not, I don't think it's from our reality. Yes, some of it is, but some of it's not. It's man-made too. Some of these clouds and stuff that we're seeing. And that's why we're
yeah,
having the effects that we're having. Absolutely. And I see it when I'm even flying. So they're at all different heights too, 40,000 feet and even lower. We have ones that are flying extremely low in our cities and stuff. It wasn't, what was it, last week? Did a video on it too because our skies again were full of them. I mean, it was just all day long they did that to us. And it wasn't just me saying it. Next when I woke up and my friends are calling me, did you see yesterday? I'm like, hey, how? I was like, what? What much they sprayed in their skies? I'm going, and I did a
hello,
video on it. Like, hello. Yeah,
10
but
years
the
for
more
10
people you tell
years.
people about it and they keep looking up, they actually start looking for themselves. Even her kids are looking up, going, they're doing it to us again. Just takes a
Right,
little bit of information spreading. But I'll be right back, Ken.
okay.
I
I think
used
what
to
happens there, because it becomes more and
try
more
and deny
obvious.
chemtrails.
I'm not sure about your. Sorry, what did you say, Dawn?
I used to try and deny chemtrails and then ended up
Right.
believing.
Well, there's no denying them once you see them first. But here's the thing: what your conclusion is regarding them, that's the matter. And I think some of the people Stacey was talking about there, they're in that fear mode now and that horror mode in a sense that maybe I was or other people were when they entered the mode of thinking to begin with, And I've come away from that now. I don't say there's anything. I say it's all for ultimately beneficial purposes. That's my view on it. And it's sort of it's connecting with what we were just talking about, the increase in intensity of the sun. So if that's a sort of a protective layer between as something that shields, I guess, in a sense, but then there's a perfectly good reason. And another thing I agree on with someone else as well is that the trailing actually brings out or exemplifies the repeating cloud patterns or the cloud patterns. If you look in your local sky, you should be able to see really pristine clouds, really defined and full of form clouds. I say that's, in inverted commas, a benefit of the trailing as well. Because if there is a repeating cloud pattern in the sky, if there's an energy being transmitted and the cloud formations themselves and their structures or whatever are in accordance with this energy, well then that would be a nice step along the way, wouldn't it, in terms of gathering clues as to coming to a conclusion.
Pete, I've heard you talk about this repeating cloud pattern. I've never seen it. Do you have examples? I don't understand why you think the clouds repeat themselves. Other than in the loosest of senses.
Have you looked, just briefly, Mayak Man, to answer, because you heard what I've said. What I say is particularly easy to follow, But are you in the category that all clouds are essentially random? There's no association between
I will go
any.
with essentially random. I mean, whether I will see something that looks like a man's head someday in the future because the cloud coincidentally does it again 10 years later.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
I'm
about you can if you locate and pinpoint a pattern today in your cloud, you'll be able to find it every day. And not only that, you'll be able to find it in if you take a trip 500 miles away, you'll be able to find the same patterns being repeated there. That's what I'm talking about. But,
no. Okay,
yeah.
I don't see these patterns.
No, I know that, but you're not going to be looking for them, are you?
What like fractals? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, in a sense, Morel, in a sense.
Well,
In a
why don't
sense.
you show us one of these repeating patterns?
I showed you. I showed you already. I showed people in here already what to look for. But my point to
I
you
hadn't
is
seen it, and
that's
maybe
okay.
it was
But
one of the times when you were
that's
just
why I
sort of
asked you the
scrolling, and I
question.
didn't
Hang
look
on,
at it.
please.
But
Yeah, but that's why I asked you the question, because your mind is so closed off. Even if you do find something similar, you are going to just put it down to pareidolia because you have your mindset as to what clouds actually are, which is chaotic and random. No meaningful patterns being expressed
fine.
through them. But I'll
I
do you a
see
favor.
chaotic and random.
I'll post the images again. And you know what, Mayak, man? If you didn't hear me talking about this, go and earn yourself some sort of a prize or other by proving me. Try to prove me wrong, but I know you'll end up proving
All
me
right, there's a
right.
lot of talking. Just post a picture, please.
Yeah. Well, you can get working on it, isn't it? Your working day begins. I'll post a picture when I find it. I'm looking for it. And everyone else here knows what picture I'm going to post. And actually, do you know what? I saw it yesterday, and I actually saw it today as well in my own clouds, but I'm used to seeing it. Okay, let me just find it. There we go. And I know you saw this before.
Maybe.
I know you saw this before.
What does 1111 mean?
What it looks
1111 here.
Don't say what it looks like. And this is not my picture, by the way. Don't say what it looks like. Forget about that. Okay, it has a specific sort of familiar form, but don't say what it looks like.
Number.
Just the shape, the pattern itself. Bear that in mind. And here's another one.
10 spheres in the Cabal Tree of Life. So 11 is one extra one. And then 1111 is two of that.
I've got two. Got two. Nice.
And here's another one I saw today.
I haven't seen. Where did you post this?
In the text chat.
I'm in Livestream 1.
Me too, I think. Yeah, Livestream 1 text.
I don't see it. All I see is a witch.
Yeah, I don't see it, Pete.
Hang on. Just posted after. Okay, then WhatsApp posted that. So let me just maybe go in again.
All I see is the witch. Do you see the witch?
Sorry. Okay, okay. I don't know how I was on the wrong channel there. Post it again. Take a second. So once again, don't say what you see. Just accept that it's a pattern. It might look like this, it might look like that, but just there you go, Mark, man. I'm sure you've seen it before. Jesus Christ.
All I see is a witch.
I asked you before about clouds, Travis. You take notice of them as you're traveling along, and you said not really. So maybe you should. If you
okay,
want to.
hold on 1 second, Pete. I've seen this before, yes. However, what I see is a bear. I do not see two bears. Where is the repeating pattern?
So that bear. Well, first of all, okay. First of all, there is a repeating pattern. I can tell you how to find it. But there's the other picture. Recognize that? So let me start with the first one. The repeating pattern is that bear will be back tomorrow. That's the pattern that's repeated. But even within the cloud ring itself, you can find a replica of the bear by a very, very, very simple orientation. I can take you through it easy enough. You just point. You have yourself at the center of the clock. You look at the sun. You point to a particular cloud. You reference the ring it's at, and then with your other hand, you point in the opposing direction, and you will find its replica within the ring. But that's a different matter. Look in your local sky to find these. The second
look at
one
my
there
local
is the
sky.
pillars
That's
of
usually where I look
creation.
up at the sky. I have trouble
second
looking
one
at
is-
distant skies.
Well, I looked at the two of these. Yeah, I saw the two of these yesterday, and remember, everything's in flux outside. You have to sort of have a bit of patience and understand that it's sort of about perspective as well. Me and you could be looking at the exact same cloud, Moyak. Me and you are 30 miles apart, and we draw different things. We see different things. The more people we
Yes.
have looking at the more people we
Because it
have
has to do
looking
with
at
the
the same
angles that we
cloud
have to
from
the
as many
clouds.
different perspectives. Hang on, please. The more people we have looking at the same cloud from as many different perspectives as possible, and then by amalgamating all of those representations,
Hold
you
on.
will ultimately get a full representation
God,
of the
you,
cloud.
you
Would you
just
agree with that or
keep
not?
continuing. Man, there's no way this fucking bear is true, man. This is fuck that.
What do you mean? I've seen pretty elaborate cloud formations.
Yo, bro, you telling me you saw there's a fucking smiling ass fucking bear in the clouds
Listen, man,
with
take your.
4
What the
fucking
hell is wrong with you? Why
paws?
would you come in here talking like that? Why would you
That's
come in
not
here
really a
talking like
problem,
that?
man. It's
And I'm
Fuck
deadly
this.
serious. I open myself to ridicule by saying this many
Get
times.
your
Why
ass
are
out
you
of
coming
here,
in here
man.
talking like
I
that,
don't even
bro?
sure what you think I'm doing. I'm just saying there's no fucking way it's real.
You don't give a shit what I damn do. Are you a black man with inferiority complex or something?
Fuck, bro.
Right. Well, that's good to hear.
you're one fucked up man.
It's good to hear. Take it easy. Second one, Moyak man, is the pillars of creation. You find that in your local clouds every day. Look for the cloud pattern with the capital E on both sides and catch it. Take 100,000 shots if you want, but catch it at its appropriate time, and you will get exactly the
Okay,
pillars of creation.
so if I'm understanding you right, what you're saying by repeating is that some days, you're not talking about a repeat that's over 30 miles that it happens over and over again in the same sky. It's that over a period of days you might see a similar shape in the sky.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about quotidian, everyday repeating patterns.
Okay,
Ultimately,
the same day I will see that teddy bear in two places in the sky. Is that what you're saying?
absolutely, and no matter where you go, no matter where you go, you take if conditions allow, right? Remember, when you're looking at a cloud as well, you have to think about the clouds in locality, clouds in the backdrop, and what's interfering with what. You have to sort of separate it into parts. But yeah, under the right conditions, you will see that if you take a snapshot of that bear wherever you are, and you take a drive 500 miles away, say, you have a good chance of capturing the same thing, or at least a variation on it.
That's what I'm trying to get straight with you. That sounds like something that's happening hours or days apart. I'm talking. Should I see this bear the same?
Yes.
In the same 5-second interval.
Yes.
20 times across the sky. Yes, the teddy bear.
Same energy that is giving us the skylights, that is manifesting through the ether, and is manifesting through these cloud patterns, repeating cloud patterns, because it's the same energy that's being transmitted.
Can I suggest one thing to you that it has
That's
to
the
do
guy
with
that sees
the angle that
Anubis in the sky.
Can I suggest one thing to you? Is that cloud patterns are directly proportional to the angle that you yourself are looking at them at.
Right.
Somebody else will not see the same thing because it's not a bear; it's a bunch of puffy clouds.
Did I not just
say
say
line
that?
up all the axes, it'll look like a bear.
Yes, but did I not just say that? That's what I'm saying to you. When you're out with your camera trying to capture this bear, you'll have to understand that. Maybe look, you see the little paw that sticks up? Maybe look for that. That's the most prominent factor. And then you'll sort of be able to build the shape around it. But because everything's in flux, right, you're not just going to capture a pristine still shot of it so easily. But that'll be there in form, in fundamentals. I have no doubt about it anyway.
Yeah, but the bear has no significance. It's
what if here's my thoughts on that. Yeah, here's my thoughts on that. What if the teddy bear, Pooh Bear, that's been what do you call it, compared to? What if the teddy bear itself, in terms of a child's toy, is ultimately or could ultimately be construed as a sort of a clue, an early clue for all of us that we need to pay attention to what's around us, and if we look closely, we'll see these patterns in the sky and this bear in particular. I don't know. I say I just certainly entertain that because if I found that out,
when you throw your blanket. when you throw your blanket on the bed and your dog pees on it, you get some shading colors in it and stuff, and you look at it from a certain angle, you say, "Oh wow, that looks like a smiley." Do you think that has significance?
It can do. It can do. I don't necessarily say it does, because you could do it 1,000 times, get 1,000 different imprints. But it depends on what significance you might place in something yourself, and who knows if something miraculous happened after that or something. You know what I mean? I mean, do you believe that people can read tea leaves or have other methods of sort of gauging hidden knowledge in a sense?
Tea leaves, though.
I don't know. What do? Yeah, I mean, there are people who swear by these things, man.
Tea leaves, though.
Yes. Have you never heard that?
No, it's just, to me, it was just, I don't know why I find that amusing. It's sweet almost.
I mean, there's a more particular name for it, but fundamentally, it's along the lines of divining, isn't it? It's like you're recognizing a pattern, or you're tuned in to some sort of pattern. I know it's hocus pocus for Moyoc Man and the likes of James Randi, which is fair enough. Fair enough. I'd love to see James Randi and what he makes of debunking the spinning ball Earth. He'd have that debunked in a second. He would. Wouldn't he though? Wouldn't he? I take him as an honest man, but he would definitely have that debunked in a second. Spinning ball Earth. Anyone worth their salt would at this stage. Scryers, isn't that it? Isn't that something dawned? Scryer, isn't that? Is that along the same lines? What do you put these people in the categories of witches or wizards or warlocks or stuff like that? Shaman, that sort of thing. So let me say, at one stage, I would have put all of this stuff off as well, being of a scientific mind. Not anymore, man. Not anymore. Not that I'm anti-science, but science has been corrupted. Everything has been overtaken. So the real nature of our reality, I'm certainly more open-minded to than ever, and all these things become possible. I think we have great powers and potential within us all, if only we could tune into it. And I think definitely a lot of these things.
Careful that you don't open your mind up so much that it falls out of your head.
Well, why do you want it stuck where you would have it stuck?
I actually stopping where reality ends.
Look at where you lead us. Look at all the energies you've put into all of this, Moyoc Man. And at the end of the day, what is it that you're selling?
Selling?
Yeah.
Reality?
Which is what, though?
Reality.
Which is what?
Go look it up.
Endeavor. It's a hopeless endeavor, according to you.
It's a common experience that we all have.
No. Because your reality entails spinning ball Earth, geocentric model, galactic system, greater.
We both experienced the spinning
universe.
ball Earth. We just disagree over the information provided and the
we don't disagree about anything. We don't disagree. As if I don't think that you're bright enough. You were a flat earther before I was, man.
What's that?
I said you were a flat earther before I was, because you were here when I arrived.
Absolute. That is a patent lie.
Of course you are. That's why you're so passionate to defend the ball Earth that we all came away from. Without one time acknowledging any of the points that
I acknowledge any points I think are good.
What about the Earth never proven to move?
Pete.
Huh?
Nope, not a Freemason.
Moyoc's a Freemason.
Not a Freemason. I don't enjoy boys' clubs.
What? If that's a boys' club, you must be part of a man's club. So you maybe went over the.
Don't enjoy men's clubs.
You know, club. You joined the ball earthers here. You're a big.
I'm not a club joiner.
Yes,
Can't spend the time in it. Boring. I mean, flat Earth. I guess this could be considered a club.
What about gems?
Yeah. If Gummy Bear can't answer something, it will revert to you. You never sort of fight amongst each other. You just back over up and take on the next latest dumb flat earther, and you do it endlessly with seeming infinite patience and passion. Oh, come on, man, I'm not a fool.
Well, Gems doesn't have any what would you call it? I don't have any. I don't have any
dignity,
every
dignity, morals.
don't have any responsibility to
Ethics.
any rules or
He's got his
regulations.
Albert Pike book open now on the desk.
All right, I give up.
Sorry, Mike.
You're just going to nice
I think
again,
you're
Moyoc.
glad I think you're glad it's all coming to an end, Moyoc, man.
Moyoc, try and join in, agree on stuff, or get on with your
Why
life.
would I try and? I will not agree to stuff I think are lies.
Then there's no point in you being here because naysaying
so
isn't
so
a good
what you want
hobby.
me to
It's
do?
an unhealthy hobby.
What you want me to do is lie.
No, I want
That
you to give up.
is-
Give up naysaying. That's what I want you to do.
You want me to lie?
No, give up saying no, everyone's wrong. Give up doing
I'll
that.
give up naysaying when you give up whining.
No, I'm allowed to whine. I whine about important things.
No. When you give up whining, I'll give up naysaying, as you call it.
What do you call it? What do you do each day on Discord? What do you call it?
I don't know. I learn. I think through I think through the crazy propositions presented to me, and I try and come to reasonable answers.
Say no to all of them.
No, that's what I do.
Yes, you do. For 4 years.
I think through them, and if I conclude no, I say no.
Which is every single one ever.
I can't help you. That's what truth is. Truth.
Why do you keep coming online to say no to
Why do you
things?
come on just to whine?
Are you an agent against what you think is misinformation? Thank God he's blocked. And now we can have a real conversation.
He's gone, is he?
Be muted and deafened.
Yeah.
He doesn't like those questions. Oh my goodness. Especially from you, Dawn, who's a ball earther yourself, and I guess you have some of the internal workings of their whole charade.
Oops, I changed computers.
Oh.
You. No, I'm not. I don't know what you mean by agent per se, but if you mean am I associated with some government or dark agency? No.
Have you picked this as a hobby to say no to what you think is misinformation?
Like I said, I don't just say no. I think through the proposition that's presented to me, and I try and come to a conclusion.
You have an intention. Every time Pete brings something up, you have the intention of saying no. Same
No,
with me, same with Mel, same with Flat Earth. Every time we say something, you're going to try and say no any way you can, even if you don't know anything about it. You'll pretend you do and try and say no.
I actually have a pretty reasonable.
That's your hobby.
I have a pretty reasonable rounding in the world, and I actually try and apply that to whatever propositions put before me.
Yeah, but come on, dude.
Just with us, then.
It's a pattern
You think
of yours. What I'm saying is, it's fine if you disagree, but that means it's unnecessary to come back. Because you've disagreed every day for 4 years. Now you know you don't.
And you've whined every day for 4 years. What the hell's the difference?
I'm helping spread truth. I'm entertaining myself during the day.
So whining is spreading truth.
No, I whine sometimes. I'm whining at you now because
you whine.
You won't agree. Okay, can we talk to you about Freemasons doing symbols? Have you looked into this yet?
I don't care about Freemasons. They're an insignificant group.
See?
Go ahead.
You've naysayed before hearing it, like I just explained.
My great-grandfather was a Mason. Nobody else that I know is.
No, but would you like to look into how they control your world? My theory, our theory.
Not one of my points of entertainment. I mean, I do enjoy Flat Earth, not necessarily Masons.
Would you like to learn?
Learn about a men's club? No.
Learn about how your world is controlled by a religion you don't understand.
Nah, it's not the subject that I'm interested in. I'm interested in Flat Earth mostly.
Why are you interested in Flat Earth so much? Mostly.
Because it's so evidently
to talk about. Completely interesting.
Oh, okay.
Interesting new theory.
You don't stop cackling. You just.
Why do you want to go back to Flat Earth when there's an interesting new theory? I've gone to mute and deafen again 2 times.
Yeah, that's not being open-minded, though. That's not in line with Earth Awakening.
Being a naysayer. We give him a new, interesting, great topic. We can look into it for days. No, I'm not interested in that. I'm just interested in flat Earth, the thing I don't believe in for 4 years. What a maniac.
Yeah. He knows it.
He's avoiding his wife. That's what he's doing.
He knows
Yeah.
Slaughter.
Hey?
He knows Slaughter.
He used to take pictures of himself with his shirt off and post them in gems. He needs help.
Yeah. Watching TikTok. That's what he's doing. Avoiding his wife, watching TikTok, walking around the garden.
No. He's just interested in flat Earth mostly, he said.
Fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Hey, doctor.
Don't know.
But hang on, Don. You know there's more to it than this. These are organized bunches. I guess for the most part, you would have been one of those over the years. So it's more than just casual.
I'm giving Moyoc the benefit of the doubt that he's just crazy, not an agent. He tried to tell
military. Yeah, the big military connection between.
But
all
he's
these
already
people
said
at
his
one
grandfather's
stage.
a Mason, and he's into explosives and guns, and I bet you he is ex-military. Yeah.
Yeah. And they all sort of, sing from the same hymn sheet when it comes to other conspiracies like the one you're talking about here, and they sort of brush it off, make little of it, which gives the game away, as if they haven't heard enough about it over their years in these forums, you know.
What admission? I'm more interested in flat Earth as a glober and looking into how my world's controlled by a religion.
Yeah. But the one thing, he constantly does, that they all constantly do, is not have any interest in flat Earth at all. It's just anything that you say regarding your flat Earth thinking, they knock it down and they debunk it in association with their ball Earth thinking, where necessarily the two are fundamentally
He wants me to shut
differing.
up so that you or Travis or Jerry or someone talks about flat Earth so that he can say no, because I've heard this, this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Blah, 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 blah.
I reckon they serve a purpose, though. If people are coming new into the arena, they're going to be challenged. Their brain cells are going to have to get going into gear, and soon enough they'll see through those playing their part, right, and move on themselves. But Moyoc Man and Co will still be here to cater for the next recruits that are coming in.
They know. If they say, "Oh, a boys' club, how uninteresting," that means they know.
Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, they know it, and they're probably part of it.
Yeah, I accused him of that. I told him first off he's a Freemason.
Yeah. I think all the secret societies, all of them, Dawn, are connected. Freemasonry might be just the tip of the iceberg. You know,
most of them come from Freemasonry.
What's the highest one? Is it the Knights of Malta? I don't think there's a few above that as well, isn't it? But associated with the royal family as well.
I don't
know.
You know,
there's many different tiers.
All the families that are above Freemasonry, basically.
Yeah.
And a few older orders, like the Knights of Malta. Yeah.
Right.
All the new ones, Wicca, Thelema, Crowley stuff, everything. All the new stuff is from Freemasonry.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's all interconnected and intertwined, and yeah, you're with us or you're against us in that sense. But I wonder what they really and truly represent. Are these people bad? Do you get a sense that Moyoc Man is bad to the core? Because obviously there's a war going on against humanity, and in some senses a massively dastardly war.
I'd rather chase him off so that you can talk.
No, so I'd talk enough anyway, man. I'm going to go on mute in a second, but still, yeah. Do you sense that? Do you sense that in people like Moyoc Man, as sort of in?
Yeah, I can tell. I've got Mason Dar.
Mason jar.
Mason Dar, like radar, but for Masons.
Oh, okay. I thought he was talking about mason jars.
In a sense, these people can be viewed as enemy combatants. There's so much horror, suffering as we perceive it, and going on in the world that's completely unnecessary. And again, you're on the side of truth, and your fellow man, or you're on the other side. And if these people are on the other side, what do we think about it? Like, you know, what do we think about it? I was banned from Jose JG Gonzalez's because in an after show, I said that along these lines that look, this is a war, and these are crimes in a sense against humanity. Real suffering, real hardship is coming because of the side that you take and its opposition. And crimes against humanity, treasonous crimes, worthy of the death penalty, I should think. And I meant that in the sense that if I was doing these things, I would say that was a just punishment for me. That's what would be my thoughts on that. And I was banned from Jose Gonzalez's for saying that, expressing that thought. Pretty weird, really.
They'll have their karma, even in the next life, if not this one.
And we don't want anyone to suffer for anything, man. Maybe, hopefully, we realize everything before we leave here, and we repent. You know, everything is forgivable, I think, hopefully. For me, I mean, but I'm just saying in general, for my fellow man, that's a shit happens, but we don't have a greater context for our thinking or our actions. And something that you do in haste, you could have a lifetime to regret and repent over, you know. But, yeah, who knows? I was just saying that. Why don't
you tell the real story, which is you told Cliff that if he's actually a part of the military, he deserves to be hanged.
Hang on, Pecker.
Oh.
Yeah, I said exactly. Okay, I didn't go into any detail about it, but fundamentally the same thing was said. That if all is as it seems was the thing, so he is a part of the enemy of mankind. I said, if all is as it seems, then a just punishment for being found guilty of treason against your fellow man is hanging by the neck until dead. I should think, because that's the punishment that I would dish out on myself. Would I have hanged Cliff? Would I hang anyone else if I had the choice? No, I would not.
And then he
asked you.
asked
not hear me saying that.
And then he asked you, did you just say you want me to hang until death? And you said, yes, I think that's a fit punishment for you. Don't forget.
No, I said,
Brian, were you just hanging around? Or, I mean, like, how did you get in here all of a sudden right now at this time?
What do you mean? It's on my drive to work. I listen on the way to work.
Yeah, but you weren't in here before.
Oh, what's your point, Brian?
Or you're in here now.
What's your point, Brian? If you're a soldier and you
never
hurt
seen
people,
you in here.
Of course you're going to.
Are you talking about you're listening on YouTube? Hold on. So you're listening on YouTube, and now you decided, okay, I get you. Okay.
Anyway,
Brian,
what other way could I possibly be listening to this?
So let me
show up in time for that.
Yeah, let me clear it up then, Brian, because you came in hot. So yeah, I did say these things. To Cliff, I said, if all is as it seems. Now, would I hang Cliff? I wouldn't my arse. I wouldn't do anything. As I said just beforehand, I hope everything is forgivable. But should I be in that situation? Did I not say that as well? I would think it fit that, if I was guilty of these crimes, hanging by the neck until dead was a just punishment. It was too easy. Too easy.
What did he do? I'll be the judge.
He didn't do anything. I just
Cliff
said I was just saying what I was saying. What I just said here. How do we view these people, Dawn? If they are enemy combatants, right, and they're actively part of the other side, fighting against their fellow man, where there's a real suffering, etc., going on, what is the just punishment if everyone was found guilty of that?
No, Pete, I have to disagree then. I don't think we can hang people just because they've pushed an agenda. There's got to be levels of punishment. But if they're doing it every day, all day, they do deserve just punishment through karma, by everyone knowing they're a shill, no one listening to them, no one taking them seriously, and them having their lives fall apart into chaos. That's what they deserve.
Well, Cliff was a SEAL Team 2 member as well, so speaking in general, but speaking specifically with Cliff, that Brian is referencing. But yeah, he's a SEAL Team 2 member. He's taken an oath. He's an army man. He was a SEAL Team 2, so he's an army man.
They're going to pay heavily. Army men are going to pay.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Followers and psychopaths.
I wouldn't dare dream of dishing out that sort of. I told you that's what I'm saying. If all as it seems, I deem that that would be a just punishment for these crimes against humanity, where there is real horror and suffering earthwide.
I agree with, because I'm not sure about capital punishment. But
that's okay.
I think they deserve something worse. I think they deserve to suffer while living. Like
I don't. I don't
karma.
in that sense. I'm anti-capital punishment. I'm just saying, would it be a just punishment? I should imagine so, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't advocate for that.
Well, this
absolutely
brings
not.
back to Freemasons because they often hang people for breaking their oaths.
There you go.
Their rules.
There you go. Suddenly, I'm the bad guy. Whereas I think any man worth his salt would say exactly the same thing as I'm saying.
A bunch of people just said not what you said at all. But Don, what do you mean Freemasons hang dissenters all the time? Where do you see that?
It's a common thing to hang them over a bridge or hang them. It's been
all right.
happening,
Let's see that.
Hundreds of years.
I would love to see some proof of that. Please.
Have you not researched slavery ever?
You
Have you not seen slavery?
Have I not seen slavery? Slavery is Freemasons hanging dissenters?
Of course.
All right, I'd like you to please support this. I'd like you to please support that.
What did you think it was?
Well, certainly not that, but would you please support what you just said? That's one hell of a claim.
Freemasons started America and started slavery. How do you think they managed to get so much money and own so much stuff and have so much control?
Okay, you're not actually supporting your point that Freemasons
often.
You're not supporting your point that Freemasons often hang each other.
Tell you the truth, and you can cope with it.
Okay, so you're not going to support it. I guess we're not having a conversation.
You can trigger yourself on your way to work, sir.
Don, I'm just asking you to support what you're saying, not give me a sermon.
No.
Will you please support what you're saying?
Sorry,
you're not going to support it.
Go away and think about it.
All right, Don. Fuck off.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, another one down. Oh my god. Been good. I've got to go to answer.
Well done.
This is how you do it. You shoot these shields down.
Yeah.
Point the wand of truth, and they're gone.
That's Brian Pecker. He's a medical doctor. We have history, but he was referencing what I was referencing. That's what I was talking about. I'm not hiding anything. But I didn't express it all within the two or three short sentences I did lay out. But the basis of it was there, and I stand over exactly what I say, and I've said it clearly. So he came in to deny that, or maybe to say I wasn't saying something or concealing something. It wasn't at all.
You ever seen the people do the pose where they put their hand level across their neck?
Yeah. Isn't there a long list of forfeits you have to accept? If you betray the.
You break the oath, we can kill you in all these different ways.
I'm not sure if they bring it to fruition every time, Dawn, as if they could open your belly or hang you. Yeah, it's like a threat. I think if push came to shove, you'd be ostracized to a massive degree.
They don't hang people off bridges much. No, they push them off and make it look like suicides now.
Oh well, maybe that's the thing as well, or maybe they don't resort to that ultimately, but maybe they do. Did you ever read the book Etha Dorpa? Maybe I think I posted a link for you before, but it's along those lines. A Mason who betrays his oath, and he is sent on as opposed to death, a punishment worse than death in a sense, but he is sent underground to explore what's going on down there. That's a different story. Anyone who has heard of that, it's Aphrodite backwards, Etha Dorpa, and you'll find it on PDF or audiobook on YouTube as well, in short verses. Definitely worth the read. Absolutely worth the read. Brilliant.
How do you spell it? Aphrodite backwards.
Fundy. What's Fundy up to?
He thought it was a court case. So I could bring evidence and he could debunk it. We completely red-pilled Harry while he was playing VR as well.
I don't know. I think Harry's going to take a little bit more time. It takes some time.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? He's sitting there listening to it all. Flowing in.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not going to happen overnight. But then again, he did say that he used to be into this stuff, so he might just be a lost cause.
Oh yeah, they are all lost cause. They come to listen, but I don't know if anyone recorded it. I'll be on the stream. Harry saying I've done the hidden hand.
Yeah.
Did you hear him talk about his modelling? They were making him pose on a ladder with
Climb a ladder.
a leopard. And
yeah.
I was going to say, they used you well bad.
They didn't know what to do with him.
Yeah, they just took him through the weird ritual because there was no good photos to be taken.
Yeah, be spontaneous. Make it up as you go along.
Yeah, hump this teddy bear.
See, that's the problem. That's where it could have gone. I thought we were going to go there, but I was I wasn't really concentrating, but just like about innocence and gullibility and how to manipulate people without them knowing it.
Yeah, he admitted to all that.
I kind of sometimes I'm surprised. Like one thing I do notice about a lot of people who've come in to say challenge FE, they're very trusting. You know, for the most part.
It's surprising, yeah.
Like say when it's Lael or something, like I almost feel bad. I don't know. I felt guilty before, like when it's really on and
yeah. I felt guilty with McTurn, even when I listened back to it. It felt like good and bad at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know, because I didn't always lose my cool and just have it had a gutful. You know, I could talk it through calmly and with humor, but I don't know. I got bored. I really did. By the time I got to Gems and all those bridges had been burnt, I just didn't give a fuck anymore. I just wanted to.
Harry's logic. I can't look into something until I know it's true. That's basically it, was his logic. I have to have a surefire way to know that it's true, or I won't look into it.
Yeah, and he wanted to know how to falsify it too.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's his position. So he wants a way to debunk something really hard, like a great way to debunk something before he'll look into it, which is completely wrong.
Yeah, I don't look at things like that personally. I don't look at something, you know. Can I debunk this? I'm not thinking about debunking everything.
No, that's well done.
But maybe I should. I don't know. I mean, I used to question everything. I used to think, oh, that's paranoid. Or there'd be like some what seemed like a crazy man on a tram telling people not to go to McDonald's and use mobile phones. And he was a bit strange, but in a way he was right. But he used to go to a lot of trouble to tell people not to go to McDonald's and use mobile phones. But he was different. He didn't seem normal. But he'd tell people on the tram or the bus, on the street.
Like
he'd
the
tell
people who've got the sign, the end is coming. I now believe them.
Yeah.
In like the Christian age, the end of this times.
Yeah.
Believe them now.
Yeah. I mean, it's scary because it's sort of like the end of a cycle. I mean, some people here have seen too, you know, like analog to digital. There's two kind of different ways or something. But if it's coming to the end of a cycle, like it's not going to be total destruction, right? It's just the end of one cycle and then the beginning of another one. And I know I've got reservation about where all this is going because we can already see what they're taking us through at the moment. It seems a lot about follow the leader. And yeah, it just sort of seems like they want everybody to fall in line, really. And that's pretty obvious. But Yeah, I just don't know why we can't be more involved in the future. Like all of our generation, basically, we could come up with the new tech. If I could do anything, that's what I'd like to be involved in. But yeah. Even Ableton, I went for a job there once. Like, just be part of something that you like or you love, something that inspires you.
God. Ah, they must still be asleep. Probably still sleeping. Too early for them, eh? And let's have a look. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So it's early mornings. If you're over in the west.
Hello? Hello? I'll put a link in there. No. There you go. Is it worth me putting that video back on?
Sure, why not? Till somebody shows up.
Yeah.
We're at home here.
Well, these videos are on. You know, I'll start putting the link to this server in. I don't know whether it's a good advice. You know, like a good idea though.
We'll soon find out.
I mean, would it be good advertisement, right? If I put my videos out and it's like, this is the double talk and shit that you can expect over at this server.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we don't have to live over here, but, you know, it's good for, you know what I think, bro? It's good for sometimes, and I stress sometimes, for the people out there to see that kind of behavior.
Yeah. I would say it's not a very good advertisement, though, is it? Or is it?
Well, there's two sides to that sword. Yeah.
I think
about it.
I think it's only worthwhile if you're able to point out afterwards and people can hear the pointing it out.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think that's what we have to do. We have to start calling out when it happens. Because if we don't call it out, then it becomes normal behavior, doesn't it? Listen to this bit, to Isaiah. If you're confused, then don't get confused about me being confused, because I will make you confused if you're confused about me being confused. Now, carry on with your point.
Uh-huh. Like, where else would we have heard logic is relative had we not allowed that kind of behavior? See what I'm saying?
Yeah. But yeah, we know that. Becoming expected now.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't mean we have to tolerate it all day long, but yeah.
You don't want to overdo the logic bit because we're going to be taking it over later. So you don't want people getting all bored of it for later.
Well, I'm sure somebody could come up with a topic like left lane, for example. What's up, bro?
Hey, SE, I got to reset my headset. Hang on.
Sure. And there's Sean G. What's up, bro?
Oh, Sean. PC on.
Now then, I can hear.
So what's up, left lane? Anything on your mind?
Oh, nothing. Just riding down the road.
People in here.
What's up, Sean?
Not much, just hanging out, making breakfast. What are you guys up to?
We just came in, seeing what's going on.
It looked like it was dead this morning, but you guys are back.
We're back.
Yeah. Are you going to do us your presentation show sometime?
Not right now. Yeah, soon.
No.
When I have a chance to, when I have a chance to actually sit on my computer and do all that again.
Do all that again?
Yeah, explaining. I know, but when I realize it, I just don't have time to get on my computer and sit here and repeat myself over and over again about simple things. But I'll do it. Just not right now.
It's not just me. Everybody, you know, there's more people than just me want to see it.
Well, it's everyone that is involved in your server that plays that game, and when realistically, it's a very simple thing.
Oh, Sean, we've been after it for 2 years, and nobody's give us anything yet.
Okay, your opinion.
Well, not my opinion. It's just it's all documented. Nobody's give us
documented
anything.
to be your opinion. Something so simple you make into a big deal, and it's really not. It's your water level, cite it. If I have to show you a presentation to explain that, then I guess that's what it needs for you to understand it. But it's a pretty simple situation.
To be honest, Sean, I'm looking forward to that too.
In Montreal, you'll be someone that I would actually be interested in having a conversation with.
Cool. Make sure I'm there. Make sure you DM me when you're doing it.
I definitely will, my friend.
Oh, did you get a chance to see any of the stuff we did at the weekend when we did that?
No, I don't. I'm not in your server.
No, we did it here.
Oh no,
we did it on this server.
No, you didn't. Remember, you said you were going to message me when you were, so I could try to be here. But other than that, I don't really need to. I already know what you really did. And it's either complete dishonesty or lack of understanding of how to what tools are do and used for in situations. But other than that, it's kind of getting repetitive hearing how you guys talk about it. So I don't really need to. I kind of already know that you're conflating things and moving things around and making terms that you think sound good for your argument, which makes no sense still. But yeah.
Do you know what we did at the weekend?
Not offhand. I don't. But I can already assume it has nothing to do with figuring out whether or not curvature is there or not.
Okay. Well, what we did was we went.
I don't really care.
And set up an auto level.
That's so cute. And then you couldn't see a centimeter a mile away. I know.
Put a camera to the eyepiece. We put that account into Discord, displaying its optics, right? So the optics from the auto level came in. I was out there holding the measuring rod, Sean.
How far?
We did it live on Discord.
How far?
Now you weren't here. Wait a minute.
How
let
far
me
away?
Sean, let me finish. And I'll tell you what we were doing, right? I just got the point of us setting up the auto level.
Okay, how far away were you? Yeah, okay. I don't know why you need to say that. I mean, how far away were you, Beth?
When I was setting it up, I was really close. I was like right on it.
How far away did you sight it from? How far away were you? The furthest away you were from the other level, how far were you?
I got the measuring rod, right? And we
went. How far away?
We did.
Why can't you just answer that question?
We did.
Sean, can you just stop talking over him for a minute? Just let him speak. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to talk. You're just constantly just saying the same shit. Wait, please.
Yeah, we got the auto level up. Set it up, Sean. We did the 2-peg test, obviously, as you do. And then we set it up, put the camera on it, and then I walked with the measuring wheel 30 meters. I stopped. We took a picture. Everybody checked it. Everybody that was in here made sure that they could read whatever it was that they were reading. Because I wasn't. I was holding the measuring rod. And I had my other lad following us with the camera. So we had 2 cameras. One, you could watch me with the measuring rod, and the other one, you were looking through the auto level. So 30 meters, 50 meters, 75 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, and 500 meters. So you could see what you would be able to see with an auto level, looking through it over every one of those distances. You could, and anyone could have done. When all they had to do was be in this Discord room.
Well, I didn't know, Bev, so that's why I wasn't here for it. Sorry.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have probably come anyway, would you? Because you obviously know everything, don't you? Anyway.
What? Oh, so because I think I know everything, I should have known you were doing that. Oh, okay.
Well, that's what
I
it
told
seemed
you
like
the
a minute
night
ago
before,
before Ben
Sean.
was talking.
I told you everyone the night before. We
Okay, well,
told
did you tell?
everyone
Was
when
I
we were
there?
in here doing it.
Was I here when you said it? So then why? How would I assume that you were doing it or know that you were doing it?
Because we said it was
Oh,
an
did
event
you
on
say?
this
Did you?
server. Did
you say it to
nobody
me?
publicize it for you
No, I didn't see it. I probably was busy and wasn't on
next time?
Discord.
So what do you think
I
we
don't.
could do better next time? Next time we do something like that,
Yeah.
Sean, to
So it's
make sure
recorded, right?
more people come and see it, because that's
Is
what
it
we
record?
want. We want
Is it?
people to be able to come in and have a look for themselves.
So it's recorded on Geos, right?
I don't know.
On this
Like,
live stream.
what do you think?
Oh, okay. Well, usually people record these things so when people aren't there, they can watch it. But it's here nor there, so okay.
Yeah. Well, you could do it next time, couldn't you? You could come and record it, couldn't you?
To where
Is that
where
what
you
we
are?
would do? Do you think that would be
No.
better? We get more
No.
people to come and watch it, then they can record it for themselves.
No.
And
Or
they
you
can
could
ask
actually just
questions
do
about it,
relevant
can't they?
tests to the conversation. But okay.
Are you not interested in what the findings were at all? Considering that's what you're going to be doing in your test, isn't it? Something similar.
Well, I'm sure I could sit here and listen to you conflate what's happening and how you couldn't see
conflate,
or how you
here,
couldn't see
everyone
within
could
the
see it.
millimeter.
There's no complaining.
Then no.
Could I ask a question, Sean?
Hey, what's up, Buster?
Hey, man! Like, Bev set his equipment up, did a 2-peg test to check his accuracy. Took a measuring wheel with a measuring rod, and put we watched it on the crosshairs. Was there something wrong with that?
No. Sounds legit.
Okay.
Well, why are you getting all weird about it then?
I'm not getting weird about it.
You said conflating. What did you say conflating for? What's conflated when you're looking through an auto level with a fucking camera attached to it?
Okay. Then I'll
on
ask.
A live stream.
Okay. So at 100 meters, how accurate were you what were you able to see?
At 75 meters, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, you could still read the centimeter numbers. I think past that, all you could read couldn't read the centimeter marks anymore. Actually, the numbers for it. You could still see the markers, though.
Do you not think it would be better, though, rather than describing it with words, that you could see the picture?
No,
Yeah.
it's easy for me.
No, you don't
It's
want
easy
to.
for me to it's easy for me to ask. Okay. Were you able to see within a foot? So from 1 foot to 2 foot, for instance?
It was a meter measuring rod.
Yeah, but there's feet in there. So I mean, were you able to see within a? So you couldn't see the centimeter mark. Were you able to see from 1 foot to another foot?
So I'm saying it was a metric rod.
Okay. It doesn't have foot markings on it?
Centimeters, meters.
It doesn't have any foot markers, like 1 foot, 2 foot.
Well, it wouldn't if it was metric.
Why metric doesn't have feet in it? That you can't add it to a foot. So this is okay. So this is what I assumed, and I was obviously correct. Okay, you don't need at 500 meters. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see a centimeter mark.
How many feet
But
is that?
you'll be able to see.
How many feet's 500 meters?
1,500 feet. Like why? Okay. Are you so?
Does your 1,500 feet have meters on it? Does it?
Does my 1,500 feet have what? Bev, a 1 meter stick ruler has so you can put 3 foot markings on it. 1, 2, 3. I get at 500 meters, you're not going to see a centimeter mark.
Have you ever seen a measuring rod?
No, Bev, and this is why I don't do this.
Have you ever
really,
seen a
Bev,
metric?
I've ever seen wow, really? Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a metric measuring rod?
This is exactly why I get like I do and say conflating things, because at 500 meters, you can distinguish between 1 foot and 2 foot on an R level at 500 meters. But if you didn't try to do that, then what's the point? No one ever said, why would you try to see a centimeter mark at 500 meters? Why?
Well, even at the 200 meters, you couldn't even read the numbers for the meters.
Okay. Now, Bev, or anybody, have you ever seen a measuring rod that surveyors use? Because it doesn't just have little notch marks on it. It also usually will have like a red mark at every foot or something that indicates a foot. So at 500 meters,
But if you can't read the numbers, Sean, sorry, mate. If you can't read the numbers, then how do you know what foot it is?
That's the best part. Okay, let's get one more time. On a, say, measuring rod, it doesn't just have notches. It has notches, and then at every foot, it'll have a thick notch, like a thicker red line, so you can see it from further away. So if you're not trying to see the centimeter mark, you'll be able to distinguish between 2 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot. That's what I'm asking. But I can already tell, and this is why I said that, what I said, is you didn't even try to see that. You were trying to see if you could see a notch at 500 meters, which is pointless.
Can I just point out here, Sean? My measuring rod is metric. It does not have feet on it. Feet is imperial, not metric. Metric measuring rods don't have feet on them.
Okay. Well, this is why I wasn't really interested in the test, because if you're trying to see little centimeter hash marks at 500 meters, it's pointless, and you're not showing that at our level can measure something at 500 meters if you're using it correctly.
Sean, all we did was put a camera on an auto level so everyone could see what you see through the auto
that you can't
level.
see a centimeter notch. Okay.
If you'd have been here,
and
like
you
next
showed,
time,
and
next time you
said,
can come,
see,
right? Let's see if we can find some pictures
100
for
meters.
you.
Hey,
I'll
okay.
see what I can find for
Bev,
you.
the next time you're going to do this again, next time we're doing this again, you can DM me the time and where you're going to do it, and then maybe I'll show up. But if I don't know, if I'm not there for the announcement, then how am I supposed to know? And then don't act like, oh, well, you missed it, so then it doesn't matter. Because you've already explained the test. And I understand exactly what you did. It's like you took a 1 foot little foot rod and went 500 meters away and went, look, you can't see an inch. Okay, yeah, good. You can't see an inch. Doesn't mean you can use it at 500 meters, especially if you know what you're doing. Who uses a rod that doesn't have the notches on it at 500 meters? That does.
What? There you go.
If you wanna make a precise measurement, you really do need to see, the increments on the rod.
There you go.
Do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Are you all right with that?
Okay, so
Can you see that picture, Sean?
so on your rod, yeah, I can see the picture.
Okay.
So from where you're holding it to the red part of that pole, so I'm assuming that's still the same part of it, right? Right?
The yellow bit. Or you?
Well, it looks red on mine. But
see it.
Okay, where your hand? So it's yellow. What's behind it? Or how tall is it?
Blackpool Tower behind it.
No. How tall is the rod, the little stick you're holding?
The little stick's a measuring rod.
How tall is it?
The numbers are on it. Can you read them?
Okay, I'm asking you how tall is the measuring rod you're using?
It's probably about 14 feet.
Okay, and in that 14 feet, I see it yellow. It goes white, and then it goes red again, right?
It goes yellow, white, and then yellow again.
Okay, it looks red to me. But anyway, what's the distance between the yellow and the yellow again?
It's a meter. It's a meter measuring rod.
Okay, perfect. So you're telling me that with that, you can't tell, you wouldn't be able to put the crosshairs at a half a meter. You wouldn't be able to put your crosshairs halfway between both yellows.
No, I can't adjust the crosshairs. It's an auto level, Sean.
No. Okay.
Sounds like George. George does that.
Well, because you clearly are conflating
You just
what you're
fucked
looking
up.
at.
You know
Okay,
you can't move
so,
the crosshairs.
So yes, I understand that, Bev.
Why did you
so
say
what I'm
that you should?
asking you is, would you be able to see a half a meter between the two yellows?
Sean,
You wouldn't be able to see that.
we're
You can't tell
showing
that.
you
You
what
can't tell
you
that. I'm
can
asking you
see.
a question.
Don't ask
Bev.
me what we
Okay.
can see.
Okay.
Look at it.
You can see. Okay, perfect. I can see that I can measure, and I could be able to distinguish between a meter.
Yeah.
I can't see the numbers. I can't see the hash marks, but I know I can distinguish between a meter on that stick at that distance, right? So you're telling me that the auto level is inaccurate in doing so because you can't see your numbers, or you can't see the hash tags.
Along, Sean.
Okay.
What do
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. Period.
Okay.
Because the reason that measuring rod is different in colors than that is to be able to distinguish that distance. So at 500 meters, you can distinguish a meter. You can distinguish a half a meter. You can distinguish a quarter meter. You may not be able to see the numbers, but you can still distinguish the heights or elevations on that stick. You still can. So if you're trying to get to a millimeter notch at 500 meters, you're right. You're not going to be able to. I've said that before, but you still can use it. That your crosshairs still shows you your 0 all the way to that tower.
What do you think about 3 mil? Do you reckon you could see 3 mil at that distance?
Why are you asking me that?
Because it's been claimed that somebody can measure 3 mil at 500 meters. Do you think you could, Sean?
Yep.
You could?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I could.
Oh, cool. So that'll be how accurate you will be with your tool when
see.
you do your test, right?
We'll see. But I do know that I'm not trying to get within a centimeter of something at 500 meters. So, yeah, Bev, you've shown at 500 meters, you're not going to be able to see a centimeter mark. Okay. Is that all you were trying to do?
All we were trying to do was to show everybody what you see through an auto level. We don't want to lie to anybody. We want everyone to see exactly what they see through an auto level.
Okay.
Sean,
And
that's it.
what you've shown is that 500 meters, you can distinguish between a meter, a half meter, even a quarter meter easily. How? Because you already said between your two yellow areas is 1 meter. With that rod, I can easily distinguish between a half a meter, a quarter, even a quarter meter. Easily. Right? You can do that?
Yeah.
From 500 meters, you can see your horizontal from that auto level to your story pole, right?
Could you get within arc second?
Nope. See, that wasn't my question. My question is in your auto level, can you see where your horizontal, your 0 is on that story pole?
You look at it, Sean. Can you?
Stop
asking
it's your
stupid
test.
questions. Can you see it?
Your test. Can you distinguish the horizontal you've created with that auto level on the story pole? Can you?
I can see the horizontal crosshairs in that picture. Can you?
Perfect. Okay. Now,
can you, Sean? Sean, can you see it in that picture?
Since you can't answer honestly and
you're not answering it honestly. Can you see that horizontal? You've just asked us the same question. Okay. It's only fair.
Here's what it is, Bev. You are purposely you're purposely being deceiving about it. Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Obviously being
because I asked you a question
showing you a picture
you want to
of what we did.
Okay. Here we go.
What's deceiving about it, Sean?
On that story pole, would you be able to put a mark on that story pole that represents the horizontal you've created with the auto level?
To what accuracy, Sean?
For instance, okay, if you had a walkie-talkie, because you don't have to say anything else about it, and someone said you put your hand on that story pole and you were going to show on that story pole where the 0 from the auto level is, would you be able to distinguish that? Would you be able to put a red ribbon around where the crosshairs hits that story pole?
Ribbon. I think I've got a picture of me doing just that because somebody asked us.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, John, we were watching it. He said, "What can you read?" We were trying to distinguish it. He put his finger on the place where we thought it was. I mean, nobody
was it there?
anything.
Okay.
Anybody.
Are you able to establish where that horizontal 0 is on the story pole?
Over that distance?
Yes.
No, Sean. How hard is it? I don't even know where it is. Oh, wait a minute. There you go. How about that? Is that good? There's me putting my finger. What do you reckon you can see, Sean? Or do you want a little bit of pink ribbon or something to tie round it? Bit of sticky tape.
I think he left.
Ah, it's unfortunate, isn't it?
Oh, so what was deceptive about any of that?
Mm-hmm. Said we were going to go out there and put a camera on it so everyone can see. Went out there, put a camera on an auto level so everyone could see. I walked away. We measured it at the distance. We stopped. Everyone could see what
did
it
you
looked
measure?
like through the thing.
What did you measure?
I was holding the measuring rod. The measuring
what were you
gets
measuring?
done by the people on this side of the auto level.
What
could have
were
been
you
you.
measuring?
You could have measured it all for yourself.
I'm asking, what were you measuring?
You were looking at the auto level, right? Through the auto level at the measuring rod.
Sorry if the question's too hard. Sorry.
Measuring rod, Dawn. The measuring rod. That's what you look at and you measure. You measure the measuring rod, right?
Okay, you're measuring the rod.
Yeah, the numbers. That's what we were doing. So you could see what it looked like through an auto level.
And you measured it.
I didn't. I was holding it.
How long was the rod when someone else measured it?
Well, no, ask them.
Who
Everybody
was
else was it.
As best I remember, Don, at 75 meters, I think it was maybe closer. You could see the centimeter numbers and the marks.
Which rod was 75 meters long?
That's not what I said.
That's what I asked. How long was the rod that you measured?
It's adjustable, Dawn. It can be made as long up to 5 meters.
To a maximum of 5 meters. Have a look at that.
So
Can you measure
measured
that, John?
You
Don,
measured
can
a
you measure
rod
that?
to be 5 meters. That's what you
Can
done.
you measure that, Don?
Why are you obfuscating, Dawn? Why are you being so...
Can you answer my question? What did you
Why are
measure?
you being so
that
obtuse?
Day?
What
did
did
you
we
measure
measure?
that day? Yeah.
What
He had
did
a
we
measuring
measure?
wheel. He measured
We
the distance
measured
he went out.
what we could see on the measuring rods. And as Buster said, we had a measuring, or Bev had a measuring wheel.
You measured
and
like
he was able to measure how far out he was going.
Okay, you measured how far out you went and the stuff that you were looking at.
Exactly.
And what did that tell you? What did the measurements tell you after you got them?
What do the measurements tell us?
Yeah.
How far you could see the rod, how far you could actually get an accurate measurement at a distance.
Cool. How far was it?
About yeah, you can have a look at this, Dawn. There you go.
Oh my god, I can't look at that.
No, exactly. You won't look at that.
Just tell me the distance, how far you managed to see. I'll believe
Says
it.
it on all of them. You can look
You
for
can
yourself.
see for yourself, Dawn.
You can see what you can see at those distances because we
Okay,
measured
let me
them
zoom into
and
it.
somebody took a picture every time we did it. So, well done. You could have
Can
been
I
here
interrupt
asked of us
At
what to
200
do.
meters, you can still see a few of the marks, right? That's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah, but can you read the measuring rod, Dawn?
No, I reckon at 200
No.
meters,
Well,
I could
well
guess.
done. Yeah. Yeah, you could guess.
You could guess.
But that's not a measurement, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's not a
That's
full measurement.
It's a guesstimation, isn't it, Dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not very
Well,
accurate. It's a guess.
How accurate would your guess be?
What camera are you using?
It's looking through the auto level, Dawn.
Yeah, but so if we got a better camera and a better auto level, can we say
No,
that we
you
could
just
read
use
it
your
at
eye.
100
Use your
100
eyes,
meters?
Dawn.
Can we agree that you might be able to read it at 100 meters?
Oh, can I answer that?
Yeah, go on.
The last time they did it, they had a different camera attached to it, and the quality wasn't as good. This time they set it up different with a different camera on it that actually could zoom. The camera zoomed to the lens, and Geo server is upgraded, so you get the 1080p. So this was the best that I've seen so far when they went out and done this. So to get any better, I don't know. I doubt it.
Let me interrupt for 1 second.
50
Sorry,
meters?
guys. Sorry, give me 1 second. Can somebody please verify Christy King? Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, whoever was talking. My bad.
So, what about
In
50
other words,
meters?
Dawn,
Can you read it at 50 meters with this
50 meters,
camera?
yes. 50 meters was very clear. You could read the centimeter numbers. Yes.
And what is that? Just
If
that's
it-
all
if
you
you
want.
are- if you're
The fact
looking-
that we
if you're
can read
looking
it
for
at 50 meters,
accuracy-
that you're happy with that as a result.
Yeah, if you're looking for your accuracy, then 50 to 100 meters you can read within a millimeter. Yeah, which is that if that's the accuracy you're looking for, then don't go any further than 100 meters. That's what I'd say. So if you went to 200 meters, then you're going to start guessing how many millimeters you can see.
What if the people are okay with guesstimations? If they're fine with it?
Well, Don, there seems to be a contention that a guy went out and did 500 meters and could read 3 centimeters. So that's the problem.
Well, maybe he guesstimated it from looking at markings, big markings. like
Oh
Sean.
no, there's people touting these videos like it's super accurate. He did it.
It's almost like a
you'll have to show me
religion,
that.
wouldn't you
You'll
say,
have to show me
Buster?
that.
Nobody wants to talk about it. They want to post the video and not want to explain it.
Well, I mean, I'll give you. It's nuance looking through tools at the blurred horizons and blurred measuring tools. I'll give sticks. I'll give you. Doesn't make
Nice,
Earth
good,
flat,
isn't it?
I'm afraid.
So have you ever looked through an
Who said
auto
it
level,
was,
Don?
Dawn? Sorry, Bev.
Have you ever looked through an auto level, Don?
No, I'm going to avoid it for the rest of my life, thanks to you.
Any argument that you enter into about the auto level is an argument from ignorance on your part, then, because you've never looked through an auto level, right?
I think
No, I can't agree.
Beeple would be the
Can't
best
agree to
person
that.
to have this argument, actually.
I can't agree to that.
He's the one with an auto level and misuses it. So, Beeple, speak up.
Is he in here? Oh, he is. Nice.
Come on, Beeple, what you got to say?
All we're saying is that when we set the auto level up, put the camera on it and let you guys have a look, put it through this Discord. That's all we did. Like we didn't come to any conclusions. That's for you guys to do when you look through it and you can see what you can see.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's all right.
That's what we're doing. But I mean, when people come that don't want to come and watch it and then start arguing about something that they've never even looked at, then I don't know. It's a bit silly, right?
That's fine. I mean, I totally understand what Sean did. He spiraled himself. He knows that sometimes you're dishonest, and he thought you were like trying to troll him and trying to prove stuff. So he just went straight in to try to debunk nothing.
Name one thing is dishonest with.
Oh, you say canals are water levels.
Well, they are. They show the level of water.
Okay.
Try
So
again.
that's
Another
what?
one.
Yeah. Any more?
No, that's it.
Well, canals are water levels.
That's
They
a
show
disgrace,
the
You can't believe
level
that,
of
but
water.
I'm going to carry on thinking you're dishonest.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit bad.
That's all
right,
on you,
Dawn?
Dawn.
Like, I hope you don't go round saying that to. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you do. You say that to everyone all the time, don't you?
I always call out lies, once or twice. I just try and be polite with it sometimes if I have to.
And
So try
and you
again.
think
Another
lie
thing.
is something to do with a canal not having a water level or not being a water level.
Inflated nature with an archaic tool.
Do you know what a lock's for at the end of a canal, Dawn?
I don't do quizzes.
No. It's to swap the levels so you can get from one level of the canal to the other level of the canal in your boat. So is that dishonest saying that? Dawn?
When I asked,
or would
what
it
are
be
you measuring?
dishonest to say that that's
You
being
got a bit angry.
dishonest?
I was going to point that out a minute ago. Although you did explain in the end, which I'm glad, and we all agree now, you're just showing us what it looks like through an oil level. It's fine. But at first, when I said, what are you trying to measure, you got a bit angry, like.
No, he didn't.
I didn't get angry.
You did.
Well, what do you measure through an auto level looking at a measuring rod, Dawn? What would you measure?
I don't know.
Well, that's all on you,
from
Dawn.
ignorance.
Well, I was asking. Sorry if it was annoying.
So now you know that when you look through an auto level at a measuring rod, you actually take a reading from the measuring rod. So what is it that you're measuring, Dawn? What do you think now?
Shall I help him?
No, don't help him.
No, well, I mean, it's a good
Don't do
point, right?
quizzes.
What is it that you're measuring, Dawn? Come on.
That was my question to you.
Well, now you've had the scenario explained to you. What would you say, Dawn?
I don't care.
Well, why are you interjecting your nonsense into the argument?
You were
Dawn?
measuring what you said you were measuring. That's fair enough.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, Dawn, for anybody else that's might wonder what they are measuring. You are measuring the distance of the bottom of the measuring rod, a vertical distance, away from the horizontal line of the crosshairs. Up to a point, right? Because at a certain point, refraction starts coming into play, doesn't it? Call it collimation. It's a bit advanced, that, but first off, we want to just do what you can see through an auto level. So, Dawn, you see and you measure the distance the bottom of the measuring rod is away from the horizontal plane that is made by the auto level.
And how far was it?
It changed, didn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I wasn't there.
the sand wasn't at the same level.
So what was the average, whatever?
I wasn't measuring it, Dawn. I was holding the measuring rod. It's not up to me to measure it.
Look, if you look back at Dawn, if you go and look at that picture, you'll see the distances, and then you'll be able to see the rod in the picture at the distance, and you'll be able to see the difference between the first one, the last one, and see what the difference is, and that's the difference.
You want me to refer back to your meme instead of you telling me?
Yeah, because then you can get it for yourself. You don't need to say
I'll
we're
pass,
being
thanks.
dishonest and not telling you the
I'll
truth.
pass, thanks.
You look for yourself.
I've got plenty of memes.
You want to be able to say you're being dishonest, don't you? Because that's much more fun for you, isn't it?
No, I'm fine. Just poking your edges as you've shown us things.
Thanks for that, Dawn.
Isn't Left Lane supposed to be a surveyor as well? Let's hear his opinion. Seeing as B-Ball won't speak up, he's got the tools and the
Let's hear
equipment.
anyone. Let's hear it. Let's hear it from all these, real knowledgeable people. Let's hear it.
What do you want to hear?
Not from you, Dawn. You've proven that you know fuck all.
I'm asking what you want to hear from them.
Like, Dawn, seriously, like, just don't worry about it. You're obviously not interested whatsoever. You won't even go and look at the things that have been provided.
So me
You're just not interested. So we're moving
me
on.
not being interested.
Moving on.
You just said you don't care, Dawn. So let's leave it to the people that have got the knowledge that we're seeking, Dawn. Come on.
When did I say that?
Just sit down, Dawn, and let the people that have got the knowledge that we are asking for speak for themselves, Dawn.
This is Discord.
Dawn, Dawn's the saviour of everyone. Oh, wait a minute, Howard, come in.
No, I just got to say, I mean, Don's got as much right to speak as anyone.
No, he knows nothing about the subject, and he's admitted that. And he doesn't care about the subject. He's admitted that. But he should just back out.
We're looking for someone that knows a little bit about surveying, and we've heard that a few people in here might just be that person we're looking for.
And it obviously ain't you, Dawn.
Maybe do a private chat with them or something. Or you could try trolling them on Twitter.
Dawn, why don't you just back out, mate? You're lost.
Back out,
leave
mate.
leave
This
it
is
to the
not
people.
right. This is
Leave
Discord.
it to the people that
This
have
is
got the
Discord,
knowledge,
dude.
Dawn.
Discord.
Leave it to the people that have got the knowledge,
What,
Dawn. You obviously
reckon
haven't.
You've got knowledge. The meme maker.
You obviously haven't, Dawn. I've got more knowledge on this subject than you have. Blatantly obvious.
Oh, yeah, okay. Nice ego.
So back out of the conversation,
Great
Dawn.
ego.
Let the people speak that have got the knowledge that we're asking for, okay?
Why are they not speaking now?
Because they're scared, obviously.
Scared.
People
want
is
you
scared
to do this,
shitless.
Dawn.
Scared of you holding a measuring rod.
They want somebody who knows nothing
How did you
about
work
it
that
to
out?
keep
How did
talking.
you,
Dawn.
how did you get to that?
Dude, nobody's scared of you, man. Nobody is scared of you. You're an idiot. You think you know more than actual surveyors, which they're not a surveyor. Doug's not a surveyor. So who has more
That's all
knowledge?
you've got. You're an
People that are
idiot.
actually surveyors?
That's
People
all
that are
you've got.
actually
You're an idiot.
or guys who just take pictures of measuring rods and think they know more than actual surveyors.
Is that a shite mic?
No, that is a shite mic, and that's B-Ball trying to stick its 2 pennyworth in.
That's what
He's got a
Do
helmet.
you know anything?
what you asked
Do you know
for.
anything about surveying? Anyone in here know anything about surveying? Apart from the people that have already spoken.
Are you a surveyor?
Are you a surveyor?
Come
Come
on,
on,
man.
people, stutter it out.
Are you a surveyor? Are you a surveyor?
No.
Am I a surveyor?
No. Can we start again?
Are you a
Let's
surveyor?
ask the question.
I have surveyed, yes.
Me too.
Okay, so what is it? So
Oh,
when
me
we
too
look at
then.
manuals and it. Okay, so when we look at manuals and it says you have to account for curvature and refraction,
people. Did you write the manual? Did I
then
write the
what are
manual?
they
Or
talking
are we
about?
talking about somebody else's musings?
Okay, so you deny what surveyors do then. Got it. That's all you guys have. All you do is
Did
deny.
you
What
did you actually look at the geometry at the front part of the manual, B-Ball? And did you actually go through the geometry
does it say
in the manual?
curvature and refraction?
No, you didn't.
Does it
So you're
not say
cherry
that?
picking out of the manual,
Okay,
B-Ball.
so it doesn't.
Nice
So
one.
it doesn't say that, does it?
Nice one.
Are you
Cherry
denying
picking.
curvature and refraction? Are you denying
Cherry
curvature?
picking from the manual.
What's curving,
Are we-
B-Ball?
Are we denying curvature and refraction?
B-Ball, what is curving?
Okay, so you deny what? So you deny what surveyors actually do then?
B-Ball, what's curving?
Right. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's all you guys do is have denial.
Says the guy who
curving,
won't
B-Ball?
answer a question.
What's curving? Come on. You keep saying we deny curvature. Well, I can see curves.
Bev.
I don't deny curves. They exist, right? They can be measured with a measuring rod.
And that's
right?
what they do,
Now,
Bev.
B-Ball.
Which you
What
continue to
is
deny
curving?
that they do. The surface of the earth is curving.
It does. It curves all over the place. That's we measure elevation changes. Yes.
Well
we
done,
can
people.
measure
There
them
is a difference
with an
between
auto
curvature
level.
and elevation. If you knew more about surveying than what you think is going on, you would understand that there's a difference between curvature and elevation.
Have you done surveying? Are you a surveyor,
No, I haven't.
B-Ball?
No, I haven't. But I refer to people who've actually done it.
Right. So which people are these that you're referring to?
Geodetic surveyors and people who
Which
actually
ones?
surveyed, and the
Which
manuals
ones?
that they create.
I've talked to
and
them
they
too,
write.
B-Ball.
And
I've
the
talked.
entire
I bet I've talked to more surveyors than you.
And what have they told you?
That level is horizontal. Every one of them.
No, and again, and
Yeah.
everyone in surveying knows that level and horizontal are two different things, Bev. Two different
Only in
things.
your head. Only in your head, people.
They're not
Yes,
two different
people.
things.
Every single manual you look up says
Don't
level
get angry,
is the
people.
Yeah, he is. He is very angry.
right? Level follows the curvature of the earth, and horizontal is a straight line that is tangent to the surface.
Good job. None of my walls that I build, we're using your bendy level.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a bent level. It either goes back to the calibration shop or it goes in the skip. There's no use for it.
So basically, you've never read any kind of surveying literature at all, Bev, have you?
Yeah, I have. Of course I have.
Just today.
So what does it say about?
Yeah,
what does it say
we did
about
it
level?
today.
What does it? Okay, so what does it say about level?
Well, it said that they work on a plane. Plane
Where does it
surveyors
say
work
that?
on a plane.
Where does it
That's
say
weird,
that?
isn't it?
We're talking about.
Can you even
geodetic
imagine
surveying.
that? Plane surveyors
Bev, we're
working on
talking
a
about.
plane.
We're not talking about small areas. We're talking about large areas.
We're talking
not
about
small areas.
Where's the curve start, B-ball? Where's your curve start?
We're talking about. We're talking about large
does
areas
your
where the
curve
farther out you
start, B-ball?
go, the farther out you go, you have to start accounting for curvature, and that's what
That's not
every
what he asked.
surveying manual.
He asked where it starts.
Account for curvature.
It starts
You don't.
immediately at your
You
feet.
don't.
There we go. Immediately.
Don't account for curvature, B-ball.
So you don't. Oh, you don't. Well,
No.
that's not what surveyors say. That's not what the
It
manuals say.
is what surveyors say
No,
because
it's
they
not.
don't account for curvature.
Yeah, in small areas, it's so minute you don't have to account for it. We're talking about large areas,
Are
Bev.
these surveyors you've talked to? Are they like YouTube surveyors?
No, we're talking about actual surveyors, like
Discord surveyors.
the Society of Geodetic Surveying, the American Society of Geodetic Surveying.
Oh, people, while we're on that subject, there's a question I've been asking you that you've been running from. What tools do geodetic surveyors use?
Why do you keep asking me this rhetorical question?
Because you keep
I
going
give
on
you the
about
answer, why does it even matter if I give you the
Let
answer?
me
Because you're
answer
going to
the
deny it
question,
anyway.
people. Let me answer your question. Because you've been going on about geodetic surveying and geodetic surveyors. I've
your
asked
answer. You
you
ready?
what
Here's
tools
your
they
answer. You
use,
ready?
and you
They use
B-ball,
listen,
please let
stop
him
talking.
finish.
I'm answering his question.
No,
I'm answering his question.
he's still
They use
asking the
theodolite,
question.
They use measuring tape.
Oh, you
they use
just
total stations. They use 3D scanners. They use GPS, GNSS, and they use level and rods. What else would you like?
Okay, so how many of them are first order measurements?
Who gives a fuck?
Oh wow! Yeah, very good.
So that's your answer.
Wow, people.
Pretty telling.
There's one. If you want to have a listen to that one, B-ball, I've just put it in Livestream 1. That's where I go up to a surveyor on the side of the street and ask
we've all
him.
heard that.
So
Yep,
if you want to hear,
before.
if you want to hear what a surveyor says when I ask him a question, you can listen to it.
Oh, you asked a guy on the side of the road who's probably not accounting for curvature, right?
A surveyor, yeah. Well done, people.
Level is horizontal.
A guy trying to level a guy trying to level a freaking sidewalk.
I ask him, B-ball, I ask him about a 27-mile stretch of canal. In that thing, right? So I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, it's up to you.
What did you say? It's
I'm
level,
not a
right?
surveyor. It is.
What did you say? You said it's level, right? Oh, it's horizontal, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't ask him any direct questions. You didn't ask him any direct questions, right? So here's what you should actually do. Call up an actual geodetic surveying company, right? And speak to someone.
People. You
and
know
then ask them.
absolutely fuck all about anything.
Be quiet. I'm not
Why
finished.
are you giving advice?
Go and call an actual actual geodetic surveyor and ask them, hey, over large distances, does curvature and refraction need to be taken into account? I
got one for you, people. Why don't you phone up geodetic surveyors, and ask them if first order measurements are important?
Just get him to say that level is curved and horizontal is different.
That is a good one.
No, I'm going to ask. No.
Just get anyone to do that.
I'm going to ask them if curvature and refraction need to be taken into account over large areas. That's what I'm going to ask.
Ask them if first order measurements are important as well, people.
What do you think they're going to say?
Why is it always curvature and refraction?
Yeah.
Because they go hand in
Oh,
hand,
gee, I
Buster.
wonder why. I wonder why. Why is it always curvature refraction over large areas? Why is that? I wonder why.
What do you
And I wonder
what
why.
do you think
I
of
wonder
first
why
order
every single
measurement?
thing I look at
What do
says
you
the
think
same
of
thing.
first order measurement?
So
What
do
do you
first
think
order
of
measurements.
first order
What
measurements? Have you ever done one? You ever measured anything?
He's never measured anything.
Well, apparently you guys haven't, because every time I ask for your actual measurements, they go, "Oh, we didn't measure anything." But yeah, you're
Measurements
asking
of
Have you
every
measured
what?
anything?
Fucking hell. Measurements of what, B-ball?
Honestly, you lot make so much shit up in your heads. I tell you.
Yeah, unbelievable.
No, no. I refer to the experts. I don't refer to you guys. Right. You guys have you guys. You
Hey,
think
people,
you know
we've
about
measured a
surveying,
measuring rod.
but
We've
you
measured a
haven't done
measuring rod,
anything.
which is more than you've done.
And you've gone out and you've taken pictures of yourselves with measuring rods. That's all you've done.
It's normally me. I'm the one that holds the measuring rod.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that
Yep.
all right?
It's a photo shoot. That's all it is. It's a photo shoot with measuring
Is that
rods.
all right?
And
Or would you
the-
rather
and
me
then
put my
so-called
son
water
on
level.
camera?
No,
Then you
I'd
can
rather
all meme the
you go
shit out of my son.
No, I'd rather you go out and actually prove that the Earth is not curving.
No, we're
With your
just showing
measurements.
people what it looks like
Oh,
through
so
an
you're
auto
not
level, people.
so
There's
showing
no
you
need for you to get upset about
when you
it.
go out
Fucking
there.
hell.
So you're basically just going out there and wasting your time and just taking pictures with your auto level.
We was trying to help
Not
people
actually
that
proving,
have never
not
seen what
actually
it looks like
proving
to.
that,
Yeah, just keep talking.
not
Don't
actually
worry about it.
proving
Yeah,
that
go on.
that the surface of the Earth isn't curving. Is what ultimately what you guys believe, that the Earth is not
Can you
curving,
calm
right?
down a
What are
second,
you
please,
talking
people?
about? What
Have
are you
you ever
talking
posted
about?
anything that was the main surveyor's information, B-ball?
Of course, because he's an actual surveyor.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Ooh.
So when he does his measurements over 1,500 feet and says he's getting 1 arc second, you think that's honest?
Sure. Why not? Why wouldn't it be?
Well, that's why Bev went out to do a 500-meter test to see what you could see.
Did he? Okay, so where are the measurements from that test? And is there a video of that test? Because none of us have
He
seen it.
did it live on Discord.
No, he's talking about the
You
main
know what's
surveyors.
funny?
I think he's talking about the main surveyors. He's not even watched that one. That's what you're
No, I'm
talking
talking about yours now. You know what's funny though? You record every other Discord thing, but this particular test you decided not to record. Why is that?
I was
Yeah, that
out
was because
on the
hold on,
fucking
Dan.
canal.
Right.
And it was live
right.
on Discord.
Right, and you just decided
Yeah,
not
and
to
I
record this
was
one.
I said
But
I would
you
record it and
you'll go to
accidentally
other
had some
people's
problems
Discord.
with the
How do you
You'll
know
go
computer,
to other.
so
No,
therefore
he's
I couldn't.
talking.
You'll
Let me
go.
hold on, guys. Hold on. Take a
Yeah.
deep breath.
Yeah.
B-ball, let me explain to you before you go off the rails. What
Yeah,
they
too
did,
late.
what they did a couple of days ago, bro, is this. And they said it before they did it. They went out with an auto level. They had a camera on it. The objective was to show the people like myself who has never looked through an auto level. Now I can say, I know what it looks like. That's all they did. They didn't go there to measure anything, to prove anything. Do you understand, B-ball?
Yeah, I understand. So what's the point? Just to say, hey, this is what an auto level looks like. That's great. It looks like
Yeah,
crossfade.
for the audience. Yeah, for the Discord.
And to
Yeah,
demonstrate
B-ball.
that 1 arc second, 3 meters, is not measurable at any distance over 200 meters. You can't see the measuring rod. You can't measure anything really
Let
over
alone
100, 125 meters.
let alone
So
even thinking about doing an arc second.
I suggest you watch the video, B-ball. I know you don't like Bev. Just
there's
watch
a video.
the video,
Post it,
pretend
I'll
he's not there, and you'll
post it right
see
here.
for yourself.
Post it in here.
You
Yeah,
can't see nothing.
The video you said wasn't there. Yeah, that video you said that wasn't done. Yeah.
All right,
Do you want to
so post it in
apologise for that?
Or not? Post it in the chat, please.
you know where to find it, B-ball. Jesus, we've got to do everything
I gotta
for you.
find it. I gotta find it.
Wait a minute.
I gotta
post it
find
for
it.
you. Don't worry. We'll
Everybody's
post it.
getting all.
Yep, post it, please.
Has somebody
wait a
done a
minute.
video?
Oh no.
I don't
was
know. What we talking about? I've
Yeah,
not
what we
done the
talking about?
video of what we did this weekend.
Oh,
What
So
are
it's not
you looking for, B-ball?
They just said it was a video. Was that a
You're
lie
gonna
or
have,
is that
that
a
was
Now,
me.
here we
That was
go
my,
now.
my fault. No, I thought
somebody
Bev put
misspoke?
it out.
I've not put
Oh,
it out
okay.
yet. No.
I recorded it for Bev. It was his. He went through all the trouble to go out, and I recorded because Spot On was having trouble. It's his video as
Thank
far as
you.
I'm concerned.
Awesome. I'd like to see
You
it.
will
Go
see
ahead,
it
post
soon, B-Ball. You
whenever
will
you
see
get a
it
chance.
soon.
Yeah, but there's some pictures of what
And
you
what
could
about
see
what
at the
about
distances. You can have a look at that.
well, what about the one where you went out to the canal or whatever, and you were taking pictures of the water level and your measuring rod and your tubes and everything? Where's that video? Where you proved that level was horizontal. Remember that one? That's a video that I want to see, and that's a video that all of us want to see.
Well,
Seems like that
we'll
one.
do it properly for you, right? We'll make it a big deal. But
Yeah,
will you come and watch
looking
it?
forward to
Will
it.
you? Will you sit through?
I want you to do a video and post it. Record yourself doing it.
Right. Will you sit through the proof that goes beforehand, before that, right? Then you know when we go out and do the test, you know what you will be looking for. Do you think you could do that?
No, I want you to just record yourself doing it
No.
and then post it. Just record yourself doing it and post it. Probably because the time difference and everything.
I'm not going to watch anything you
I'm
do,
not gonna
Bev.
go and I'm not gonna go and
I'm going to run away and hide from it. I'm scared
No,
of
I'll
what
wait
Bev
for the
does.
video. No, I'll wait for the video.
Bev, don't do it, Bev. Don't take me through the proofs
No, I'll wait for
do
the
it
video,
practically, Bev. I'm so scared.
Don't make me say that a straight line is not curved.
Are you going to put this
I'll
on
wait for the
DVD? Because
video.
I'm not going to watch the video. I'll wait until it comes out on DVD.
Yeah.
You don't want to watch it at the cinema or watch it live, right? That'd be no good.
DVD.
We don't want adverts either.
So there was was there or was there not a video of your last test?
Test? Nobody did a test.
We did it live. The last one we just did was a sight test to see how far you can see through an auto level over a distance from 0 to 500 meters.
I'm not asking about that one.
Okay, that was the
That's
last
the one
test
we're
we did.
talking about.
That's the last test,
saw
right? Which
right,
one are
I
you
saw that
talking
one,
about,
yes.
B-Ball?
The one where you went out to the canal.
There's so many tests.
You had your water
we've done
level.
loads.
That one.
How many tests have you done, people?
I've done several.
Well, where are them? Have you got them for us? Can we have a look at them?
Which one would you like? I've other stuff other than with auto levels. I have other subjects I dabble
The
in.
last test
just
you
one.
did, please.
I'm not stuck on one subject. It seems like you guys are stuck on one subject.
Geometry. That's a good subject to be stuck on.
Stuck on it,
Yeah,
and also
right.
trying to help people so they can see what it looks like when
Oh,
they actually
you
look
mean
through
trying
these
to
tools.
trying to rewrite geometry and prove
No,
that
it's just
spherical
showing
geometry?
people what it looks like.
Right.
Geometry.
Who's rewriting geometry?
Ruhif.
Apparently, you guys.
How's that,
You
people?
know, you guys say that the surface of a sphere is is 3-dimensional, and where it's not 2-dimensional. Whatever the hell you guys say.
Is that rewriting geometry, people?
Yeah, because everyone else says something different.
Non-Euclidean geometry was rewriting geometry, so
The rest of the world says the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional, except for you guys. So apparently the rest of the world is incorrect, right?
So, again, how are we rewriting geometry, people?
B-Ball's taking word, he's the rest of the world now. It's the rest of the world and B-Ball versus us, apparently, I think. Isn't that right, B-Ball?
No, you guys think that the surface of a sphere is not 2-dimensional. Only you guys think that.
Not a sphere is a 3-dimensional object, right?
So is the rest of the world incorrect?
I don't know. You speaking for the rest of the world, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Nice.
You can't even speak for yourself.
Is the rest of the world incorrect? Bev, Is the
You
rest of the
can
world
speak for yourself, and you think you're speaking for the rest of the world.
How many
People.
dimensions are a position on a sphere? On the surface of a sphere?
Is this an open discussion
Is
or
that
just a Bev thing?
another
was
bad
that?
mic thing?
Yeah, it's
Who was
just a bad
clipping?
thing.
Yeah.
Was that Mobius? No.
No, I tried. Did I step in front of someone?
No,
No, not
there was
you.
somebody else was talking there, Crit. I don't know who it was.
Sounded like Mobius,
No,
but I
it
don't think it
wasn't.
was.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Wasn't me.
Who was it?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
I hit a bump and my phone dropped out of my hands. I had to go and fumble with it. So, how many coordinates are required to describe any position on the surface of a sphere?
What?
How many coordinates are necessary to describe a position on a sphere?
I don't know. I've never tried to describe a position on a sphere. You tell us.
2.
They know about geometry.
I thought you. What sort of a sphere do you mean? Do you mean like a ball?
No, like a fucking square, Bev. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Like, do we mean a sphere or the mathematical sphere? What are we talking about?
Let's purposely play dumb.
No. I'm being deadly serious. Do you mean a sphere as in a mathematical concept, or do you mean a ball?
Just answer the fucking
A ball,
question.
a sphere.
Okay, a ball. Right. I don't know. Like I say, I've never put a coordinate system to a ball. I don't know. You'll have to tell us. It'd be like if you just put a dot on a ball somewhere, you would try and find a
grid
coordinate system, would you?
How about grid coordinates, Bev? Or, latitude,
Grid
longitude.
coordinates on a ball. Don't be silly.
Latitude, longitude, Bev. Jesus Christ.
No. You said grid coordinates on a ball.
Oh my God.
Oh, really?
You purposely play dumb. That's your game.
No, I'm just wondering. Like, a surface of a ball, you're going to put a coordinate system on it for some reason.
GPS
I don't know
coordinates,
why.
latitude, longitude.
How big's the ball?
Those are grid coordinates on a ball.
How big's the ball that we're going to put a grid coordinate system on?
Doesn't matter.
Oh God.
Doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say a little ball. I've got one here, tennis ball.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Now, how would we put a grid coordinate system on it? Like, should we put a point? If I put a dot on a ball, right? Let's see that. That's the point we want to reference to our coordinate system. How would we do that? Go on. I've got to put a dot on a ball. You run us through it.
You draw equal lines all along that ball, and then you draw equal lines perpendicular to those lines, and then you number all the lines, and then where the lines cross, where your dot is, that will be a coordinate.
Mm-hmm. It's nice, but if the ball rolled a bit.
Oh God.
I'm being deadly serious, right? So the ball, you've put a dot on a ball, and you're going to draw a load of lines. You said something about perpendicular, which is impossible, but hey, let's imagine you can do whatever you want to imagine you can do. Then the ball rolls a bit. Like, does that change the coordinate system, or
no? It doesn't.
The coordinate system's fixed to wherever you draw the lines.
No, the dot's going to be in the same place. The coordinates of the dot do not change because the ball rolls. Man.
Okay.
Stop being pedantic.
So you're fixing the coordinate system to the lines that you're going to draw on it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you not use Google Earth, Bev?
What?
Or GPS coordinates?
Not for balls. No.
No, so you don't use Google Earth at all.
Definitely not for the tennis ball that we're
Tennis
trying to
ball, yeah. I
describe
was
at
just
the minute.
thinking, Alex.
How about?
I don't
about
think the
travel?
Google Earth's that good. I mean, you'd have to
When you
leave it in the
travel.
back garden for a while and be able
What
to
if you
say,
were? What if you
"Look,
were
there's a
out?
picture
What if
there,
you
there's
were
a
out
ball
in the
in the
woods? And you, what if you were out in the woods? What kind of system would you use
What?
to try and find another position you were trying to get to?
On the tennis ball?
No, in reality, if you were
Yeah, the
out in
tennis
the woods
ball is in
hiking,
reality, right? We've got a dot
if
on the
you
ball. That's what we were
okay,
doing.
no more tennis ball, Bev. No more tennis ball,
You
Bev.
said any
No more
size
tennis
ball. That's the
Okay,
system
no
that
more
you've
tennis
given
ball,
us.
Bev.
Don't be changing
No
your
more
mind
tennis
now.
ball.
Everybody's
We're
got
out in the
used to the
woods.
tennis ball with a dot on it
We're
and some
out.
lines.
We're out in the woods, and you're
In
trying
the
to
woods
get
with
to
a
a
tennis ball.
specific place.
Nice. Okay. Well, you'd still have the lines on the ball that
Yeah,
you draw.
I understand. You purposely play dumb. Good job, Bev.
Yeah.
That's your game. You have no game.
You've done really
purposely
well
play dumb.
explaining this coordinate system.
A globe of any size, a globe, like the model of a globe, the thing that we have in the classroom of any size will accurately give you information about positions of things.
Right. So you could take a globe with you then into.
Right, but I can make one that's
Would that
6
be all
inches,
right?
or I can make one that's 36 inches
Yeah.
radius.
Yeah, you can draw lines on balls. Yeah. That's what B-ball said. You draw lines on balls. Yeah.
And now we know where things are. We've got a coordinate system that we can work from.
On the ball.
Describe
Like you just go, there's a
points.
ball. The ball's there. Which part of the ball? Does it really matter? Because the ball can roll over, can't it?
I want to know where the valve stem is in reference to where the S is installed.
Well, yeah, but the valve can roll about. It can be in any position, can't it?
It doesn't matter if you roll them about. I can still find it with a computer. I could go and say, okay, this is where the S is. Come down 45 degrees, and that's where the valve will be. It's a wonderful system.
Sounds
it allows
like
you to now
terrific operation. This. Yeah. Come in, please, Anik. Tell me, where's the where's the valve thing? I'm struggling to find it. Can you give me the coordinates?
It sounds like he's working in 3D.
Yeah.
Purposely playing dumb.
Actually, I'm working at 2D.
Here we go.
What?
Here we go.
2D.
Here we go.
You can work at 2D to find a
valve. You've got a valve. You're blowing it up, right? You're pumping it up. That can't be 2D. Can it?
Finding the location of it is 2D.
Finding the location of the ball. Or the valve. I'm struggling to work out what exactly you think you're talking about.
With everything. You gotta have fun with your playing dumb fest. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. That's all I can do is play dumb.
Yeah.
Here's your Greek coordinates.
Nice try.
Your coordinate system on a ball.
Yeah. They're the lines. Yeah, you said you draw lines on. Yeah. That's good.
Yep.
So the coordinate system is the lines that you draw on a ball.
Yep. And you can find any position on Earth using that Greek coordinate system.
On Earth?
Thank you.
No, that's a ball.
Yep.
Right, so there's something relating that to the Earth we're on, is it? We've got a ball. You were talking about a ball, right? Oh. Bait and switch, huh? Sorry, not that stupid. So back to the measurements that we managed to get away from. How far can you reckon you could see through your auto level to be accurate? And in order to measure some sort of curvature, how far do you reckon you could see to measure that? Because it's been claimed that people can actually see large distances to measure these things. 1 arc second, I believe, at the last sort of thing. Although George has claimed that he can do much better accuracy than that. Much better.
Bev, do you think you could tell the difference between 10 feet and 50 feet?
Yeah, there's some different numbers there, isn't there?
Would you need to measure the difference between 10 feet and 50 feet? Or would you just be able to see? Yeah, that's
I'd
a
be able
lot
to
taller.
calculate the difference would be 40 feet. It's a very easy calculation.
Would you be able to notice that a tree is taller than a car, or would you have to measure it to find out that the tree is actually taller than the car?
I don't know. It might be a clever trick of perspective, right? Have you ever seen bonsai trees? You would have to survey it, right, in order to be able to do that. I mean, by surveying, I mean, go walk all the way around it and check it out, maybe measure it a bit, work it out, and then you'd be able to definitely work out whether a tree's bigger than a car. I mean, it sounds like a good one. I mean, you could do a video about it. Working out whether a tree is bigger than a car, B-ball. The latest globe thing. I mean, it could take off. You never know. Do you think you could?
There you go.
I measure.
Is that tree?
I measure.
Is that tree taller than the red car, Bev?
What a pathetic question, people.
Why is it that you point out what people have claimed to do and the measurements that they tout from a video that are hyper specific? Now we're talking about a tree in a car.
Yeah.
That is unmeasured.
Because I'm trying to point out that I don't have to measure the tree to know that it's taller than the car.
Yeah, there's a guy who lives in Maine, right? Yep. There's a guy that lives in Maine that he has looked, supposedly, B-ball. I think you might have showed us a video that you gave us for us to have a look at. We go over it again. But he claims to be able to do 1 arc second over 1,500 feet, 500 meters.
Was it people that gave us that video?
Yeah, he's given us it many times. I mean, heroes of his.
I refer to the experts, the people who actually survey. I don't refer to.
Do you know
people who just have?
Do you know
a surveying certificate and think that?
Yeah. Have you ever seen anybody else's surveying certificate?
And people who
how
think
many
that
surveying certificates have you ever seen?
And people who think that level and horizontal
are
just
one.
Clearly in surveying,
I've only seen one surveying.
You guys, all you have. Why
are you always skating away from the
denial.
I'm going to get
all
there.
You have is
he's just asked the trigger to do his trigger.
All you have is a denial of surveying.
Why are you always skating from the topic, B-ball?
Right. Okay. So, do you know, B-ball? Have you ever done a calculation to work out how, what distance, an arc second is over 500 meters?
I'm not worried about 500 meters. I'm worried about long distances.
Just the video that you gave us to look over with the numbers that you gave us. That's what we did. We went to go and have a look at it, and we thought, oh, that looks like something we could check.
I don't scribble about arc seconds. Okay, I like to look at things that are.
You do. You just post the videos claiming that it proves something. But you've obviously don't squibbled about it because you've never fucking looked at it. You've never checked a fucking thing about him.
I don't care about short distance.
You don't even know that he's not a real surveyor. It's a bit shameful, people. You're easily fooled.
Is anybody else?
Yeah, it's just Bev, actually. So I don't care about short distances, Bev. I don't care.
You don't care about short
distances. If you don't care about long distances, then don't post the guy's videos as some kind of proof.
I don't care about short distances, okay?
You posted his videos and his information. Now you're saying you don't care about it.
I post many videos.
So it was people who threw Jeff under the bus. Nice one, people.
I post a lot of videos. So, and he's an actual surveyor.
Do you do as much research into those other videos as you do into the ones from the guy from Maine? I.e., fuck all.
So are you saying that the Maine surveyor is not a real surveyor?
Absolutely. Yes, I will say that now.
How did you determine that?
He's lying. He can't set his tools up. He thinks horizontals are different with different tools.
Know more than him?
No, he's said it. He's got a video with saying that himself. Like all of my videos, B-ball, I use the people that say that shit. They say it. I can show you where they said it. I can show you the videos that they've done that show
where
it.
who said what? Where who said what?
What are we talking about, people?
He doesn't know.
I'm asking Bev.
No, he doesn't know, does he? You've got no clue of where the conversation is at, where we started, where we're at, or where we're going.
I'm asking Bev.
You've got no clue, people.
I'm asking Bev. Who says what, Bev? Where
The
you keep saying you have
surveyor,
videos of...
the main surveyor that isn't a surveyor, he says that when he set his tools up, the auto level and the theodolite, one's upside down, then they're both next to each other looking over something. The horizontal crosshairs aren't in the same place. And he says that's to be expected. Not, oh shit, one of my tools is fucking out. Oh no. No.
Oh, so your
he
claim,
says that's to be expected.
Okay, so your claim is that he set up his tools wrong. That's your claim.
Yes,
How
he
did you
doesn't
determine
know.
that?
He doesn't know that the
How did you determine
horizontal
that,
would
Bev?
be the same.
How did you determine that?
How did
Let him
I
answer the
determine
fucking
that?
question,
Because he
people.
fucking said it, you dickhead. How did you determine that I'm not telling you the truth?
Didn't he say
Because
that
over that
calibrates it after the fact?
Because over that distance, the reason why the crosshairs are above the other side is because of the
That's not the question that was asked, people. Bev asked you, how did you
How about you let
determine that he's not telling the truth?
How about you let people talk?
Because he's going off in the weeds.
Yeah.
As usual.
What's up? 9 o'clock? Yeah, I'll be there.
So come on, people, floor's yours. How did you determine that he's not telling the truth?
No, how does he know that the guy from Maine is a real surveyor? That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, so you think he's lying?
How
is
do
he lying?
you know? How do you know? I'm telling you why I think he's a lying and not a real surveyor. Because a real surveyor would have noticed that the horizontals aren't the same, and they'd have said, "Shit, I don't think I'll put that out as a video because it'd make me look like I'm not a real surveyor." How do you know he is?
That was the point of the video, was to show that they're not horizontal, wasn't it?
So that they're not horizontal.
That was the point of the video. That was the point of the video.
What are you talking
Keep
about?
talking, people. Keep talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the point of the video, was it not?
What, to show that the two tools set at the same height have got a different horizontal through the eyepiece? That was the point of the video, yeah?
Are we talking about the same video?
Come on, people, answer the question.
Are we talking about the same video?
We must be. Yeah. You've just said
guy
that
from
was
Maine.
the point of the video, that he made a video to prove that horizontals aren't the same. Whenever you set the horizontal and different tools up next to each other, then that's the video he did. And I don't think it was called that.
Next to each other? He
That's
did
what
that
you
across the field. He did
Yeah,
that
I think it
across
was
the
across was it across the water? Yeah.
No.
I think okay, now
it was across the
yeah, it
field
was
in
across
this
the
case.
water, wasn't it?
That was Blue who did that, I think.
No, it was the guy from Maine.
Vivo. Do you
No,
remember
that
the
was-
main question? How do you know that the main surveyor is an actual licensed surveyor? That was the real question. Have you answered that yet?
No, he hasn't.
Then please, how do you know it?
I don't.
Ah.
But you know what? I trust him.
Thank you.
You trust him even though he's got on video that he can't set his tools up properly?
No,
You just- and George,
That's a claim you guys have. That's a claim you guys have.
It's on video.
That's a Bev claim.
It's
No,
on
that's
video.
Worth the powder,
people.
not worth the powder to blow it up.
Wow.
And you just said he was a surveyor. You knew he was a surveyor like 5 minutes ago.
And even
Oh,
George
let me-
said he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
When we're talking about this auto level and this when he's doing this setup, he determined that he set them both up to horizontal, and he's looking across a field at each other and saying that the drop is to be expected. Correct?
No.
Or are we talking about two that are right next to each other?
Yeah,
Two that
they're
are right
next to
next
each
to
other.
other.
Yeah.
He said they were the same
theodolite
height.
and an auto level.
No, same height, but across a field, right?
No.
Same horizontal.
Yeah, same. No. I'm still talking about where the setups are. Where are these two setups? Let's put them in feet. How many feet away are they from
Right
each other?
next to each other in
They're
a
about
parking lot.
8 foot apart, I think.
Okay. Then I don't know why they would come up with different.
Because he don't know what the
things.
hell he's doing. That's
Yeah,
why.
he's
That's
not a
our
real
whole
surveyor, is he?
I don't remember him doing that though. I don't remember him
Would
two
you
separate
notice
sides.
that if you were to look through the scopes of those two tools looking out over the same place and notice that they were in a different place, would you say, yeah, that's to be expected?
Why do y'all think
Depends
we
on
say these things?
Let him answer, please. Let him answer.
Oh,
Would you say that's to be expected because they're two different tools?
No, not that way. But I also know that you like to misrepresent things, so I'm not positive what was actually being shown. So I'm not going to argue that.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fair
great
enough.
turn
Yeah.
around there.
Nice
Turn it back
one,
on
yeah.
Bev. Yeah, nice
Yeah.
one.
As
How
described,
is
no.
he
If we can show you
misrepresenting
that he did actually do that, would you say that I wasn't misrepresenting what was said?
Sure, I'd like
And
to see it.
say that he might not be an actual real surveyor?
I don't know. I'd have to see it.
Oh, right. What about if he made a follow-up video stating exactly the same thing, that it was to be expected?
Knowing how you misrepresent things, I don't know. I'd have
He
to see it.
said that they
And
weren't
I can't trust you at
actually
your word.
horizontal.
Have you not seen these videos?
Yeah.
I have
No,
seen the
you-
videos. I don't recall sections of them like he's describing, so I'm trying to now find out what he's talking about. Everything I remember from his measurement was across the field,
How about
not next to
somebody
each other.
How about somebody post it that we can, jog everyone's memory?
Yeah. Do you want to take him down, right?
Oh, wait a second. Okay, both of these tools were looking at a distant object. The auto level was above the other one. The other one, he aimed down to the eyepiece to get the angle down to the eyepiece, correct?
Nah.
You're thinking of a
Nah.
wrong video,
Yeah.
buddy.
Different one.
They're going to think of every other video apart from the one we're talking
So
about.
someone,
So-
Well, how about you
someone
fucking put
post
it
the
up
one
and
we're
so we don't
talking
have to
about, then.
fucking wonder about what he's talking about?
There you
Go
go.
onto his channel. Have you not got it on speed dial?
How about I go to his channel?
No.
It's wonderful. Okay, you know what? You don't want to provide because you're gutless.
Just have a look.
Howard.
Fake
I'm looking for
surveyors
it now.
from
Okay,
Maine. Oh, wait a minute.
I'm looking for it now.
The guy that calls himself a surveyor that might be in Maine, but you can't trust the fact that he's a surveyor, so he might not even be from Maine. It might just be a YouTube name that you never know.
Right.
Yeah.
And based on your knowledge, you might have just printed up that certificate and put it on your wall and faked it.
Well, that would be fraudulent.
The fact that you
because
don't know
it's
that level and horizontal
it's
are not the same thing.
It's an actual
Except
With
certificate.
license number.
That would be, yeah.
With the license number. Wow. That would be fraudulent as fuck, by the way.
Only if he sells his services.
What?
And doesn't mean he's not
Really?
fraudulent.
Not really.
Of what? What are you talking
Not really.
about?
If you just print out an ID, like a personal ID, that's already fraudulent. Without
If
using
you put it up on your
ever.
wall, I think you can put anything you want on your wall in your house.
Wow, are you telling us what Fight
Oh
the Flat
my
Earth
fuck.
did?
No, talk about
Is
you.
that how all the Fight the Flat Earth got his certificate?
No, talking about you.
I see. No.
Ah, I see. Ah.
Wow,
level
dude, you're
horizontal?
spiraling.
Yeah.
Not normal
Don't be so
behavior,
childish.
but that's all right. So
You're calling what Bev is doing normal?
yeah, totally. And what
Oh,
you're doing
okay.
is kind of
You're a little
abnormal.
defective there.
All right.
All right, did the video get posted?
I'm on the channel. What's the video called now? I'm on his channel right now. So I'll post it as soon as someone tells me the actual name of the video. He's got a lot of videos.
Is it called the Wild Theodolite and Auto Level? There's two Wilds or something, and then there's a follow-up video.
Wild Lighthouse. Wild Lighthouse.
Wild Lighthouses, and then is there another one after it?
Better if you looked it up since you know what
like
you're looking
a review
for.
or something. I don't know. I'm
Wild
just going
Lighthouse,
from memory.
Addendum, Wild
That's
Lighthouse.
it, the addendum. Yeah. So there's the wild lighthouses and then the addendum, right? Go with the wild lighthouses first, but be careful. Don't put it out on stream because he strikes your
put it right
channel. He'll strike you. Watch out.
Oh, he won't. Oh, he'll let me post it.
No, he
me
struck Cleary's channel. So be careful what you're doing with his stuff. It gets butter when you look at it.
Yeah, that's why you asked him first.
B-ball. Well, no, he gave me permission. Everyone always give me permission to go over
did
all
you
the
ask him
videos.
first?
Yeah.
You asked
It was
him first?
Cleary. It was Cleary. He got butter one day and talked about it. Cleary just showed the thumbnail of it and he struck him. But he got it took off. Don't worry. It's all right.
Well, yeah, because you don't need their permission technically to use the video if you're using it just for,
Going
entertainment purposes.
Education purposes, right?
Yeah,
It's
whichever.
fucking upside down.
So I'm looking at this video.
Down. What
So
the
striking
hell is
somebody
this?
is just being butthurt because you know it's just going to get reversed.
Yeah, but it stops you from live streaming for a week or so, doesn't it? You know, like
Oh, yeah.
maybe
Oh,
even
yeah.
a month. Yeah.
Those crosses
And
look
sometimes
well
it might
above that
not-
tower.
The
Maybe
Theodolite
you
is
just
upside
maybe
down
you just
in
did
that
it
video.
so clearly couldn't live stream. That would
Yeah.
make logical sense.
Yeah. Seeing as we were going over the stuff that the guy from Maine and Jesse Kozlowski were doing. We were just
I'm looking at
checking
this
up on
video
it. People
here.
see, give it as evidence, right? And we
Where's
sort of
the
give
part
evidence.
that you're talking about, Bev?
The crosshairs. Look at the crosshairs
Yeah,
of each
they
of
look
the
well above.
individual things. And now one of them looks well above. The other one looks well above. They're not the same, are they? They're different. That's the point.
This is bad. The Theodolite is upside down. Fucking upside down, literally.
That might be a part of something. But I mean, hey, but maybe B-ball knows. But is that normal, B-ball? It being upside down?
It's probably just the way he rendered the video at that point.
Maybe his phone upside down.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Do you think he was standing on his head and took the picture or something?
Right, but that's not the point, right? The point is that they are in different places, right? You do understand that the horizontal that's set from those two tools that are next to each other are in different places. So that means the horizontal runs from that place in two different places, in two different lines. Now, I say any surveyor worth his weight, or even anybody who doesn't really know about the surveying, would go, hey, wait a minute. They're different. They're not meant to be different.
Listen to what he's... Wait. I think he explains why one is higher and one is lower. I'm going to go ahead and listen.
Go on then. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'd love to hear
with
that
what
too.
he says. Come back with what he says.
He does.
Maybe
He
I'm
comes
just-
back and he says that it's because of calibration, and he has to calibrate them, so it's to be expected because they're not in calibration.
Oh,
wow!
Does that
Good way of
mean one of
misrepresenting the
does
fact.
that mean one of them's not horizontal?
Oh, I guess that would be what it would mean.
Right. So why would he be doing it?
Well, because the example that he's showing is of two objects in the distance. Because there's two objects in the distance, and one object is twice as high as the one in the foreground, and it's below the one in the foreground.
This is a video on miscalibration. He mislabeled the video then.
Yeah. He did actually say in that video as well that the calibration would be done on the auto level after the fact, right? I mean, how good would you think there? Makir, if you were getting your auto level out and you'll go, never mind, we'll do it after.
Because when he's describing, does it require the auto level to be accurate?
Come on, man.
He's essentially taking a picture of something in the distance with a reference on it.
Oh, you're
the
talking
reference
about
is
tool
not
view.
where horizontal is. The reference is where the two objects are in the distance with reference to each other.
Exactly.
Would a surveyor do that?
Way to actually misrepresent what he was trying to show.
That
Well,
make-
that's because you're stuck in this world where you have to misrepresent.
Would
No, you're stuck in the
would a
world where you
surveyor
think
do that?
crosshairs- Yeah.
That's gaslighting.
Yes, a surveyor would do that when he's talking to flat
so,
earthers and
okay.
just trying
Show
to
me one.
describe something in the distance.
A
Show me one.
surveyor would take two tools out and look over water. I can't imagine why
Yeah,
he'd be
look
doing
over
that.
water.
And then show everybody that
He showed
he
everybody.
can't make his tools horizontal. I mean, that's
He
genius.
can.
Absolute
he has to go and
genius.
recalibrate. Absolute
I wonder how many jobs he got out of that at the end of
Yeah,
it.
he's muted for mocking and making fun of someone's voice. That's not allowed. You know that. If you want to come
So
back
every
a couple minutes and not do that, that's fine.
So you have your one auto level, then you look at the other one, but then you got to recalibrate the other one when you look back. But then when you look back the other way, you got to recalibrate it. It seems like you're just flopping it back and forth.
This was the same guy in a debate that said they would go to get a horizontal. They'd go out, do the measurements, go back home, do all the numbers, then go back and make the marks. I mean, we're talking about
you make it
utterly
you make it
ridiculous.
at home. You make the horizontal at home and bring it
What
to
he
work.
said.
Yeah. Want to make
Oh,
3
that is-
marks on posts over a mile at the side of a canal. He said they'd come out for one day, have a look at it, go back, do a day's worth of calculations, and then come back and put 2 marks on a post. Half
That
a
would take
mile
me
and a
5
mile away.
minutes.
I mean, genius. I mean, like he's obviously not a real surveyor. He's just a guy on YouTube that's got surveyor in his name. Now, this guy just happens to be the only guy that anybody ever quotes when they're talking about plumb lines. This is the guy. He's famous.
Post screenshots from his videos, post his little notebook that he allegedly got an arc second accuracy over 1,500 feet. Then people say, well, I don't care about short distances. Well, he posts his screenshots all the time.
That's what we did at the
Daily.
weekend. We went to go and have a look what you can see over that distance that he claims he's measured an arc second. Anybody can have a look and see what you can see over that distance. Now, bear in mind, the scopes that he has on those two instruments aren't 32 times scope. The auto level that we have it's got the best scope you can get. So he's got worse scopes than we have. So you wouldn't be able to see as accurately as we could when we saw over 500 meters. Yet,
By the way,
you
for
have
the
to be able
audience,
to
Bev,
believe he can do it.
sorry, for the audience, could you tell what do you mean and how? What does it convert to when you say 1 arc second?
A 1 arc second over 500 meters, mathematically, because you take it becomes the radius, and the arc second is like a 2 radiuses. It's 3 millimeters.
It becomes either 3 millimeters or in degree. Could you tell the others? How much is that, by the way?
Yeah, it's 1 arc second,
yeah.
and 1 arc second is 3,600th of a degree. And
Of
a degree,
1 degree,
obviously, is one
exactly.
360th
Of 1
of
degree.
a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so everybody understands what we are talking about, because
Hang
degrees,
on, run that by me
anybody can
again.
imagine. Yeah.
Run that by me again, Bev. You divide a circle into 360s, and then you
gives you
divide
1 degree.
and then you divide that 1 degree into
60 minutes, and then you get one of those minutes and divide that into 60 seconds. So a second is a 3,600th of a degree.
Degree. Yeah, that's right. Does it sound small, guys? Like, for real.
Which
It's
is
fucking small.
3 millimeters over 500 meters. That's the accuracy that is claimed by the guy from Maine. And
To be
that
achieved,
accuracy,
right? He actually achieved that accuracy. Okay.
Well, I mean, could you achieve that accuracy if you don't know what horizontal is? I mean, like,
You got
are
bigger
you
problems.
capable
You got
of
bigger
doing
problems.
that? I mean, I don't know. But
I know you couldn't do it with an uncalibrated machine for sure.
People's just put a message in the chat. LOL, different tools, different calibration.
yeah, he thinks
Now-
horizontal calibrated differently because that's what the the guy from Maine says. Right? He actually makes an addendum, right? He makes an after video to point out that some people, I don't know who they were, might have pointed out that they're not the same horizontal. And he makes another video to tell you why they're not the same horizontal. Because, I don't know, the hell of it, I guess. Because Bev must be wrong, right? It's always Bev's fault for mentioning that they're not the same horizontal. Nobody else had never noticed that, would they? Not even any of the Globers. I mean, Moyokman did sort of say that they're not the same horizontal. He did notice it. He didn't notice it when he watched the video. He
Well,
might never.
one is not horizontal. At least one is not horizontal.
Yeah. At least one.
So there's not a
and there's
same.
there's only two.
And
At least one is not horizontal, and there's only two in the video.
well,
And
yes, I
it's
can't
a
guarantee the other one's
severe.
horizontal. But since horizontal has nothing to
You're
do
not doing
with the
too well,
measurement,
are
why
you?
is that germane? Since horizontal has nothing to do with the measurement, what's the problem?
Well, he's checking the horizontal, isn't he?
No, he's
the
not.
drop from
No.
he's
You saying-
checking
No.
the check.
Wait a
No.
minute.
The drop from
He's not
Are you
checking
horizontal.
drop
saying
from horizontal.
you're saying that the tools that he uses have got nothing to do with horizontal? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's a misrepresentation, which is your very common tactic.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
please
what about
explain what
setting
you
the tools
do
up
mean.
so they are horizontal? Like, is that not something you would do?
He is not using them to determine horizontal.
But would you not set the tools up so they are horizontal as part of your standard procedure for you being a surveyor? Would you not do that?
I don't care. That's not what he was representing, so he did not need it.
I don't care. Oh, flipping hell. Moyak, man, you're digging yourself a hole.
He's not digging himself a hole. He's
No.
helping the main surveyor dig his hole.
Mm-hmm.
He's left that video up there for a reason, right? He wants this sort of conversation to go on. I mean, he must do, right? He's left the video up. He's obviously not bothered about it. There's obviously some reason that a guy that claims to be a surveyor would take two tools to the side of the wherever it is, look over water at a lighthouse and show you that they aren't horizontal. One of them, at least one of them, is not horizontal. There must be some reason he wants to do that. Perhaps he wants to let you know that he's not a real surveyor. Maybe that is the reason. Subconsciously, like subliminal man type thing. See whether you notice it. See, that could be the reason, right? To see who notices the mistake he makes, even when he makes an addendum and a new video, telling you that that's exactly what he's doing. Perhaps. I don't know. I like it. So, but that was what we were doing. We just went out to go and have a look, see what you can see over 500 meters. Seeing as some people have claimed you can do 1 arc second over that sort of distance. And also, we're going to be going over the fact that it was logic night tonight, isn't it? And we're going over the logic of the perpendiculars, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Did anyone want to just finish up? You know, after Bev just nicely said it concisely. Anyone want to follow up with anything?
I noticed Beeble's run away, so he's got no input in this anymore. Left lane got anything? Moyak man? Nothing?
How long do you reckon those videos are going to stay up for?
About 10 minutes.
Yeah, Saraguki, 9 o'clock we said tonight. We've got Mobius's video coming out. So that's in 2 hours-ish. And then 9 o'clock, we'll be doing the Logic thing. Tuesday Logic, Earth Awakenings. Open to everyone.
It would be nice to have the drone surveyor here to explain himself, but he seems to have disappeared. So, if you're out there, Jeff, come and explain. Bit like Jesse Kozlowski, and who was the other one?
Well, I think we still have Larry Scott around somewhere. I've heard him here and there, I believe. Don't we? Hey, we still got Larry Scott's
Yeah.
concrete slab following the curve of the earth video to go over, so
It's on the
no
sort
one
of
really
that
uses
series.
him anymore, so
Well, Larry might be the only one. We're sure no.
well, B-Ball tried to force his way into the tool abuse community, but I don't think he's done that much. Maybe he has. Just keeping it, behind closed doors.
Saving it up. He might be coming out with a good video. Or we might be stopping him from becoming the next surveyor. You know, if that's all it takes to be from a certain place and then just get some tools and take some pictures, not really know what you're doing with them. I mean,
Well, B-Ball would be perfect from that. He would be known
Yeah.
as the Hawaiian surveyor.
Yeah.
Ranty's trying, right? Has he gone up his mountain yet? Or even gotten his tool yet?
I don't know. No, you'd expect them to do a picture of it, him and his auto level, right? He'd be so proud.
It's amazing that they plan
one
on.
of those. Sorry, mate. Go on.
Well, I'll be quick. They planned on their tool abuse adventure before they even had the tool. Now that is YouTube entertainment.
I wonder what the next unboxing is going to be like. Hopefully, a bit happier than the other one.
Won't be.
I'm keen to see it. I mean, I did say to Ranty ages ago he could come and have a look at what we do on the canal and the auto level, do all that sort of stuff, but he didn't seem keen. That was when he was pretending to be a flat earther. I asked him if he wanted to do laser tests and all of that over from Southport to Blackpool when he used to pretend to be a flat earther, and he said no. Well, he didn't just say no; he just sort of.
What would be the point of that, other than to show lasers refract through the atmosphere?
Yeah. Waving lasers at each other. Come on, have you never done that for Saturday
that's
evening?
That's what we would show. We would show lasers refract and spread out through the atmosphere. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you never waved lasers at each other?
Yes.
Yeah. How far away did you get from each other?
A couple miles, maybe.
Couple of miles. See that we would have done like 10 miles. Me and Ranty, if Ranty had come out and done it.
Yeah, but what are you trying to show, other than
just going to show that people can get together and wave lasers at each other? It's great fun. we do it live stream it on Discord for people to not watch. I mean,
if you're going to do that, why not go play laser tag? That's a hell of a lot more fun.
You can't over 10 miles.
Sure, why not?
I was thinking we could do it from mountaintop to mountaintop and see how far we could get away from each other while doing it. I mean, that'd be great.
Yeah. Where are you going to get a laser that collimates for 10 miles?
No, you just have to be able to see the person, don't you?
Oh,
I mean,
right. Yeah, you just have to be able to. You just have to be able to see the giant column of light that's a half mile wide. What are you showing, Bev?
No, it's waving lasers at each other. You just have to see the laser, don't you? That's it.
Yeah. So Kool-Aid, what are you on about? Because I've got a laser observation at 9 miles 2 feet off the ground. So I'm not sure what you're trying to. What's your point?
At 9 miles.
Yeah,
How big is your laser beam?
dude, I can see the source. That's all I give a shit about.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and I understand because light spreads out through the atmosphere. Collimated lasers
what's the point?
decollimate.
What's the point? I have a visual of a laser 2 feet off the ground at 9 miles. That's the point that I was trying to demonstrate, that we could see the laser. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what that shows though.
It shows that he can see the laser. I mean, like, brilliant. I mean, he's not claiming anything else, right? He's not claiming that there's a prize at the end of the laser for you. He's just saying you can see it over that distance.
I also have my iPhone flashlight was set right at the top of the water, and at 6 miles we could see that right at the top of the water.
Sweet.
Your iPhone flashlight, which already shoots out in what, a 45-degree cone, so you're probably looking at 4 miles, what, 3/4 of a mile wide light distribution. Why wouldn't you be able to see that?
Yeah, iPhone lights. Yeah, everyone knows
Yeah.
that they're obviously visible over miles.
How wide?
so-
How wide would that cone be there, Kool-Aid?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, all I saw was the light itself, right? So I see the
Right.
source. Okay,
Or
look,
you saw the light.
seeing the source.
You saw the light. You didn't see
Yeah.
the source. You saw the light.
Saw the light.
The
yeah.
light, which has spread out and isn't a pinpoint thing, especially when you're using an iPhone flashlight, which is designed to have a wide pattern to it.
Uh-huh.
So I don't see what that says either way.
Okay.
Well, just to clarify, Travis, I understand. You saw the light, right?
Yeah,
That's what it says to me. No big deal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to prove anything, that's fine.
Prove.
I still think you guys would have more fun if you went and played laser tag. But hey, each to their own.
Mm-hmm. Do you think doing stuff? I mean, Travis, did you have a good laugh, and did you go, "Wow, that's interesting" when you did it? Like,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was very interesting.
see,
And last time you played laser tag, did you go, "Hey, that was kind of fun"?
yeah, but
Yeah,
no,
Travis,
answer my question.
did you
Yeah, I
prove
did.
that you could
Cool,
see the
so
light over that
They were
distance?
both the same. Awesome. I'm glad we agree now, Bev. Thank you.
Yeah. Travis, did you prove that you personally could see that light over that distance to yourself?
Definitely proved it to myself.
There you go. What did you prove when you did laser tag?
I need more
I'll tell you what I
practice.
Yeah, I was gonna say the last time I played laser tag, I proved I was getting fucking old.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that? Like, did you gain something from it?
Absolutely nothing. But when I keep asking you guys what you learned from your test, sounds like we learned the same thing. I mean, he was fun, interesting. I said fun, interesting when I played laser tag, so we got the same thing out of it.
Well, the thing is, they want to pretend it shows a flat Earth without saying so, because then it can be challenged. They just want to pretend without saying it.
Pretend.
Yes,
Is that
pretend without mentioning it, because the second you mention it, it's up for scrutiny. But if you just sit there and pretend you're not actually saying what you are clearly saying, then can just claim ignorance.
Okay, well, Travis, you know when you were
Was that an
seeing that
if-then,
light over 6
by the way?
miles, was it pretending anything?
Oh no, not at all, huh?
See,
definitely not. I wasn't pretending to hold the phone. I wasn't pretending to squat down close to the water. Nothing was pretend.
Yeah.
The pretend part is that you think it proves something that it doesn't prove.
Oh, is it not the
Really?
pretend part where you think you can think what other people think? Is that not the pretend part that's going on here?
That's also a pretend part.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that's most important is the fact that you've done something, you think you've proven something, but you're too scared to even claim so.
No,
Again,
just...
he's claiming
so
what
you
other
trying
people
to...
think.
From what I'm listening
What
in,
the fuck?
and I'm hearing some guy, you know, with his laser, and he can see it at 6 miles, I think I heard. Yeah? Is that what?
Something like
Yeah,
that?
Yeah, so
about that.
yeah, so 6 miles.
But just
He's
to be
looking at
clear,
it, you know, and yeah, go on.
yeah. Just to be clear, the laser was 9 miles. The flashlight was at 6.
Oh, so you can see the laser at 9 miles, yeah?
Yeah.
What is it, on the beach? Like, did you say on the shore? But anyway,
Yeah, he
yeah.
said he was 2
Well
foot
done,
above the
mate.
water.
All right, cool. Yeah, so, yeah, quite something, isn't it, to see a laser that far? Yeah. Fair play, yeah.
Yeah.
So what does it mean, spot on level?
Say again?
What does it mean?
It means he can see a laser at 9 miles. What do you mean, what does it mean?
That's 2 feet above the water.
Yep.
What do you think it
all
means?
of you are too scared to say it. It's
What do you
funny.
think
What are
it
you
means?
talking about?
Okay, what are you
Seriously,
talking
what
about?
are you saying?
What?
Okay, hold on. Let me say one thing. We all know we can see the light that far. We all know that.
Yes. That is not the contention.
Oh. Well, what's the contention?
The problem is that the next step you guys take from there, you aren't willing to say out loud.
What's the next step?
You know what is the next step.
No, so you're not willing to say it out
The
loud
next
either.
I'm not going to say your statement out loud. I'll say but what I think out
Well,
loud.
why are
If
you
that's what you
divining?
want.
Why are you divining statements for us?
Because you're unwilling to answer the direct question when I
Can you
proposed it
tell us?
multiple times. No, I'm in the middle
Tell
of.
us what you think.
Hey,
we
I'm in the
think.
middle of a sentence, Bev.
Do us all
tell us
individually.
No,
what you think
guys.
it means.
Hey, you guys want to talk all over me? I'm gonna start using my own voice. I'm allowed to finish the sentence too. What we're saying, and Gummy Bear can correct me if he's not saying this, is you guys are too scared to say it's a flat Earth, and that's what it proves because you know that it doesn't, and you know that the ballers
No,
in this
you
room
just
are
said
gonna.
it did.
Hey, I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence.
You just said it's
I'm
a
gonna
flat
start
Earth,
over now
and that's
because
what
you
it
can't
proves.
have a adult conversation.
No, he says you think that,
So
or you guys think that. I don't know. Who he's talking
that
about.
is what you're claiming. That is what you're claiming.
No, nobody's claimed that.
No,
Kool-Aid,
that is exactly what you're claiming.
Kool-Aid,
No,
you're
you're
the
all
only one
too
raising your
scared.
voice, so just bring it
You're-
down a little bit, buddy.
Can I stop being talked over, please?
Well, I'm a moderator right now, so I'm asking you to just take it down a little bit because you're the only one raising his voice.
Well, can you warn the people that are talking over him then? If you're going to be a moderator?
All right, let's make sure that we give each other space, everyone, please.
Thank you. What you are trying to claim, and what Gummy Bear is pointing out, and rightly he won't say it, but I don't care. You're trying to claim that the Earth is flat, and this is what this proves. But you're too scared to actually make that statement because you know it doesn't. Because the questions I started asking, such as the collimation of the laser, you have no answer for. And it's pretty freaking apparent, and it's really pathetic.
Okay, great. So I don't see the need to understand why the collimation is. My point was, I wonder if I'll be able to see this light at all, and I did. I wasn't really concerned with the collimation. So why is that significant to you?
Right. At that point, you've proved nothing. You've shown evidence for nothing.
No, I proved that I could see a light. My question, though, remains because you brought up the collimation. My question to you is, in your opinion, what is the significance of bringing up the collimation? What does that even mean? Why would that be significant? in this discussion?
Because you're not looking at a pinpoint
Because
of light. You are looking at a wide cone.
Okay,
the
so
whole
great.
Spreads
reason,
out.
Okay,
the whole
hold on,
reason
Gummy.
why.
Gummy,
Go ahead.
hold on, Gummy, hold on.
Go ahead.
So again, so how would I know that I'm not actually seeing the source of my laser? How would you go about demonstrating that? Or I mean, like again, I would say I don't even care about that, but you seem to be making a big deal about it. So when I turn the laser off and I can't see it, and I turn the laser on and I can see it, am I not seeing the source?
No,
Well, okay, so what does that mean? Why am I not seeing the source?
because you never see the source of anything. You only see the light that has traveled to your eyes. That's the way light works. Come on, Travis.
Okay. No. Okay, so when you're telling me that if I see a car in front of me, I'm not seeing the car. I'm seeing this hologram coming at me as light. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you're seeing the reflected light from the car. You're not seeing the car.
I'm not seeing the car.
Oh,
Okay. All right. You have fun there.
The big problem that I would say is that because you're not controlling for the variable of the collimation of light, which is just one of several variables you're not controlling for, you can make very few statements about that. You can kind of
make
just
the
say,
statement he can see the
"We
light."
saw the
That's a
light."
good statement. Yeah, yeah.
Is
all he
that
said.
really a good statement when that's
Yeah.
all you can gather from it?
Yeah, he can make that
Then have
statement. If
fun
he
with
can see
that.
the light, he can see the light. I mean, what's
I
up
can
with you
see
guys?
the light. That's a great statement. I can see the light, and that's all
Are
you
you
can say?
insinuating, Gummy, that he shouldn't see the light? Are you insinuating that?
No. I am insinuating that there was no reason to doubt seeing the light.
He never doubted seeing the light. He just went there and he saw the
And
light.
now he can claim that he saw the light, and we're all so much smarter for it, right? Because he can see the light.
Yeah.
And that's
But
all
that's
we know.
not enough for you, right? That's not enough for you.
Because just
You want to
saying
argue
we can see
against
the
somebody
light,
seeing something.
just
Like,
saying
argue
we can see the light has very little information to it.
Are you
It doesn't
guys
really
saying?
get us further in anything.
Are you guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize, gentlemen. Thank you for letting me squeeze in. Are you guys singing Christian songs in here? Because you keep saying I saw the light.
That's what it
sorry.
sounds like, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the light. I'm not an authority on that song, but I just, continue.
I was actually just thinking of I Saw the Sign, but that's not the same song.
And even if it's a column of light, when you look at the laser, you only see that part that is a line of sight. So that that there is a column, you jump in side view mode and say there is a column, so you can't see the laser.
Okay,
right?
So even if we were to grant you something like that, what are you saying? Are you saying this proves something then?
That you have line of sight towards the laser.
Okay. So you think this proves you have line of sight to the laser?
Yes.
I know it does.
You know it does. Okay. That's another
Absolutely.
bold statement.
Why is that a bold statement?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a truck directly in front of me, Gummy. Do I not have a line of sight to that truck right now?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, so if I stop and that truck keeps going and going and going and going, is it always in my line of sight as long as I can see it?
Not necessarily.
Oh, really? Okay. That seems like it's your issue now. Okay.
Yeah, can you give us anything,
reason-
Gummy, please give us something, what you're actually saying, right? Because all Travis is saying, he can see the light. He's seen the light, right? I don't doubt that Travis does. It doesn't sound you do either, right? You admit that Travis should and did see the light.
Yeah, that's
Now,
not...
give us exactly what your point is that you're trying to make here now.
My point is that if you want to make any more claims than just he saw a light, then you need to have controlled variables be a part of it. And you didn't have that part, and therefore that's all you can say. You saw a light. which doesn't get us any further intellectually in any debate. All it says is he
We
saw a
found
light.
out that you got triggered by Travis seeing a light, and you started bringing all sorts of things up. I mean, that's what we learned from it, or I learned from it anyway.
Well, then that's fun for you. But the part that was that was interesting, or that got me speaking, is that it wasn't just that you saw a light. You were slightly and shadily implying that means something without saying the words. That's why I spoke up.
Isn't that your interpretation of what somebody says, not exactly what they say?
Sure. Everything that I hear will go through my interpretation, so that's correct. It's not necessarily what they intended or what they said or thought or any of that, of course.
So you're building an opinion here, yeah?
On your interpretation of what somebody said.
Is your opinion.
Yeah.
And when asked for clarity on what they were saying, they were unwilling or unable to provide it.
Okay, let me just jump in here real quick, because the reason why I came in was because Kool-Aid, you started talking about lasers and collimation and whatnot, and it seemed to me that my comment would have some, weight to the discussion. So I just basically added what I saw. So I was just responding to Kool-Aid. I wouldn't have brought it up. I didn't even think about it until he started talking about lasers.
Could it be that when he said 9 miles, you thought of a certain something in your head that made you question that?
Only that
you are to say anything.
Only that I did do the observation at 9 miles. Yeah, whatever.
Not you, Travis. Them.
Oh,
92.7.
Oh.
92.7 AM. They're doing an announcement. Some lady. You guys should listen. We can't talk about it right here, but it's on the radio, the live radio right now. 92.7.
Wouldn't I have to be within your range of that?
I'm saying this lady's making a really good speech on the radio. You guys should listen. I mean, on the live,
Speaking of listening,
to do with the conversation here?
Can we get an unmute for Moyak? He's been muted for as
No,
long
this
as I've been in the
conversation
room.
she's reading about is way better than your conversation. Trust me.
I think his penalty is 30 minutes. So that's usually what happens with the warnings. They're 30 minutes long. So he just needs to make sure he doesn't mock anyone in his Moyaki way.
Did you just mock Moyok?
Yeah.
No, I just said in his Moyaki way, the way he does. That's all I was saying.
Well, that's implying that he is a
my
person who
God.
constantly mocks people.
Oh my God.
You're implying his character to be one of mocking people.
Okay, listen. Hold on. No.
I'm messing with you. Calm down.
Okay.
It's hard to tell, though, isn't it? Some
It
people
can be,
actually
yeah.
do that, yeah.
No, yeah, definitely it is. I don't put it past people to be actually upset about something like that. But yeah, I am just kidding.
Playing games here.
Mm-hmm.
Having fun playing laser tag.
So we have to interpret what you're saying then?
Sure.
Right.
Is that why we end up with circular arguments? Because people are just imagining what other people are saying and arguing against that imagination, and then the other person's arguing against an imagination of what that other person's imagining they're imagining. And it just
this would be more. This would be more a matter of the problem of straw men, not of circular logic.
What I'm looking for is to find honest people. That's what I'm looking for. But obviously, if people are just bullshitting and
What are you doing looking for
something they're
honest people in a flat Earth server?
This isn't a flat Earth.
What?
Is that? I was going to say, is that what this is?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise you were. Are you a flat earther? I'm sorry, I didn't realise. We don't want to be upsetting you.
We don't want to be interpreting what you say wrongly.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
I'm not a
So-
flat earther, so if this is a flat earther, a server, then you must be a flat earther, right?
So it is a flat Earth server on the basis that the owner and all of the moderation all believe in a flat Earth or a very adjacent kind of thing where maybe they don't want to say flat
We
Earth, but
believe
at
there's
least
no ball.
non-spherical.
Listen, can you say we believe there's no ball? There's no
No,
sphere.
because that's the same as flat Earth.
No. Well, say it that way then. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to say the truth, Lori.
Lori?
I was just watching on YouTube, and I heard this was a flat Earth server, so I figured I'd come hang out.
Yeah, welcome.
It is. Some people don't refer to themselves as flat earther just because the idea of, exactly, mounds and shit, and people are retarded, so.
It not being flat is a good reason.
Well, I mean, it's got topography. It's basically like a sandbox, not basically flat. So it's sandbox earth. You put it that way.
Which is why I've given y'all the name of Flirt. F-L-E-R-T. Flat level earth realm with topology.
I call it my sandbox.
You're
Because,
naming people. You're putting people, or finding people a nice little group to put them in, are you?
Yep, I needed a new abbreviation I could use in chat because some words seem to be restricted while globehead retards is perfectly legal to type in the chat.
Wow, you type that in often, do you?
Kool-Aid.
No, but I've been
do you
called it
think
enough times.
people are individuals? Do you think you should judge somebody on their individual characteristics or as a group?
Both.
Yeah. And I would say
But if they say they say they don't belong to that group,
that's
you are
ridiculous.
still lumping them in that group. It's very disingenuous of you.
Okay.
Do you know
What
why
shape
we
is the
have
Earth?
groups?
Let's cut the bullshit. What shape is the Earth?
Who cares?
All sorts of shapes.
Hang on. He asked me what shape is the Earth. Hang on. I don't believe that Earth needs a shape. You're welcome.
So we have a 3D object without a shape?
We can measure all the elevation
that
changes.
object? What's that object?
We can measure him. We can
the
measure
Earth,
him.
the planet we stand on.
So it's clearly physical because we're standing on it. We're not falling through it.
Measurable. Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, Bev. No, yeah, it has been measured first order.
You're right. And it's been measured to be an oblate spheroid. But you guys reject those measurements or disapprove of them, or
measurement?
which one would you like?
Yeah. Which measurements have you got?
The one you just said was measured.
Yeah, the oblate.
Sure.
Yeah, that
The-
would be great. Yeah, Kool-Aid, can you provide the oblate measurements, please?
The transatlantic arc of the parallel compared with the transatlantic
Sounds
arc
like
of
you're
India.
describing something. Do you have any original source documents that show their measurements, please?
You want me to? Sure, I can link mctune.net.
Oh, come on. Not MacToon.
Okay, just let the crickets go.
You didn't hear the double
Just let
speak out of McToon the other day? Come on, man. We don't
Wait,
talk
hold on,
about
hold on,
McToon here.
hold on. For laughing and mocking, that's a 30-minute timeout, right?
What, for you saying that you would cite McToon?
Say funny
Yeah,
things
nobody
and then
mocked.
not expect us to
Nobody
laugh.
mocked.
You said funny. You said something really funny.
And then you guys decided to mock, and because I'm a Glober, you're
I didn't
more than
mock.
welcome to mock me. But if a
Well, I think
Glober
citing
even
McToon gives you like a
chuckles-
15-minute ban, yeah?
Yes, citing McToon should be an automatic ban.
See, Bev
Right.
said something funny, and we laughed at him as well. So
Because this
don't
isn't
get
a
butthurt
flirt.
about being
This
laughed
isn't a
did you
flat
laugh?
earth server.
Did you laugh
Do you
at
need a safe
him,
space?
or
We
did
got
you-
one over here on the
Did
side.
you laugh at him or did you laugh at what he said?
No,
Because it
it's
was a
both-
bit different when
both the
Kool-Aid was
same.
speaking.
I mean,
Yeah.
Kool-Aid
I
was
laughed
saying
at-
about citing McToon,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
what I
funny.
laughed at. Yeah, hilarious.
I mean, he has the documents on his webpage. What's the problem?
Seems rather toxic.
Well, let me show you this Alex Jones source that I have. He's got all the documents.
Do you know where McToon got all of his sources from?
Alex Jones?
Yeah, Cosmo give him all of the level ones, all of those definitions that have little highlighted bits where it says curvature. That's Cosmonaut, the troll.
Oh,
that's where he got all of those sources from. So I mean, where does he get all the rest of his sources from?
This one is linked back to the NOAA library.
Mm-hmm.
.gov/docs.
Go on. What's it say?
It's the transatlantic arc of the transatlantic arc of the trilateration of the American arc of the parallel.
Are you gonna post it?
Yep, there you go.
Trilateration. What's that?
Transcontinental triangulation of the American arc of the parallel.
Trilateration is 3 straight lines. It's a triangle, right?
Oh my god.
It is though, isn't it?
So,
I mean, don't say, oh my God. Just confirm. Trilateration is 3 straight lines, right?
This isn't talking about trilateration, though.
Oh,
right.
Is that not what
I
he
was
just
wrong.
said?
I was wrong when I said the word.
You said the
when
wrong
I said
words.
the name.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I stumbled over my words and I said the wrong words, I said the wrong words.
Okay.
The name of it.
What did you mean then?
What is the word?
What did you mean then? Triangulation.
If I'm allowed to finish.
Maybe we should let's fix the word.
No, okay.
Come on, guys.
Go ahead. You guys talk.
It said triangulation.
Okay. Are we gonna let people speak, or are we gonna have
No.
mods over speaking people?
Go on, off you go.
Let him finish his sentence. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Transcontinental triangulation and the American arc of the parallel.
Okay. A couple of problems there. Triangulation. Triangles have 3 straight lines and 3 angles adding up to 180 degrees. And you've also got the word parallel. Parallels only exist in Euclidean geometry, which is the place where we get triangles with 3 straight lines.
I mean, you can argue what the name of the document is.
Mm-hmm.
You can argue what's in it, but at the end of the day, I don't care because they're getting accurate distances and you're afraid to say what you think.
Do you know where the arc bit comes from?
Doesn't matter.
Well, it's all straight lines and triangles. So do you know where the arc comes from?
Might be from the spherical excess that was measured.
From when they look at the lights in the sky. Did you not know that?
And they measure the spherical excess?
There's no such thing as spherical excess, is there?
There's not?
Seems to be.
Spherical excess.
Yeah.
Not access, excess.
So you're saying that they measure triangles? Well, with what? Go on. I can't say it. Sounds ridiculous.
Spherical excess.
Spherical excess.
So have you ever heard of something called a parallel curve? A curve being parallel? Have you ever heard of that?
Nah.
It's insane, right?
Yeah, parallel straight lines. That's the only definition I've ever heard of parallel. Straight lines.
Really? That's the only one you heard. I thought you heard a lot of them been described to you many times.
I call the other one concentric circles, but I mean, what would you call it?
Yeah.
So
circles.
If I'm driving, sorry, DP, I didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead.
That's all right. I'm just saying that circles share a center. That makes them of the same centric center orientated.
So what about this curve? The curve that I posted in chat.
Can I finish? Hello.
No.
They're not parallel. Circles are sharing the same center, centric. They're not parallel.
Okay. Well, what about a curve like I posted in chat? That's not circles.
No, but curves share the same center, don't they?
Do they?
The point of the radius of the curve has to be the same for the curves to share the same arc.
No. Wouldn't be true.
Really?
Are you guys building a video game? Why are we talking about 2D shapes?
I was just talking about geometry and the words we use.
It's
Yeah,
because
they're
People get
not using
confused
the
by
same
them.
word. They're using different words. I don't think definitions are in line here.
What about
That's
this
what
one?
it sounds like to me.
Those aren't circles. Those are square circles, squircles.
Square circles.
Squircles.
They're
Yeah,
squircles.
nice.
Yeah. So how do we call that? Because they're locally parallel. So like how do we deal with that?
Are they circles?
No, wait, why are you
No, they're
talking
not.
about
They're
that?
not
Is this
circles,
I'm
supposed
just
to
saying.
be?
No.
and yet they appear to
Is,
be parallel. How can
is
that happen?
They
this
appear to be.
is this supposed to demonstrate like a bird's eye view or something of the ball?
No, this is to demonstrate that when you guys say parallel and straight lines and all of these words, there is more to it than just parallel straight lines. All
More
done.
to it than the
Nothing
way
else to
they're
say.
defined, yeah?
So
There's more to it than the way they're defined within geometry.
there's
Is
more
that what you're
to it
saying?
than
So
there's more
you're
to it
redefining.
than
Are you redefining geometry here?
no. So there's more to
No.
it than the way
Uh-huh.
you. Are you gonna let me finish speaking?
I'm just clarifying what you're trying to
Okay.
do here.
Yeah, what I'm trying to
Because it
do
sounds to me like
is
you're
show
trying to
to you.
redefine geometry.
No, I'm trying to show to you that there are more than the definitions you're trying to propose.
So you are
The
trying to
ones you're
redefine geometry
proposing,
then?
the ones you're proposing aren't the end all be all of geometry.
It's the
That
way
is
it's
the problem.
defined. It's the way it's defined. So you are trying to redefine what has already been defined within geometry. Well done, you.
You are trying to say that your definition is the end all be all. I am
It's the
clearly
way it's
showing
defined.
you.
It's
I
the way
am
it's defined,
clearly
Johnny Dog.
showing you that
No,
that
you're
is
not.
not
You're not
correct.
clearly showing anything. You're just posting squircles.
Yeah. Yes.
So in your mind,
There's
there's actually, Gummy, in your mind, there's actually a square and a circle combined called a squircle.
That's more just a funny name you call something that's kind of in between a square and a circle. It's neither. I'm not saying that they're the combination of both. It's essentially a square with rounded corners.
But it's not a square, though. We cannot call it a
Yes.
square, right?
You can't call it a square, and you can't call it a circle. So I funnily call it squircle because it's kind of in between the two.
Can I have a question? Can I ask a question, please?
Go ahead.
Wow.
Yeah, Gummy. When you said you call it, do you mean I call it, or that's what you call it? Because you said you call it, so therefore it's not you. You're putting it onto the other person. As far as I'm concerned, so you're saying I call it a squircle, or do you call it a squircle?
I called it a squircle.
So why did you say you call it a squircle then? Why didn't you say I call it a squircle?
Stop up.
Did I say
the audience? Because the audience listening will say that everybody else in the room will be calling it a squircle, whereas just you are calling it a squircle.
Did I say that you guys are calling this a squircle?
You said you call it a squircle.
No, I said you can call it a squircle.
No, you said you call it a squircle.
You guys are fun.
This is
I
brilliant.
love
I love
splitting
it.
hairs. That's why I'm enjoying this.
I really don't think I said you call it squircle, but if I did, then I misspoke.
Okay, because the definition is in the detail, isn't it?
Sure.
Lovely.
Which is why I'm pointing out that the definitions you guys throw out aren't always the end all be all.
It's already been defined.
Well, yesterday we had logos being redefined. Now, today we have a squircle, both a square and a circle. This is just amazing.
It's not both a square and a circle. I've explained to you it's neither square or a circle. It is a bit in between.
A squircle.
Yes, that is what I called it. But
This
that's
is
not
great. We can add that to the new lexicon, a squircle. Today we have a new word. That's
Squircle
amazing.
access. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So I clearly didn't make this term up more myself when it has its own Wikipedia page about the Squircle.
But there's actually a Wikipedia page on the Squircle?
Yes, and the definition is a Squircle is a
Can't people
shape
make Wikipedia
intermediate
pages?
between a square and a circle.
I'm behind
Isn't
the
that how you
times.
make a Wikipedia page? You just some person just gets on Wikipedia and writes it in, and then presses save, and it's a Wikipedia page, right?
No.
Let me ask you
That's
this:
not how
does a
Wikipedia
Squircle
works.
have any? Does a Squircle have any vertices?
Vertices? No.
Well, by definition, anything like taking the shape of angles has to have a vertice. So I don't think it could fall into the category of a square due to this fact alone.
Yeah, that's why we don't call it a square. And
You
it's
can't
also
call it
not
a square.
Yes, I have not called it a square.
Well,
I'm
you
going to
can't
look up a
even
squangle.
you can't even halfway imply it.
You can't halfway imply it? What are you basing that
No.
on?
Because you made this Squircle like with the SQU, implying that there's like some form of a square within it. Like it's
I
kind of
wasn't the one
implied.
who made this term up.
I'm not saying you were. I'm just
Well,
saying
then why'd
it's
you say
fucking
you?
inaccurate.
Why'd you say
Because you
you
brought
then?
it. Because you brought it up. You invoked it, and I'm shooting you down, bud.
Yeah, but you didn't say you said you made, as if I made the term up.
Don't take offense. I'm just having
No, I'm just
conversation.
the devil's in the detail. I'm just being specific about it, okay?
It's okay,
You
man.
did make it
We're
up.
all
It
friends
just
here.
happens to be there that somebody else had also made it up. Because it
No,
is a
I
made
did
up
not.
thing. It's not a real thing.
I did not make it up personally. No.
You just did before. Or
You're
did
just
you
using
already
it.
know about it?
He's just using it.
The reason I know the term is because I've seen it before. I didn't suddenly make it up in my mind earlier.
You saw it in Wiki?
Well, we made it up
I'm
ages
so
ago.
disappointed now. I thought you were so clever and witty, Gummy.
I know, I did too. I thought it was he was talking about a square and a circle, and he called it a squircle. I was like, hey, that's cool. He made up that word. Now he's saying he's seen it
No, I'm
before.
not.
It's in Wiki. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not that smart. I'm not that.
I agree.
I don't have that good of an
I agree, too.
imagination. I'm
I
not
mean,
creative.
I thought it was pretty cool, but it's very alluring at the fact that, like I said, man, you can't even call it like humoristically call it that without being like intelligible, because like I
you
said,
sure
there's no
about that?
vertices. There's no vertices involved within it, so it's kind of quite stupid, honestly. Like when you really think about it.
Well, I have to say my favorite is the turv.
Yeah, the turf. Yeah.
Turv is my favorite.
It's a curved tangent if nobody knew what it was.
Yeah, that was straight
Scott
from
Veach.
Scott Veach. Yeah.
Now, he definitely did make that one up. But there might be a Wikipedia page for it by now. You never know.
Have a look, Gummy.
Hmm?
Turv. Have a look for turv on Wikipedia.
I gotta stick up for Gummy. I can't believe my eyes. There is such a thing in Wikipedia called the squircle.
Turf. I looked it up when he said it because I knew I was laughing. And it's
Well, I'm not
plural for
surprised.
turf.
They got wave in the dictionary as being a fucking noun.
It's based on a super ellipse. It's a shape between a circle and a square. Unfreaking believable.
There's a ton of contradictions within the dictionary, man, and nobody seems to want to address it or make any changes, all due to the fact that it's supporting their bullshit conceptual model.
It's a popular consensus. That's all a dictionary is. It's a popular consensus of what the words that get used. And more people that say it, the more it'll get put into dictionaries, because that's what people say. And a lot of people make shit up and then can't be wrong. So they just change the words in the dictionary.
That's not right, man. When this is supposed to be our resource to point to and base ourselves upon, we can't like have a general rule of thumb of majority rules. You know what I'm saying? Things are defined as such by such because of the the properties and attributes and the explanation behind it. You can't just go inverting that because you got 100 people shouting falsehoods. That's just not fucking right, man.
But is language defined? Is language defined for people or by people?
You forgot about Russellisms, right? Everybody is now their own boss. Everything's relative to them, so they can make up their own definitions of it. So, like, it's not popular consensus. It's each individual can make up their own definitions of whatever they want now, and that's the way it's gone.
Yeah. Well, we cannot allow linguistics to be demolished in this way. I mean, this is going to just send humanity spiraling into chaos. Like, we have to be able to hold fast to the words we use and define them as such based on the logic.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah, and Gummy, let me just say one thing. Based on your resource, you see how I backed you up? Your own resource, though, says that it's neither a square or a circle. So you can't say it's a square, bro.
I haven't. How many times do I have to say that? I never called it a square. I never called it a circle. I called it a squircle.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. We're good. We're good. We're gonna get that clear. All right.
And that was a stupid word. I thought it was cute at first, but come to find out it was very stupid, and I'm upset you're doing that.
I am sorry that I brought a new word into your knowledge.
Gummy.
Well, if it had value, if there was substance, if there was logic asserted upon this word, I would be thanking you. But this is just adding more bullshit to the table that we don't need.
It just tells you two things that it's not. I mean,
it's ridiculous.
That's brilliant. The moment you can do that, it's like not just not one thing, it's not something else as well. I mean,
it's not two things.
You
exactly.
Realize that's not stupid.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
It's actually not a triangle either.
Yeah.
So it's a squircle.
Exactly. It's not two things, bro. This is what it is. It's not two things. It's astonishing.
Well, we know what it isn't. So what is it?
Well, we know two things that it isn't.
How did we get?
Bro, this
to
reminds
this
me
point?
of you ever see Hot Dog, Not a Hot Dog? This guy for like Silicon Valley makes this like $1 billion app, and it like identifies food, and they're like, "Oh my god, you just point it at food and it tells you what it is." It's like, yeah, but it can only tell you if it's a hot dog or not a hot dog. So he takes a picture of pizza and it goes, "Not a hot dog." He's like, "What?"
People will buy it though, right? I bet he did really well.
Oh yeah,
with
it was like $1 million seller.
Hey
this
guys,
is where we're at. Go on, spot on. Is it? This is where we're at now. We're defining things. There's a conversation about things that are defined, but then you can define something by what it's not. I mean, that's ridiculous. But I mean, that's Russellism. That's as ridiculous as non-Euclidean geometry. But I mean, everybody's got used to it. Defining as something that it isn't. Become normal.
Well, it's not. You're not defining it as something it just isn't. You're defining it because it's got attributes of two things, but it's neither of those two things. Like, for example, the word smog. It is neither smoke or fog. It's smog.
Okay.
It's a combination of both.
So what is the commonality that it has with a square?
Well,
the defining characteristics of a square. What does it have in common with that, please?
A spherical square?
No, we'll start with the square. Oh, wait, start with the circle, right? What is there that has a commonality with a circle?
That it's circular.
And what's a circle? A circular mean?
Means that it has the same radius to the center.
Right, and this new shape has a same radius, does it?
No.
Oh, so
But
it's not that. It's not the radius that it has common
not
with the
not
circle.
all
then.
over.
What
Not
what
all
is it
over,
then?
because that. So parts of it will look like it's got the radius of a circle, while other parts will look like it's got the radius of a square.
The radius of a square.
Yes.
Wow.
Did you just say the radius of a square?
He did, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Gummy,
almost,
take a break,
I
dude.
almost
As
crashed
Rakio
my
would
truck.
say, maybe you want to take
Feel
a
bad for you,
mulligan on
Gummy.
that one.
Take a break, Gummy.
Talk about
That's what
redefining
happens when
geometry.
Hold on. So do you know what
This is
radius?
What
incredible.
happens when you research squircles, guys? Be careful.
I'm throwing in the towel, man. I'm throwing in the towel for
Penrose.
Gummy Bear. He's too much damage.
Whoop whoop.
So do you
Penrose
know what?
alert.
Do you know what
Penrose alert.
radius is
Right, don't try
defined
and
as in
justify it.
geometry?
I can.
No, hold
I
on.
can. I got it. I saw about this. I got the answer. It's a
Hello,
circle.
Zanik.
No, hold on.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
What is the definition of a radius in geometry?
It's the circle, isn't it? It's the bit from
No.
the center to the circumference of a circle.
No, it is
Yeah,
a
it
line
defines the
segment
curve.
from the center to the perimeter.
Yeah, to the circumference. That's exactly what I just said.
That's exactly what it said.
Okay. So
No, he's
on-
making it from any shape.
Yeah. So
He's
why
saying
did you
any
say
shapes.
no? Oh,
He's saying
perimeter.
from the center of any shape.
Perimeter.
So
Yeah.
it's square, an oval.
That's why I said
So-
circumference. You see.
So why, if you can't talk about radius on anything other than a circle, then why on the Wikipedia article of radius is there a section about regular polygons? And I want to say, yeah, square is a regular polygon, by the way, just so you know. It's almost like these words have a deeper meaning in geometry than you guys get.
It's almost like someone like you has gone and
I'll
wrote
explain it
it
to you,
there
man.
because they want to win an argument for a radius of a square. Because it's
I'll explain
fucking
how it falls apart.
ridiculous.
What about the radius of a hypercube? Because that's also part
Hang
of
on.
this.
Buster was coming in here. Give Buster some space. He's not spoken yet, so please, Buster.
That wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you.
Oh, it was
Sorry.
me.
Go on.
It was
Ed.
me. Fundamental.
What's the root? What's the root word of radius? Isn't it radiant? And isn't it radiant an arc? So by
I don't know what
definition,
the
to have
root
a
word of it.
radius, by definition, to have a radius, you have to have an arc. And if you don't have an arc within your vectors or your tangents or whatever you've got that you're analyzing, then you don't have a radius.
Hey, Gummy, I got two questions for you. One, with a square, a regular square with a side length of 1 unit, what's the radius?
It'll follow a formula. It's not a constant radius.
No, I well, there you
Yeah.
go. So your radius is an infinite amount of radius options then, isn't it?
No, not infinite.
Yeah.
Each point on the perimeter will have a radius.
Yeah, there's infinite points of the perimeter.
Yes, of course, but there's not an infinite amount of different values that it can obtain
Yes,
for
there
a
is.
given square. No.
Yes, there is. You can bisect a line as many times as you want, creating new points between your points. But anyways, you understand that your radius of a square would be 0.5 on a square going perpendicular to one of the faces from the center, but it would be it'd be half of square root of 2 to the corner of the square?
Yes.
There you go. So which one is the radius?
And that would be if you
That's why we
have
only
a
use this
unit
word
square.
in circles.
Okay, so with
Yeah,
the
the
unit
definition
square,
of radius requires a circle or
It's arbitrary.
circle or sphere, does it not?
No, it does not.
Then why does every source I look at say that?
Right. Do you guys not
Then you were
realise yet you're arguing with somebody who's just going to make shit up?
Well, I want him to answer this question.
No.
He can't.
You're right.
Yeah, I can't because I get interrupted before I'm allowed to say anything.
Okay, so that's just that's not even an argument. So go ahead. I'm waiting.
What was the question?
Yeah, what was the question? See, you're just wasting time, man.
Well, I keep getting interrupted. What am I
Dude,
supposed
no
to
one's talking. Just not you.
Well, I got interrupted right as you asked the question, so it's.
Why do all
I
the definitions that I look up regarding radius require a circle or a sphere?
Because you're not looking deep enough.
I see lots of websites saying radius of a square. I mean, I'm not sure what you're talking about. It seems like it's a legit mathematical function.
Radius of a square. I've heard it all now.
Well, there's lots of stuff out there on it.
And you wonder why we're arguing all day. It's because we're literally talking to crazy people.
It's because you don't like definitions in geometry.
If we're gonna talk about the radius of a square, then you might as well tell us the color of it as well.
Well, why is there so many sites, science sites and math sites that cite the topic of radius of a square?
What is the root word of a radius?
I don't care what the root word is. It seems like there's a lot of sites that have this mathematical function.
You should understand.
So there seems to be a
You should understand the word to use, man. You can't just throw words out there, dude, and assuming they're being used as such. Like, should be understood on the words you're using.
All I can tell you is there's a lot of mathematical sites that seem to deal with this topic. So why do you disagree with those mathematical sites?
If I had to guess, Dicelo, I'd probably say ray, meaning line or something like a ray, and dias being related to like disc. So a disc's line.
And also, squares and circles are geometric shapes. So why are you looking at mathematical sites and not geometric sites?
This is
geometry is a discipline of math.
Yeah, but you're getting the definitions for geometry from your math sites. Why don't you go to geometry sites and see?
If geometry is a subset of math,
no,
then
it's
something
not.
that applies.
Why
no, it's not.
Math
Who said geometry is not a subset of math?
I said that more people will back me up on that.
Okay, so geometry is not a subset of math?
Why are you looking at math sites to get geometric definitions?
Because geometry is a subset of math.
It is.
Why don't you look at geometry sites to get geometric definitions?
Hold on. Can we explore this a little bit?
It's like trying to find out how to fix your car and going to a cooking website.
Hold on, DP. Can we explore the geometry is not a subset of math a little bit?
Yes, please.
I'm interested in that.
You just got to reverse it.
No, that's not what we're doing. We're not changing subjects just because you want to go into a philosophical idea of an argument that can go round in circles. Because geometry is geometry, right? If you're looking for geometrical reasons of things and definitions, you look in geometry.
We live in a three-dimensional world. We use your two-dimensional geometry just as a basic beginning stage to understand the shape and nature of our world.
And you think you guys disagreeing with definitions is not circular?
No, listen, no. We're pointing out the fact that in your world, you guys have to flip reality, just like fictitious forces and real forces, okay? So I think, I could be wrong, that math is rather a subset of geometry. Because geometry...
Could you please tell me what the purpose of squaring a circle is, or so what the radius of a square is?
The radius of a square.
I have no idea what it's for.
You want to finish your sentence, Travis? Hang on. Moyork Man spoke all over Travis there, so Travis, please finish the end of your sentence.
That's basically it. I was just going to flip the order. I would put geometry first, math second.
I didn't speak over anybody from my end. He stopped speaking.
Me too, Travis.
Okay. Now, when it comes to one of the important ways that you would use something like this is when you're talking about a polar coordinate system, where you're defining positions based on their radius and angle to the origin. So if you wanted to draw up a square within a polar coordinate system, then you'd need to be able to define the radius of a square.
So your model is dictating, yeah? That's what you're saying.
No, it's not that
your model dictates
this
must happen.
Within mathematics, there is such a thing as a polar coordinate system, and which uses a radial coordinate, a radial distance
of a square.
And
Yes. Do you have to talk over him, or do you get muted too?
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering, square. Make sure everybody understands. Talking about a square now.
Yes, you can define a square within a polar coordinate system using the radius of a square, which will be a function of the angle.
I just want to say that squares only exist two-dimensionally and don't have anything pertaining to a pole. Pole is a three-dimensional inverse of its endpoints, but this could only exist three-dimensionally. So your square is not accurate enough. Maybe if you want to go to the cube, but I'm not going to accept the square in three-dimensional.
But we're not talking about you holding something in front of you. We're talking about math, which doesn't always need to be concepts
we
logic.
use to define three-dimensional reality, but you're stuck in two
Logical
dimensions
concepts,
trying to uphold your three-dimensional understanding with two-dimensional introduction concepts of geometry.
Sure, if you want to call it that. The thing is that it is accurate. It is accurate from page to reality. That's the important part.
Your two-dimensional square is an introduction into three-dimensional geometry, bud. And you've used this as your understanding. You haven't gone far enough.
There are squares. Solid geometry, three-dimensional geometries in book 11. That is Euclidean, definitely. That's three-dimensional geometry. It exists in reality. There is a geometry of reality. But I'm just checking. It's your man here that, right? Are you talking about two-dimensional geometry?
Can you hand me a square?
No, I'm not. Who's that?
You have a
I'm
square.
not
You can
talking to
give me. I need an extra one.
Dyslo, I'm not talking to you. I want to have a word with who was it? Kool-Aid.
It was probably me, Gummy Bear.
Right, okay, right. Well, is it you that's talking about two-dimensional geometry? Because me and Dyslo, we're thinking three-dimensional, right? Are you talking about a two-dimensional geometry, or are you talking about three-dimensional geometry?
So I was talking about polar coordinate system.
Yes,
which
is that on a two-dimensional geometry?
Let me finish my statement, and you'll know. Let me
Mm-hmm.
speak to finish, and you'll know.
Well, come on then.
So a polar coordinate system is a two-dimensional one. However, you can extend it into three-dimensional, but then it would be called a spherical coordinate system. That it is the equivalent of the 3D version.
Polar geometry could never exist in 2D. This is not accurate.
Okay, well then take it up with the people that invented polar coordinate systems.
The square that you put on that did you put the square on the 2D geometry, or when you made it into the spherical geometry, into the three-dimensional? Which one? Where did you put the square?
I was talking about the 2D one when I was talking about the square. Yes.
So you put a square on your two-dimensional geometry, right? With your polar coordinates. Yeah. Right. You like Dyslo said, a square's two-dimensional, so you can only place you could put a square on your two-dimensional geometry would be within Euclidean space. Because that's the only place squares exist.
Yeah, conceptually.
In Euclidean space.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Polar coordinate system is still within Euclidean space. It's just using polar coordinates.
No, man. You cannot invoke abstract. You cannot invoke abstract laws upon three-dimensional reality. It doesn't work that way.
We're not
Is
talking
somebody
about
yelling abstract toxic? I mean, just constantly interrupting. Abstract. I mean,
it is. He's talking about a fucking square, the pole of a square. There's a pole is three-dimensional, a square is two-dimensional. There's no segue between the two.
So we're still within Euclidean space, and all of these are things within Euclidean space. If you want to complain, then complain to Euclid and his books. But I'm not the one who made any of this up. I am merely relaying information.
Yeah, Euclidean space. Thumbs up from me. 3D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you do know that there is such a thing as 2D Euclidean space.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you get to book 11, you go into solid geometry, which is 3D.
Yeah.
Euclidean.
it doesn't go there from the beginning because it's very useful to know
Book 11.
3D.
Introduction.
Yeah, book
Book
11,
11. Yeah,
because you cannot get to 3-dimensional without talking about 2-dimensional and
You
1-dimensional
have to do
first.
all of the proofs that lead up there, right?
Yeah,
All of
exactly.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of the proofs that get you to book 11 are valid, right? They prove squares are only available in Euclidean space, right? They sort of prove the triangle axiom, and that triangles only have 180 degrees. It's fantastic.
Don't go sticking a pole. Don't go sticking your 3-dimensional pole into a 2-dimensional square, because now you're talking Narnia talk.
When you hear the word pole, what do you think? Because I don't think we were using it the same way.
I think opposing ends.
Oh well, no. Then that's not the same way you use the word pole within.
So how are you using it?
As in, how do I word this?
A point?
A stick.
We pole a point, but it's what's the word I'm looking for?
Is it an axis? Is it
It's like it's a fixed point of which all your distances is calculated from.
Okay, so it's a single point.
Yes. Usually you would call it the point of origin, so 0, 0,
your axis,
or 0, 0, 0. Yeah.
But there's no measure upon your axis, so this is all 2-dimensional rigmarole.
Well, a pole exists within 3 dimensions as well. It's still a 0, 0, 0. So when you're talking about a sphere, it's saying that the distance from the pole is equal in all directions.
A pole in 3-dimension and 2-dimension are completely different.
Well, no, not within what we're talking about. You can talk about poles as in like North Pole, South Pole, but we're talking about pole as in the coordinate system pole. Words have a bit of different meaning in different contexts, and with the context of coordinate systems, the pole is usually the point of origin, 0, 0.
He's making up his own
I
definitions
understand in
again.
your 2D
No, I'm
concept.
not making up anything. I'm just relaying.
3D pole doesn't segue completely over to a 2D pole in your understanding. Like these are.
Well, no, it's the same point. You just add on another axis of dimensionality to it to get 3 dimensions. Like, what are you complaining about? I don't quite get it.
Are you confusing a pole with a point, or is that what's going on?
Yeah, he's yeah. He has to have a point of origin to conceive his 2 dimensions, but when he transfers it over to the 3rd dimension, he's like, it's not segueing smoothly from his understanding.
No, it's still the same thing in 3 dimensions. You just have a 3rd axis to work upon. I don't see what your contention is right now.
You've got your
I don't quite
XY
get it.
grid square coordinates, and then you can add Z to it, right?
Yeah.
It's just Cartesian coordinate system, yeah, with squares
Exactly, yeah.
on the bottom. Yeah. Everything's fine.
Yeah. So that's why I'm kind of confused, because it seems like he has a contention with what I've said, but I don't quite get what the contention is. So I'm just a bit
I don't
confused.
think there's any contention now. He's like absolutely certain we live on an XY plane, 2D, that you can then build a Z axis up from and call that like an elevation change. I mean, they're fine. Yeah.
Where elevation is always 0?
Yeah, all perpendiculars to the plane would be parallel. I mean, there's plenty of proofs within Euclidean geometry and the solid geometry. Well, it's one of the first ones.
Couldn't I move it into the 3rd dimension and just keep elevation as 0?
Yeah,
Then it'd be synonymous with being a plane?
Yeah, the perpendiculars to the plane is the other dimension, right? The plane being the 2D, XY, or length times breadth, as you know, squares. type thing, and then the other one is the z-axis.
Well, I think this
Yeah,
all
but
came, this all came from mocking the concept of a radius of a square. Have we determined that the radius of a square has value and is a useful mathematical or geometric method of doing things?
Oh no, that's ridiculous. Squares don't have radiuses.
All right. Well, they do by the definition provided.
You could make a circle with the radius of the corner points of the square. So you could have a radius of the circle within the square and a radius of the circle without the square, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's talking about an inscribed. I'm not sure if it's talking about an inscribed square. I don't really understand this. Still waiting on Gummy and them to kind of explain it further. But it seems to have utility.
Yeah, so
but
essentially,
this idea of a radius of a square it's entirely different. Like it's not a circle. Okay, it's just finding the line from the middle to the corner. Okay, it's not even like what we're trying to say. Like it serves no purpose in this conversation. It's something else entirely.
Diagonal, right?
Literally, all it's saying is that if you're at the center line, the point of origin, the radius of the square would be how far in each direction I have to move.
If we're being distinct, though, that's not the radius. That's just a way of describing it.
Well,
so it deserves to have
a
different term, but for some reason, you guys have adopted radius. It doesn't fit, though.
Is there a way to measure this point of origin?
Within geometry, this is a valid way of using the word radius.
Well, that's great, but it serves an entirely different definition. And it doesn't even...
Like the perimeter and circumference are different. Those are two different things.
Well, the circumference would be the distance around the perimeter of a 2D sub.
No.
Yeah,
that's why they have two words, because circumference is the quote-unquote perimeter of a circle, which is unique because of the radius, and then you have the perimeter of every other object. So the circle is the circumference, every other object, perimeter.
Are you sure circumference is only for circles?
Yeah, that's true. That.
Yeah.
You got to look at the root words, man.
Absolutely sure, dude. Well, because that's the whole point, is because the perimeter, you just can measure distances from the point, but the circle, it's a uniform.
I don't know where.
Okay, yeah, and ellipses.
Pretty simple.
I don't know why like this certain sect of understanding tries to like redefine reality in its own perception. Like it has to be uniform with the rest of reality. You can't have a radius that's not a circle or a sphere. So like to use the term is kind of it's a misplacement of the definition.
Is there a calculable measure upon your point of origin within your 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional nexus, or what you would call your pole or axis? Or is this just conceived as such? Like, is there a way to measure this point of origin, or is this all inclusive? Like, how do you differentiate that?
Well, the point of origin is just a defined point. You define that point the same way that
I understand.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is does this point have measure to itself? Like, are you including that?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's a 0-dimensional point.
Okay, so it's an abstract conception that we use to kind of as a rule of thumb to measure, but it doesn't have necessarily a Cartesian locus.
Well, once you place it, it has location.
Well, by your standard, all of Euclidean space is a concept. So yes, of course, the point of origin is also a concept because it's within the concept of Euclidean space.
Euclidean space is not a concept.
Well, you'd have to take that up with ISO.
Is it empirical?
Euclidean 3D space is, yeah. That's what we are living in. What the fuck?
I don't know. I never met Euclid, and I've never seen space.
No one
Sorry,
did. No one. You are not
empirical-
alone with that, by the way.
Sorry, empirical is inductive. Geometry is deductive.
Well.
Because I'm not the one who's disagreeing here. I feel like it's Dicelo and everyone else disagreeing.
What is your point then? What was it that you were trying to get across to us? That we all live in Euclidean three-dimensional space. We have an XY coordinate system with Z being the other dimension, right? So a two-dimensional square grid on the floor where squares fit, and elevation measured on the other axis, right? That is literally three-dimensional Euclidean space.
For the last bit here, I've been defending Euclidean space from Dicelo because he's been complaining about it being a concept and all.
Okay. But you do agree that we live in Euclidean space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. We're one of the first, Gummy. Thank you.
I slightly disagree with that. We live in reality, and Euclidean geometry backs that up.
So does spherical geometry, though.
No, it doesn't. Oh, Gummy Bear, can I just say something to you, please?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I come out with the devil's in the detail, and you copied that. Can you please find something else to say? Because, that's my saying, so therefore I think, you shouldn't copy my saying because I'm a stick of shit.
Do you have a right to that claim? Do you have a patent or copyright?
I asked you.
Trademark?
Did I tell you? I asked you, didn't I?
Yeah. I only used it that once just to
Just
I didn't
mock
say you
be,
couldn't use it.
be a bit quirky.
Just to be mock him, yeah.
How old are you?
That's what you can do is mock.
How
Who are you asking, Mark?
the devil in the details guy?
Hello there, yes.
How old are you?
Will that affect anything in your life?
Yes.
Well, that is on you then.
It doesn't even have to be, exact. I'm just. How many decades old are you?
30s, 40s.
Okay, if he's in the 30s, well, the devil's in the details.
What's this got to do with anything,
Well, that's what I'm
Zanuck?
trying to get to.
What has this got to do with anything?
The devil's in the
Zanuck?
detail has.
Zanuck, just leave it.
No,
I'm not
Karen, it'll make him feel
know who you're
better.
talking to.
No, it'll make him feel better. Let him carry on.
And why are you calling him Zanuck?
Because he is Zanuck.
Oh, okay. I don't sound anything like Sam.
Okay. Apparently you're Zanuck.
You kind of do.
That's a little bit of pareidolia there.
No, there's a little Zanuck in your voice there, but I know
There is a
you're-
little, but not a lot at all.
We all know you're Zanuck on a soccer account, Moyak man. So
Okay.
let's drop the pretense.
Okay, cool. Devil's in the Detail predates you if you're only 30 something.
I am the first one that said this in this arena, aren't I? So it doesn't matter.
It
How long it's been
predates you
said.
a long time, though.
Yep, but I brought this to this arena.
Well, do you think that it's the first time it's been used in this server?
I don't know if it's the first time. I can think a lot of things, but I don't know. Do you think it's the first time it's been brought in this arena?
No,
or
I
do you
don't
know
think
it's the first time?
I don't know whether it is, but I don't think so. But it very well could be. I just don't think it is.
Right, either you think it is or you know it is. Because I said I don't think it is, and I don't know it is. But you say you
I don't know it is.
Therefore, you've got some precognitive
Does it
reason to
matter?
say that it might have been. So if you don't
Really?
think it has, you might have thought somebody said it before. Is that true or not?
I think it is very likely that someone said it before, yes.
So you've just gone back on what you said because you said you thought it might have been said before.
Yes, I think it might have been said before because it is a relatively known idiom.
Yes.
That is very possibly or has possibly been used before you. Yes, I believe that is a possibility, but I don't know whether it has. I think it's very possible.
Yeah.
Talking about the radius of a square, you seem to indicate that it could be anywhere on the square, but it seems like all the definitions I'm finding it's halfway between the vertices in the square. So basically, it's the central point of the square where it meets the vertice.
Who are you talking to now?
It's talking to me probably.
Okay.
Let's see. Like when you're talking about a polar coordinate system, it's definitely the entire perimeter of the square.
Right.
But the only thing I'm thinking is when you're talking about polar coordinate systems, you're talking about the radial distance, not necessarily a radius.
Right.
So I'm not sure about when like a mathematician says the radius of a square, if it's always analogous to the radial distance. So it is very
Circular and
possible
radial
that
are different.
it's very possible that they're only talking about a specific length from the origin when they say radius. But when it comes to polar coordinates, then it is part of it because it's the radial coordinates, the radial distances.
Yeah, why can't this just be something that's useful to
Because
like
it is
figure things out?
useful. It is useful within geometry and math.
Okay, but it's not. I mean, it's just it's like a trick to figure something out.
It's not useful within the layman's usage, of course.
I mean, it might be depending on your application, but it's not.
Maybe. I don't know of any way that it's useful to the layperson. It is very useful for.
It's just a
for
concept we should have
mathematics.
stopped talking about a while ago.
Yes, definitely.
Sounds great.
Well, had people not mocked it, it probably would have died on the vine. But they continued to mock it as saying that it's
Well,
not.
I just don't know why it was brought up at all.
I don't know that.
It was brought up because of the transcontinental triangulation.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we went all the way from there to freaking here because every word we bring up is complained about. And eventually we got back to radius, and I was the one who said that you can talk about the radius of a square and blah blah blah.
When you try to put more than one meaning to a word, then yeah, people's gonna complain about it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
This is a tactic you guys have done like throughout history is pervert the linguistics we use to hide behind these words and just kind of act as if there's nothing to see here and we've got it all figured out. But you see right through that bullshit, man.
Well, the thing is, you guys create your own ideas of the definitions, and then
No,
you
man. No. It came from the root definition, and it was repurposed out of its concept alone. It deserves its own word.
Connotative, bud. You have the connotative current understanding. We're holding fast to the original denotative understanding because this is what's logically implied and the basis for why it was derived as such. And you guys just carry on with this nonsense to support your phantasms, man. That's all you're doing.
Phantasms?
I mean, if you're being honest, you'll just say that
Fantasy,
the concept
yes,
helps
phantasm.
you understand what the function of your findings is. Like, that's it. Okay, the radius of a square. Well, radius is from the center outward. Okay, so it just helps you understand. It's like a descriptor, but it's not accurate. It deserves its own term.
Well, that's your opinion of it.
Okay, well, what came first?
We're
What
not
came first?
interested in anyone's opinion.
It doesn't work that way, man.
What
It's
came
logic.
first?
It's logically
It
implicative.
doesn't work that way. We don't care about opinions.
The second you go against logic, you've fallen into an opinion. We're holding to the logic. You're holding into an abstract conception that fits your narrative. Okay? That's the difference.
Okay.
Logic implies we're holding to it. You understand?
So
we're not going to play the abstract game here.
What are you claiming that logic implies?
You want me to give you an example?
Well, for example, about radius. What are you implying? What are you saying that logic implies about the word radius?
What's the root word of radius? What's the difference between radius and circular? Radial and circular. Like you can't define. You didn't even know the difference between perimeter and circumference. Like it sounds like you need to kind of brush up on these words and not just accept things that are given to you and like actually dive into the understanding of how it was, how it came about.
Right.
Yeah. So when I don't know something, I will ask. Like I wasn't sure that was what circumference was, but I would take that down to be because I'm not taught in English. I'm taught in my native language, and so sometimes the translations aren't always that precise. And so I asked to make sure.
Was it discovered in your native language, or was it translated too?
A bit of both.
Well, you might have a little extra work to do then. It's unfortunate.
Well, what about the same for you?
We're here to help you. Oh, it's
okay.
I suffer from the same thing. Like, you know, a lot of this is coming from like Greek and different things like this that were translated.
Exactly.
But at the same point,
we're speaking outside of the radius of your understanding.
Yeah,
I was about to say, Euclid, for example, didn't speak English. He spoke Greek. So yours is also translations. So your criticism is null and void.
No. I'm doing my part in exposing the fact that there's some issues here with how it's being used and being understood, and I'm exposing that to you, and you're willingly just denying it and accepting what you've been understood upon.
No, I'm trying to ask
without
you.
any.
You claimed that these words are logically implied to mean something, and so I asked you, what logical implication do you get for the word radius? And you delved into the fact that I didn't know for sure about the differences between perimeter and circumference, which I say is a language barrier. But the question again is, how are you saying that? How are you getting the logical implication of the word radius? How are you defining radius by logical implications? Please tell me this, because that's what your claim was before we delved into this language bullshit.
Well, you're using the word radius to talk about squares, which sounds like it's not applicable there.
We're not talking about what sounds like anything. You said you had a logical implication of the definition. Please give me that.
I didn't invoke the word. That was you, and I'm just telling you.
But you invoked knowing the logical implications.
I know that
logically get the definition. Please tell me.
I know that there's no radius involved within a square. I can tell you that, man. So here, let's look it up.
Can you logically tell me how that follows, or are you just going to give me feelings? You made a logical claim how you can imply the definition logically. Either give up and say you can't, or give us the logical implication. Give us the logic that leads to the definition, please.
So here, radius, a straight line from the center to the circumference of a circle or sphere. Where does it say square anywhere within a radius?
I'm not saying read some definition you found. You said you can logically infer the definition.
I just did.
That's not logically infer. You read out a definition. You said you can logically infer the meaning of the word.
Yes.
Yeah, I can just do this. I mean, it's going round in circles. Can I just point out one thing? 2 pi r.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the circumference and diameter and radius are all part of pi, which is the circles, basically like ratios, right? The circumference, the diameter, the radius, those all deal with the circle and its ratios to pi. So when you try and add pi to a square,
r related to the circle, yes.
Would you say
the whole point of radius of a square is to find if the edges of the square were a circle? That's all it is. It all refers to the circle, man.
And that's the logic, yeah.
You could have backed down ages ago, Gummy, when you said radius of a square, and we all went, "Don't be stupid."
Why would
But
I
you
do
answered
that?
And then I showed you several
He said
sources that
that?
showed that you're being stupid. Yes.
Oh my god.
Did you actually say it? The radius of a square, Gummy Bear?
And then Dyslow made the
Yeah,
comment
man.
that he can logically
Did you
imply
actually
the
say that, Gummy
definition.
Bear?
And let me speak before
Calm
you
back
freaking
down.
interrupt. And then
Yeah.
Dyslow said that he can logically imply the definition itself, only to then read the definition, which is not how you logically imply
We
something.
just give you the
Yeah,
logical
radial,
definition
radiant.
of it. 2 pi r. It
There's nothing
belongs
straight
to
about it.
all of the equations of
This
a
is
circle.
No, so that's not
Oh my
the
God.
definition of R
No,
or
that's the
radius.
proof.
A pedantic
That's a
ignoramus. Please
usage
stop.
of R.
The
That's a
logical
usage
proof
of R.
is that it works in all of the equations to do with the circle or the sphere. Right? There's
Yes.
a proof there, right?
But
so
what
where
came
does it
first?
where is it to do with the square?
What came first, using the radius, or did the radius appear from this? The answer is the radius was a thing before what you're talking about.
No, it says in postulate 3, actually, that a circle can be described from any center and any distance from that center. That is the radius. That's how you describe a circle.
Okay, so where does he use the word radius in his books?
Oh, come on, just back down,
He never
man.
uses the word radius in his books.
It's
so
not a
stop.
square. It is a circle.
Euclid did not use the word radius within his books. So can you please
Semantic
tell
arguments
me?
now, eh?
Can you?
Well done.
Yes, because you guys are complaining about the semantics, so that's
You've
why
just
it's a
been shown
semantical
proof
argument.
for what you asked for, the logical reason that
Yeah,
R is related to the circle. We gave it you. We gave you all of the formulas that involve R that relate to the circle.
So,
right?
so I
Show
have
us
not
something
said.
to do with the square now,
Yeah,
please, or back down.
I have not said
Or what if
that
we have the radius of
Can
Earth
you
and it's a
let me
square?
finish speaking?
Well, maybe we have
before
the
you start
radius of Earth
speaking
and it's
over
a
me?
square. Well, you keep bringing up the radius of Earth. Now Earth can be a square, right? So your radius is not designate a spherical Earth anymore. Congratulations, you just debunked your entire model.
Don't be
Because
so
you're
arrogant,
making
bro.
sense. Sorry.
Yeah. So if let me see, I need to catch myself again because I've lost it.
Yeah, you lost it ages ago
I've
when you
lost
said
it.
a
Yeah.
radius of a square.
Yeah, because now
because
Earth
it's a
can be a
mathematical
radius.
function that everybody knows.
The radius of the square sounds so
I
stupid.
was walking my dog and tried to throw in the towel for you a long time ago, Gummy, and you just, I mean,
He
this
has
is
to keep
abuse at this
going.
point.
Okay.
This is abuse.
So
He's
the
got
problem
no
here,
choice.
the problem here is that when I was asking about the definition of the word radius, Bev then brings up quotes from Euclid in which he never uses the word radius, and then he complains that it's a semantic argument. Yes, you guys are complaining about the semantics of the word, and when it comes to Earth, and for example, when we say a radius. When you talk about the radius of a circle, you have a constant radius. When you talk about the radius of things like an ellipse, you don't have a constant radius, you have a changing radius. And so the radius of Earth is on average a set number, on average, which is spherical. But the reason why we call it an oblate spheroid is because it's not a constant radius. In truth, it has a bit of deviation at different points. This deviation is very small, but if you average it out, then you get this constant radius of 3959 miles. So,
We need to talk to
yes,
NASA, man.
saying radius doesn't infer a sphere. Saying a constant radius, that does infer a sphere.
Doesn't have anything to do with the square, though, does it? Nothing.
It can
Zero.
if you define the radius in a very
If you define it.
specific way.
If you define it.
Yeah. Self-define it, right?
If you
Relative
just
to you.
do whatever you want with it, right?
So the thing that makes
if you just
radius,
molest its definition,
the
right.
thing that
Got
makes
it, brother.
radius
Got it.
related to a sphere is that when you keep radius constant, you get a sphere.
Tell you
But
what, tell you what.
What happens when you don't keep radius constant? What if you add a function to the radius?
You just
Then you
said
can
get
get
an
Take an
elliptic.
ice cream.
Then
if you take
you
an
can
ice cream
get
scoop
shapes
to your balls
like
and
this.
shaft, do you make a vagina?
Is this how you guys like this
Dude, let's not resort to that.
environment?
Apparently, this is how they want it.
Apparently, this is like what you do. Is you just make definitions up. on the fly.
Well, these are definitions that are out there in
Yeah, and they're
And
non-applicable.
apparently
But
what
they're
you like
they
doing
have,
is
they have,
bringing up
listen,
vaginas.
listen, they have no logic behind them. This is what you guys do. You pervert the words and the understanding of them, like waves. You guys think a wave is a fucking noun, but not one of you can show me a wave of itself, because a wave is not a noun. It's what something does.
There is nothing perverse about using the radius of a square. It just
No, it is, man.
It is a
Can I make?
It's impossible to get these people to shut up.
Can I make one point real quick? Your definitions that you're backing up are coming from Wiki. My kids can't even use that as a source. As you overtalk me, but you want me to stop everyone from overtalking you. And our definitions are coming from Euclid, geometry.
Euclid has
see the
never
difference
used
there?
Euclid did not use the word radius a single time in his books, which I mentioned earlier. So
Sure,
no,
big
you're
guy.
not using. So no, you're not using Euclid for the definition of radius. That is incorrect.
No, we're not using it like that. We give you the proof of R. It's in every circle thing. If you take pi, pi is the relationship of the circumference over the diameter. The diameter is twice the radius. It's related to everything to do with a circle.
When you start a sentence with
every
if you,
every pie has crust or dough, but dough doesn't make pies only. You can have dough to make other
why are
things.
you doing this, guy?
Because that's the logic. That's the logic. Just
Why
because
It's not logic. Don't say
just
that.
because logic. Just because.
Save that for later.
Let
Save
me
that for
finish
later.
what I want to
pie.
say before you interrupt me, please.
Why
Gummy,
are
you
you
interrupted
running
me
away
saying
to
something.
pie crusts?
No, I started talking when
It's
it was
ridiculous.
open, and now I'm being interrupted. The analogy
Because you're
I'm
talking
making.
shite.
Let me. Are we gonna have any kind of moderation here, or what? I'm being constantly overspoken.
Yeah, you're talking about fucking radiuses of squares and pie crusts.
If
So
the
the
moon makes you
analogy
ride
I
like
made.
a giant pie crust radius pizza
The
pie
analogy I
amore.
made is because of the fact that yes, circles have radiuses, but just because you're talking about a radius doesn't mean you're talking about a circle. The same way that if you're talking about a pie,
you
have crust, but just because you have crust doesn't mean you have pie. That's the analogy. It's simple logic, and I don't see how you guys don't understand it.
We're talking about a curve with the radius value given by the radius, right? Because you say that, everyone knows what you mean. Nobody thinks square when anybody says there's a curvature with the radius of or go and make a radius of this, right? Go and make a curve, an archway with the radius of this. Nobody makes a square fucking arch, do they? You're crazy. Just back down, man. This is ridiculous. You're showing your sophistry. And it's ridiculous because you go into mathematics and geometry to do it. You can't do that.
All right. So what I would say is that Gummy made his final statement. Bev said his. I think we should move on.
Be a good idea.
Yeah.
I think there's a tooth over here, Gummy. Pick it up for you. Here you go.
But I like the idea of you doing some logic. I mean, you come in later if you had got any if P then Q's for in a bit.
Hey, what do you call a toothless bear?
How about
Gummy!
we delve into
Wow,
the claim
again, the
that
interruption.
someone made? How about we go into the claim someone made earlier that geometry isn't a part
I
of
have an
math?
if P then Q statement. Can I give it?
If you
Can we
wait
move on?
for
Save
someone
it for
to
later.
to
9
speak.
o'clock, Rob.
Pardon?
So
Save it for later.
would we want to delve into the
Gummy,
statement someone
can I
made
give
earlier?
my logical statement? If P then Q.
Save it for later, Rob. 9 o'clock.
Yeah, Bev wants you to save it for later.
It's 11:52, Bev.
I don't think we should downplay that the R value can now
1
belong to
o'clock
any
then.
shape. Right?
A
Like, this
constant
R
R
is
value
anything.
A constant R value is that of a sphere. A changing R value will make up whatever the change is defined as. Like
You
if
should
you
bring
have
R
bring your
value doesn't
professor in
mean
here.
round, right? That's your statement.
Is that an
R
hour
value
from now,
doesn't mean
Bev?
yes, just saying R value doesn't say anything about the shape. Saying a constant R value, now that's a sphere.
Well, you don't have a constant R value; it changes, so that's good though.
Yes, correct.
Yes, I
We
know
don't
it
have a
changes every
constant.
day.
It's an
because-
average.
Yeah, refraction.
Does it
exactly.
change anything like a square would change with its R value?
No,
No, because our square doesn't have an R value, does it?
it does.
A constant R value on your model.
It does.
It's half the
No, they
vertice
don't.
line.
What does
They
R
don't.
stands for?
It changes.
We don't have a.
That's why I joined these chats, man. I laugh so much out of these people, man.
Yeah.
Because they think they're serious, right? They're smart.
Oh yeah, they have
say
to win
nonsense
the
all day long.
They know so little about what the subject matter is they're talking about. They just want to win the argument. So when they say something really stupid, like a square's got an R value, they can't back down from that because they literally have no idea. They're ignorant of the actual geometry.
That
They
shows
don't
you
realize how stupid it is.
how
what
they
they're
lack
saying.
humility, right?
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
it is. They are not humble
No
enough to
humility.
say, "Well, I made a mistake. Yeah, now I'm backing down. Nothing happened. There
Absolutely.
you go. We can move on." But no, you gotta get fixed on this shit, and then you can. It's like the light that keeps getting bigger and bigger. You move
Yeah.
to something else, and then you gotta bring something from so that you don't lose the whatever.
The next thing you know, you're living on top of a ball.
The next thing you know, we have a real mathematical term, and people are
That's
arguing,
a
saying
great
it doesn't
point, man.
exist. The real funny thing is that we've got a real mathematical term that people are denying exists. All right.
Oh, come on. Go on now, dig deeper. Let's go.
Dig deeper? Dig deeper than the definition?
I
It's
still
defined.
really think we should go back to the conversation of whether geometry is a subset of math or not.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because there was someone who said that it's not
That's
part of
what
math.
you want to argue about, like the two
Yes.
almost equal things that it was never established. What is the higher ranked? That's what you want to decide right now, or what?
Well, someone said earlier that geometry is not part of math.
What came first, the
both
geometry
framed
or the
on the
numbers?
logic, right? Framed
It's
on
been in
logic.
contention
both
for like
different.
thousands of years, man. Like literally.
You
And
think
you
you're
want to
is
capable
geometry
of doing
or
that?
what?
So is geometry part of math or not?
No. I denied that it was a subset. Right? That's what my denial was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's mathematical, sure. It's logical, to be sure. Yeah.
So how's it
No,
not a
you-
subset?
I'd say you can use mathematics, the numbers and the arithmetic, in order to use the data that are given by the geometry, right? To find the unknowns. You can use the mathematics in conjunction with the geometry to do a job, right? It's called trigonometry. That's the combination of the two. If you're going to talk about mathematics as being arithmetic, or you're going to talk about mathematics as numbers, I mean, it depends. Where do you want to go with the conversation? Because you have to define these things at the beginning, right? Is it the numbers we're talking about, or is it the actual application of the arithmetic? And you were separating that from geometry, or do you want to group it all together?
To me, geometry is a universal principle, and math is a language used to discuss magnitudes and forms.
So they're separate then?
Okay.
So are they completely separate then? Is that what it seems based on what you said?
Math is a
would the
language
answer
to
to that
discuss
question
things
give us?
like form.
Like really, Gummy Bear, a question, an honest, I mean, the answer to that question, what would that give us? What's your goal here with that question?
My question?
Yeah.
I wasn't the one who originally made a claim about it. I'm just wondering if that's what we want to go back to. Someone else said that it's not, and some people say it is, so... I'm not the one making. I'm not the one making
right
the
now
claim. I'm just
explaining.
asking.
Okay, you're right now. You just basically admitted that your question doesn't make any fucking sense and it won't give us any productive conversation.
How do you know that?
Like, can we
I
move
didn't
on
make
from
that
this?
claim.
Which is better? Which is higher rank, geometry or mathematics? Like, that's a nonsensical question because, it's just arbitrary altogether. Who the fuck cares? We are using both.
So, Gummy Bear, your interpretation of their answer, where would you like to go from there?
It's not me who wanting to go anywhere. I asked if the room wanted to go back to that thing
No,
because someone made a claim.
So
No,
are you here to
I
obfuscate
asked you a
them?
question.
I'm not making a claim.
I
What's
didn't
your
say you made a
problem?
claim. I didn't say you made a claim. I said somebody made a claim. They gave you an answer. So therefore, your interpretation of their answer, where do you want to go from there?
I don't know. Is it up to me to go somewhere?
Well, you always said that
But you had a
when somebody
question.
answers you, it's your interpretation of their answer. So therefore, that formulates your next question. So where do you want to go from there?
I don't know. Why don't we talk about pineapple on pizza?
It's a crime.
My girl loves it.
That's good.
Do you like pizza?
On this kind of server? That's a good idea. That's a great idea, Gummy Bear.
Well, yeah, I mean, he
It's
didn't
almost
ask
like
whether he
talking
didn't ask
about
whether I
having
should.
sexual. Yeah, having sexual relations with chickens and robots. It's almost the same, by the way.
Okay.
Pineapple on pizza is
Now
sort
I
of
see the
it's like a
connection
flat Earth question.
between pie and dough.
Yeah.
All right, I've got an idea. Pineapple on pizza. Let's put this to bed in the chat. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Oh, fuck you, monkey son bitch.
Got Mobius's video on in a minute, is it?
Is cereal soup?
See, the flat earthers like
Um,
pineapple on pizza, which proves that flat earthers are once again wrong.
Does soup have to be cooked?
Para gustos colores, which mean
No,
it's
soup
a
does not
relative
have
thing.
to be cooked.
It's subjective, not objective.
What soup is not cooked?
That Spanish one.
No. He
Can't
asked,
remember
do
what
you
it's
need
called.
to cook soup? And I said,
Yeah.
no, you don't need to cook soup. I'm eating it right out the can, mate.
But what
You
I'm
eat it with a
asking is, do you need to cook it for it to be soup? Like what? You took it out
No,
the
it's still
can,
soup
but
in the
how did they
can, whether you
produce the
cook it
soup?
or not. Cooking it doesn't turn it into soup. It's still
So
soup
how
in
did
the
they?
fucking can.
What I'm asking is, how
Wow.
did they make the soup before they put it in the can? Not do you have to heat it up or cook it out the can?
You can have raw carrot soup, which uses very little, well, no cooking, just a
No,
little
Kool-Aid.
pureeing.
That's just water with carrots. They've been lying to you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's gross.
I don't know
but-
if I'd call that soup though. Putting carrots in water isn't soup.
This is really awakening. I'm really awakened by this conversation, Gummy Bear. Well done.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't the
That's
one who
what this
brought it up.
server is
Again,
all about.
why
Oh,
are
wait,
you guys
you're the one
basing
that
this
brought
on
up
me?
soup.
I'm not the one who said soup.
You're the one that brought up soup.
No,
that was
someone
me.
else brought. Yeah, someone else brought this up. Why are you guys blaming me for all the topics? I'm not the freaking host here.
Well, logically speaking, soup has to be cooked.
Why don't you give us a topic, Zanuck?
It's not Sanic.
I know.
Zanuck.
You know, then why do you keep saying it?
Oh, you really think
Think
he's
about
Sanic?
it.
Think about what? Why do you keep
Think
saying
about
it?
why I keep saying it.
Well, why do you keep saying it? That's not a think about question. That's you answer.
Think about it.
I just got back. What's the
Oh,
deal?
he behaves the same way as Sanic?
I would
Where are we
assume
at,
maybe he
Silent?
sounds like him. If the only information we have to go on is how somebody sounds, and if somebody says they're kind of like them, we would have to assume it's because they sound like them.
Let's not
it's just a
digress.
joke.
Dial this game.
If we do that, then Kosha and Jeremy are the same person.
Yeah, they're the same person.
Riggs, we're having a intense debate on whether or not cereal is soup.
My claim is it's not, because as far as I think,
Cereal.
soup has to be
Mediums are
cooked.
different. Yeah, soup is consistent of a broth, and cereal is consistent of a homogeneous medium.
Homogeneous?
Yeah,
It's
such
actually
as
not homogeneous.
yeah, it's such as cereal is consistent of milk, right? Which is homogenized, right?
Isn't the cereal the cereal? The milk goes on the cereal.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite of homogeneous.
Isn't potato soup milk-based soup?
It's a mixture, a loose.
Well, yeah.
Separated
Like
mixture.
potato soup can have milk in it, and so that doesn't make it a potato cereal. It's still a soup.
Well, the cereal that
Broth,
makes the
man,
cereal
broth. That's
cereal,
the difference.
not the milk.
You got one with broth, and you got one with fucking milk, dude. Come on.
But once again, potato soup.
Is the key distinction.
You don't know what cereal is. That's the problem.
Let me
Getting into it again.
In Mexico, guys, we have a distinctions for those two things. Like here in the US, they call beef stew to what we call the word is caldo, right? And we have the word sopa for soup, but in English they use soup for both things.
Not really. Beef stew is usually like thick or tip.
Yeah, but you guys
stew is different to soup,
right? Daislo?
No, in Spanish, you guys call like a cocktail a sopis as well. So
what?
Cocktail, like a shrimp cocktail. What do you call that in Spanish?
Cocktail.
Yeah, but like like the big ones that it's got everything in there. What do they call it, man?
Sopa de mariscos.
Something like that. Yeah. Isn't that
But
more
it's
like
a stew. At that point is that's true. So you guys have a word for stew. Stew is caldo.
Come on, it was already
sopa
mentioned
is soup.
here.
Yeah, all right, I got it. So
Soup needs to have a broth. You know, a broth out of it. It needs to be mainly liquid.
it's always the base. The base is the defining the defining factor here, because this is what everything is built upon, is this base, which is the soup is consistent of like a condensed broth, and soup is not like a condensed broth. It's always like I said, it's a consistent medium that's just as is. Like when you condense something down, right, and you make the broth, that's going to be the base of any stew or soup.
And
I'll
yes,
tell you something fascinating
normally
about
it's
Spanish.
cooked. Yeah, it might be served cold, but the soups are cooked.
Actually, soup and stew definition is clear as smoke.
Yeah,
Soup and
then
stew
I
are
think
very vague.
we're agreed, but cereal is not soup. We're all in agreement.
This conversation
Yes,
seriously
cereal is not soup, definitely not.
statement, Bev.
Let me share something interesting about Spanish with you guys.
That's what happens when you claim that a square has a radius. This is the madness
Gentlemen.
we have to go in.
Gentlemen, can I just jump in here and make a statement, please? If vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, then all verticals are parallel.
That's correct.
Unless.
Okay. That's good.
Now let's finish that with the unless.
We're doing the logic at 9 o'clock. Well, everybody knows what they've got coming now. You might have helped the ballers out. They might be coming.
So, if vertical is perpendicular to a horizontal, then all verticals that are perpendicular to that same horizontal are parallel. Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
the key component is the same horizontal.
Bro.
He's getting it.
Thank you.
Well, the problem
that's
is
the important part. The
the
same
problem
horizontal.
the problem is in your helio paradigm, there is no parallels. All lines converge at an apex within your paradigm.
No. On that for that same horizontal, all the verticals are parallel. But when we take another horizontal, it's not necessarily parallel parallel to the first horizontal.
But
And so all
that's
the
wrong.
verticals off of that horizontal
Because
will all be parallel.
when you mention more than one horizontal, meaning they run parallel.
No.
Yeah, you have no parallels in your
Yeah, that's
paradigm,
correct.
buddy. You don't get that. It's not axiomatic. It's in your paradigm, they all converge at an apex, and you have nothing to do with parallels.
Because if
Only
we define a
conceptually.
horizontal from a different point, then it's not necessarily parallel to the first one. Because we're using a different point of origin.
A different point of origin doesn't
Yes.
matter. It's still horizontal. Still have the same vector. They run parallel. Draw me
Not
two
necessarily.
horizontal lines. Draw me two horizontal lines then.
No, he said, "Who's we?" So who is we? You said we, didn't you, Gummy Bear? You said we. So who's we?
In how did I use the word we?
You
He's just
said
probably talking about his
we.
camp. You know, he identifies with the Glovers, and this is how that's probably what he meant.
No. Gummy Bear said we define. So define we.
Oh.
So who's we?
No, let's not go there. Come on, man.
Okay.
Anyhow, so you have no parallels, Gummy. Thank you.
Yes, we do.
No,
If
only
the verticals,
conceptually.
if the
Only
verticals
conceptually.
are to the same horizontal, then yes, they are parallel. But if we use a different horizontal, they are not necessarily parallel.
All right, let me ask you this way then, Gummy. Can a horizontal turn into a vertical?
From a different point of reference,
No.
yes.
The same horizontal turned into a vertical.
From a different point of reference, yes.
No, from the same one.
From the same one, no.
Welcome
But
to
we're not
Fat Earth.
talking about being
man.
on the same one.
Oh man, Gummy.
When is it that you're not on the same one?
When you
When
move
he's gonna
away
put-
from the point of reference.
When he's gonna put himself on a sideways on the ball, then that
Well, that's what I'm saying.
that
Like the
horizontal is
second.
gonna be a still horizontal, but from the other person reference is a vertical now. So now that
Exactly.
horizontal is a vertical and a horizontal at the same time, but because it's not in the same reference,
It's not. There's no parallel. That's what I'm saying. Like anytime you have a second point of reference in your paradigm, there goes parallel right out the window. Adios.
Incorrect.
If it deviates from horizontal, it's not horizontal anymore, is it?
So horizontal to what? Is what I ask you.
That's a very good question.
When you say it's horizontal, then
when
what
does
is it
horizontal is not horizontal anymore and conforms into a ball?
Stop using the word horizontal when I'm asking you what is it horizontal to?
I'm telling you right now. 45 degrees from 90.
45 degrees from 90?
Yeah. So
is that horizontal?
Yeah. So if we have something that's vertical, we have something that's 90 degrees perpendicular from the surface, and then if we have something that's horizontal, it's 45 degrees from 90.
Is there anyone here who will back him up on 45 degrees from 90
No, it's 90
is horizontal?
No, it's 90 degree from vertical.
Okay. So if horizontal is 90 degree from vertical, is that how you would use it? Horizontal is 90 degrees from
horizontal
vertical.
has the specific vector. That's why we use the level in order to establish a horizontal plane.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is what is it horizontal to? And so far the answer has been the vertical. Is that true?
A horizontal line is a line that represents the horizon line. You have the specific vector, left to right or right to left.
Okay. But I'm not asking what it represents. I'm asking what is it? What's it horizontal
It's a horizontal line. It's a horizontal line. If it's a level line, it means that no part is higher than the other.
Do you not know what horizontal is? You keep asking what's it horizontal to.
So
do you not
the
know
answer
what
that I've gotten
is?
the answer I've gotten so far.
Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay. So far I've gotten two different answers. One is that it's perpendicular to vertical, and the other is that it's parallel with the horizon plane.
Both
Which
true.
one is correct?
Both true.
Both of
true.
them.
Okay.
Yeah, both absolutely true. Provably true. Geometrically, logically, and practically, provably true. Both.
So, if either the vertical or the horizon plane changes, then so would the horizontal plane.
You would move to a different horizontal plane because horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. That means that all horizontals are parallel to each other, right? You understand what plane parallel means?
For the same reference point, sure.
For any reference point, anywhere. Doesn't matter where you are. Wherever you are, you will always have horizontals that are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Listen, Gummy, the same line cannot be horizontal, vertical. That's against the law of contradiction.
Within
It doesn't matter
And that-
where perspective it is or whatever you want to insert in there to fit whatever imagination you have in your head. It's against the law of non-contradiction. Okay.
Would it be a
And those same horizontal lines is what establish elevation.
Would
So
it be a
within?
would it
Go
be
ahead,
a
Mike.
would it be a contradiction if the Earth was as described, where vertical points towards the center of the Earth? Would it still be a contradiction?
Nope.
Who says that? Where's vertical?
I didn't say who said it. I said if. That's a
no. But where
hypothetical.
does it say that? Because that's not stated anywhere, is it?
Right.
I'm asking you to go beyond your Euclid and try and go into reality.
No.
And say
No, just the definition.
No, Euclid is reality.
No,
So-
this
so
is within
there
Euclid as well. If you have a different coordinate system, then you can have something that's a vertical in one coordinate system be a horizontal in another coordinate system. This is within Euclidean. This is within
I agree with
Euclidean.
Moyak's point. It's not a contradiction in that model, Moyak. I think you're right, bro.
No, vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
That's your definition?
From
That is the
coordinate
definition.
system.
I just defined it as something different.
You did. Yeah, I know, because you're into that, aren't you? Just
what if-
redefinitions, personal redefinitions of things.
What if you explain it from a different coordinate system? What if you explain it from a different coordinate system with a different point of origin? Is it always the same horizontal? The answer is no. Within Euclidean space, it's not.
Wow.
At that point, it's not
necessary.
Euclidean anymore.
How do you know that?
It is, yes.
It's not.
Are you saying that you can't have a change of coordinate systems within Euclidean space? Because if that's what you're claiming, you're wrong.
But you cannot have the same line being a horizontal and a vertical.
That's
No
correct.
matter what
Within
you're gonna
different
have
coordinate
horizontal
systems,
lines.
yes, you can.
You're going to have horizontal lines, above the horizontal line of the horizon, which is the water line. The surface of the water is horizontal, level. So all the elevation of the land is driven from that starting point, from horizontal. But not only up, also down. Depth is also measured like that, from the water surface down.
Well, I think that's what the whole argument is right now. We're trying to define whether that's true or not. We're to determine whether it's a globe as we describe it or whether it's flat as you describe it. And we have to come up with a method of testing that.
As soon as you start saying
water behavior,
you start saying what if, or starting the question with if, then you're taking out of reality.
Yeah, the problem is.
I know that Bev likes starting sentences with if to make logical statements. Are you saying that that's not okay?
Well, you guys are assuming everything.
Dude, come on, get real.
He just said that you can't start a sentence with if and it still be real.
Me. You thought of me. And
I thought of
me
your
into a
famous.
conversation.
I thought
Thank
of
you
your
very
famous
much.
if-then statements, Bev.
No, there's
You
loads
should
of them.
be
That's
proud.
not just me. That's logic.
You should be proud
That's logic.
that I
Why
think
did
of
you
you when I
think of
think
me?
of logic.
Hold on.
Because you're a very logical person. who loves if-then statements.
Excuse me, can I just say,
honesty
is Beth
challenge
doing a statement or is he doing a question?
yet again. Let's be honest.
Is Beth doing a statement or is he doing a question?
Moyak did a question that Bev can't honestly answer. It's what's on the table right now. When I come in, I see simple question. 99% of people agree.
Excuse me.
Holy shit.
Holy fuck.
Is anybody
This
going to
was
answer
my
my
logical statement.
or not? Was Bev doing a statement or was doing a question?
Wasn't even
if
involved.
this
It
is
was
the
Rob's logical statement. Rob, on the level, logical statement was made by me.
Not me. So what
Yo,
was the
Moyak asked you
question?
he asked you directly if the model of the globe, would it not be a contradiction anymore? And you guys fucking went on a tangent rather than just give him a yes or no answer.
What's the question? Say it again.
If
Mark, would you
vertical
state
isn't
it?
vertical anymore, then what would vertical be? And could it exist on his imaginary model? I think something like that.
Well, since you know the question, how about your answer?
Just let Moyak say it. Come on. Go ahead, Moyak.
I think he summarized it reasonably, except that he put in a bunch of pejoratives like he likes to do.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it clearly. So just lay it out without any interruption.
All right. So if we have, since we're arguing over what the model is, if I was to propose a model where all verticals were not the same, that they all started from the central point in the object that we're measuring, would it be a contradiction to say that all verticals are not parallel?
Yeah, you would have zero parallels at that point. Like I told you,
It wouldn't.
if when you have something emanating from a source, a point source, this is always going to be going outward, non-parallel in a arced fashion, in an angled fashion, kind of like how we see the sun. Like when we look at the sun.
Yeah, it would be radius.
Great elaboration on the simple
Would be
concept.
radius.
How about your answer, Bev? Can you admit it?
What if he imagines
It wouldn't
something
be
to be
vertical.
not as it is? Then it'll be however he imagines it to be.
Well,
So,
I'm going to go. I'm going to go this a little bit beyond imagination. There's a couple of.
It wouldn't be verticals.
There's a couple of indicators that this is happening. What you'll disagree with all of them, but they are observations that I have seen performed, and that would be that it seems that all verticals do not show 180 degree reciprocal
But not
angle,
describing verticals though.
which I find interesting. And then there's the interesting thing of all there is drop when you're standing on the ocean on a boat. There is drop in all directions, which at least puts forth the possibility that we're sitting on a curved surface. We got to now prove that.
That's a big
Where do
claim,
we see
that,
this
right?
drop you're talking about?
Big claim.
Yeah, I don't see that. Like this is subjective.
The claim by chair, by the way. On a level ground.
Yeah.
Nobody sees drop, man.
Even happens, we've got some tests set up for that.
Nobody
right?
sees that. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's fucking flat. Like, come on, man.
I see drop in all directions when using a piece
in all directions. You see drop in all directions from a boat? God help
I'm going to throw Degrassi Tyson out with the bathwater. Don't worry about it.
Island with the transit, you will see that there's like a 0.02 degree drop from 6 feet.
Oh, please, bud.
In all directions.
This is a fantasy.
You've taken a transit on a boat and looked 360 degrees? I'd like to see that.
I did rephrase that, and I said, well, let's move it to an island because it's hard to do a transit on a boat.
So now you're talking about theoretical stuff. You've never done this.
Everywhere I've looked
You
so far,
can't even see it from
everything I've seen so far,
maybe throw
everything
some
I've
numbers
seen.
there.
Wow.
Well, what I'm saying is I know you like to make stuff up, so maybe just toss in some numbers there that you haven't calculated or done.
I mean, this isn't even observed from high elevations, let alone acute angles. Like,
Has he ever done it? Moyok,
I've seen 3 degrees from an airplane.
Have you ever looked through a transit, Moyok?
I've looked through a what do you call it? The poor man's transit, the dumpy level or whatever. I'm not sure what they call it.
So this thing that you just talked about, putting it on a boat, that was a load of bullshit, right? You just imagined it.
No, I was extrapolating from what I've seen on beaches with videos and stuff that have been done with transits.
And moving it onto a boat.
Yes, that was just to give you a 360-degree view of it.
Yeah,
It's a bullshit.
It gives you an idea. It gives us an idea that you haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about.
So are you saying that there is not a dip angle
Even
to the horizon?
Even your own camp would go against what you're saying right now.
So you're
bro.
saying that there's not a
even the
dip angle
Glovers,
to the
they would
horizon?
tell you you're wrong.
So you're saying there's no dip angle to the horizon? Oh, okay, that's cool.
There's no perceivable dip angle even at high altitude test, bud. Like if you're so
that's
far away from reality.
Oh yes, there is.
I think everybody's going to get confused about things. The point I was making was you don't put transits or auto level on boats.
Right. That's a pedantic argument that I've already corrected for that. So are you going to keep playing the pedantic game? Yes, you are. Because that's what you do. Because you can't answer the question. Why is there dropping all
Back to the dip angle. Back to the. All right. Y'all was going. There's a disagreement about the dip angle being there or not. Who's got the evidence?
So you want to move on to dip angle for everybody now, huh?
That's where they were. Dude, that's where they were, Rakia. That's where they were.
That's where we've been.
Rakia.
Okay, cool.
With a
he took us to a boat. Is the last part I was.
He's conceded. He conceded.
Okay, yeah, we can move on from there. And then he took us to an island. Can we go to the island now?
Okay, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah, cool.
I'm not. Well, get him.
Okay, is there a dip angle on the island?
What do you mean dip angle?
What's dip angle?
From horizontal, is there a drop of the horizon below the horizontal established from your eye?
You're above it, right?
Yeah, you rise above it.
Okay, so there's a dip angle.
Yeah.
Anytime you take your horizontal and rise above the horizon, there's going to be a vertical change, correct?
Yeah, but you kind of would have to explain how that works on a flat Earth.
Whoa, slow down there, cowboy. Yeah, but. Yeah. So are you calling that dip angle?
Yep.
Yeah, so is that Earth curve or vertical change from horizontal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's vertical change from horizontal, isn't it?
No, that's not right.
It's not.
No.
You vertically changed. You went up from the horizontal.
There's still an expected margin, right? And we've heard Zen.
No.
We know we're familiar with. Isn't there?
There's an optical angle that's created. Yeah.
Just have a look in there.
Jesus.
In the live chat
Yes,
right
absolutely. There obviously is. What I'm saying is the Glovers generally present from what I've seen, a more than normal change. Like whatever you would expect from that elevation change, they show a bigger dip than that expectation.
What is that? Go have a look in the live chat now.
Hey, I'm not saying I believe it, guys. I'm just Zanuck does it all the time. You guys have seen him do it.
Yeah, Zanuck.
What are they saying?
What would you expect the change to be then?
Look, have a look in the live chat now for us. Everybody, just have a quick look, and you'll see the crosshairs, right?
Yes.
That's an auto level, right? So there's no dip angle because it doesn't measure angles. Now, is there a distance between the crosshairs and what's underneath it? I mean, I suppose
horizon.
Well, when you use the auto level, right, you put a measuring rod there, right? The measuring rod goes to the floor and you read a number. Now, is that because the crosshairs are higher than the floor?
Yes.
There you go. So what is it that you're saying about a dip angle? Because it's not an angle, it's just a distance between the horizontal from the floor. That's what you see.
Change.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's so hard about this. These guys are supposed to be smart, and they're questioning why when they take their horizontal creation up vertically, that there's not a gap to the horizon, which is also horizontal. Jesus, man.
Why would the horizon be down?
Because
you went above it.
According to perspective,
you rose above it vertically.
Eye level.
Dude, are you kidding me? You rose above it vertically.
So it's okay for people just to laugh over me. Okay, that's cool.
You rose above it, and you're asking why you're above it.
I want you to tell me, based on perspective, where all things in the distance go towards the center, where everything shrinks towards the center.
So now you want to talk about
the horizon. Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Yeah, see you later.
See you later.
Have another
Change
look
it
in there
to
as well.
optics.
Have another look in there. See the way that the crosshair's above a bit higher? That's because I'm a bit higher. It's amazing that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's craziness.
It's
actually.
really weird the way it does that. But I mean, yeah, that's what we've said. That's what happens. You move away from the horizon or the land above below you, then the crosshair goes with you. You go into a higher elevation. Why would the crosshair go? And what do you expect the land underneath you to rise up to where you are? Because that doesn't happen either. Like, it's serious. This is.
I think there's some extra variables on this topic that don't get discussed often. That would be great to talk about sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're doing logic in half an hour.
Oh, cool.
I'll carry what he was just saying out further. The reason we don't use these tools past their capability is because then you start getting into the optical effects and perspective issues that skew your measurements that you're taking.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're 6 foot above the horizon with a horizontal plane, out into the distance where optics aren't a factor, where the atmosphere hasn't affected that measurement, all things being equal, you're going to be 6 foot above the water. Now, if the ground itself is raising up because of elevation change, then it's not going to be 6 foot. If it's lower than you as it goes away from you, then it's going to be more than 6 foot. But the water itself, when undisturbed and your measurement is not skewed by optics, by the atmosphere, or whatever you want to call it, then you're going to be, if you're 6 foot above that water, it's going to be 6 foot above the water out into the distance. The only thing that changes that is your optical view through the atmospheric conditions. That's why when you take a heads up display up to 30,000 feet and say, oh, look at that 4-degree elevation change, the dip, horizon dip, or whatever you call it, that's not Earth curve, sir. That's the optical view you're getting of how far up you are. If you're at 30,000 feet, if you go as far as you can see at that point, you're going to be 30,000 foot above that water too. I don't know how else to explain it, man.
Yeah, check that one out. That's us. I get underneath the true horizon, yet the crosshair still stays above it. Strangely enough, isn't that weird?
See, the thing is, man, is if that was some strong phenomenon, like they would be. There's some, I'm sure, that would be willing to look into it deeper. But I'm prepared for their strongest response, which is the thing I mentioned before, that they claim. I'm pretty sure that they show phenomenon with extra drop or whatever. So I'm willing to work on the variables that could be taking place there, even if we grant them their still in that situation. You see what I'm saying?
Over what distance?
Yeah, extra drop from what? What do you mean?
What?
Yeah.
God, I mean, come on.
No, okay, so here's the extra drop. So if you're on a mountain and you're shooting towards the sea, you don't think the land is dropping in elevation away from your horizontal? Of course it is.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, there you go. Extra drop.
Right. But the thing is it's over my head as far as experience wise. So when I see people that at least have more details than me and what we're presenting on the table right now, like Zanuck comes in with numbers and he's like, look, we're 30,000 feet high. You'd expect the horizon to be dropped 0.2 degrees, but look, it's dropped 0.4 instead or something like that. He comes with numbers.
What if you were 50 meters deep?
I don't know. I can't, dude. I don't have pen and paper right now. I don't know these formulas off the top of my head. This isn't my wheelhouse of expertise here, man. I'm just saying.
You said it. You answered it already for yourself. Expect to see. Due to what? He's calculating it on a model, not taking into account anything other than his model. No human error, no instrument
error. You cannot have a horizontal line 50 meters deep. You cannot, because it's below the horizon line. That's so.
He's taking a heads-up display, which is a HUD, which is an image
cast it onto a windshield of a plane or your visor
you're right. You're
and
right. I
saying there's
criticize
4
that
degrees.
bullshit. Of course, I
Crazy.
criticize the randomness of it all, but it's like, even I'm saying I want to prepare for best case scenario, even if we steelman his shit, right? Like, even if everything they present is like true and best and all that, like, you know.
You want me to help you out? I'll help you out. Stop listening to Xanax. How about that? I'll do you a
There you
world of
go.
good right now. When it comes to surveying or anything having to do with that, stop listening to Xanax because
Look,
what
I'm
he's
just looking at his evidence.
saying,
Just looking at the evidence, man.
what is total crap, man. What? Well, take.
Yeah, you gotta come back into the area for us, Rakia.
Yeah, Rocky, you're choppy, man. Lost you completely.
Yeah,
So we can all admit that this came from Rob's logical statement, not Bev's.
Well, we can conclude that they don't have gravity anyway. Water doesn't bend.
Definitely did its job, Rob. I mean, like, you got a thumbs up from me, and I think a few other people agree with you. Like, it's a good if P then Q, and it led to a good conversation.
Well, yeah, I thought so because they all keep saying to us that verticals aren't parallel. Well, we have a geometric proof that they are.
Yeah. And no sort of rebuttal to that statement either.
That simple premise of the
Weird.
parallel or not parallel verticals, Bev, that wasn't the whole project you were working on earlier this year? You were doing a thing like that?
No, we did a shared straight line segment for the horizontal to prove that level is horizontal.
Okay.
Because then if you can have a horizontal, like Rob's just said, all perpendiculars to that will be parallel.
Yeah, I just leapfrogged off of what I've been learning from Bev. That's all.
Well, taking to the next stage. Sorry. Taking the next stage, then you've got a proof. Have you got a practical application for it as well?
That's not, don't get too advanced. We stay at the if P then Q.
All right, okay.
Don't be scaring everyone.
Sorry, my bag.
That's why we kept it with the if P then Q statements, so anyone can join in. We don't need to worry about proofs or formulating the modus tollens. We just keep it on the if P then Q. So
I've done it practically, so therefore, that's why I jumped ahead. My apologies.
Can I give one to the Glober?
Yeah. 9 o'clock though. We're going to start.
Okay, I'll hold on to it.
Yeah.
What is that? 20 minutes? 25 minutes?
Yeah. Go and get your brews and toilet trips out the way. Get it done with, and then.
So this one y'all just were doing, it was basically like, if flat Earth, then parallel verticals. If globe, then not parallel verticals. Is that what was just?
I don't know. That wasn't what Rob said. Rob said, "Well, you'll hear it again in the logic."
Do you want me to repeat my logical statement? I can do that.
Okay, yeah. Let me just. I guess I repeated the one. I guess that Mark did. Then go ahead, man.
Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Then all verticals are parallel.
On some models, on some gravitational models.
Well, I mean,
there is
no
gravity in the logic.
You talking flat Earth or heliocentric? Or are you just talking about in all reality?
She's talking about an if P then Q.
Yeah, I couldn't grant that one. I couldn't grant that one in all reality. I'd have to argue with it.
I would agree with it. If the Earth is flat, that would be the case, but
no,
not consistent with the surface.
Don't take it if somewhere else, right? It's just if verticals and horizontals are perpendicular. That's the statement. That's the if statement. Then like Rob says. All verticals are parallel.
Right, but that can't. Listen, again, I would want to argue with it because
you don't. No, you don't have to.
You're saying it cool. You're saying it really cool. Like if verticals and horizontals, like you have each vertical has its own horizontal, then sure. But he can't solve it all the way because of the alternate model. So for me, I like to say if verticals are perpendicular to one singular horizontal, then all verticals are parallel.
Thank you.
I will say nope.
Well,
I will
I'd
say
say there wouldn't be any need to do that.
Gummy, fuck with me, Gummy
Sorry.
Bear. Let's go to the other room, Gummy Bear.
Yeah.
Huh? No,
I mean, we'll start
I just
at
said
9
thank
o'clock.
you because that's exactly what I said earlier. That's all.
Yeah, and then he says no to it. The other guy says no immediately. It's like, what?
Horizontals parallel.
Not according to the mainstream science.
Don't worry, we have some logical statements that shows why you guys are wrong, but I'm saving it for 22 minutes.
Cool. I love
Don't
it.
worry.
Yeah.
Just get ready for it. Get your
You
butt
realise
clenched.
it's not to prove you wrong. This is a if P then Q. There's no proofs involved in anything yet. This is just the if P then Q statement. That's all we're
My if P then Q statement will show that his if P then Q statement is missing something.
How it's gonna be missing something based on what?
You can't just
have to wait and see. You'll just have to wait and see.
Right, you can't put it in that format and then it makes it true. I could say if all pizzas taste good, then therefore pizzas mean I rule the world. Like you can't just make shit up, dude. Like it has to. You have to make the logical connection. And if people
but wait until 9 o'clock. Come on.
All right.
We all need to sit in silence for the next 20 minutes while we wait for 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Order your pizzas, clench your booty holes, like Gummy Bear.
What toppings do you have on your pizzas then?
Pineapple.
Meatball.
Cinderella time?
Unicorns.
Pineapple curry pizza.
I like my favorite square radiance on top of my pizza.
Have you never seen square pizzas though? There's some pizzerias do square pizzas.
Yeah, they do square pizzas. Doesn't mean they're circles.
Are they exactly 90 degrees?
The crusty corners are the best.
I like the circumference.
They're actually
the
thing is with the square pizzas.
Of the square pizza.
Aren't they actually squircles?
Yeah. So the problem with square pizzas is because dough expands in all direction. The corners don't actually become edges, so they're actually squircles, not squares.
Yeah, the edge of a square pizza is a circumference once the pie crust rises, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And it's squircle.
Exactly not, bro. Exactly.
Not circle, not square. Squircle.
Oh, Gummy.
If not square and not circle, then squircle.
You need to put that loose tooth back in your shirt pocket and quit sticking it up in your mouth there, dude, because I'm gonna have to change you to one tooth bear instead of Gummy Bear.
No.
Gummy Bear.
If not square,
which
if not
shape
circle,
is a folded
then
pizza?
pizza.
I love that one.
What's the shape of a folded pizza?
Folded pizza.
Yeah. You seem to understand a lot about pizzas.
Like
airplane.
You can draw a radius on a triangle, but you gotta first draw a circle inside of that triangle, which is not gonna be a triangle anymore.
But what he said, if you fold the pizza over, you don't have a pizza, you have a calzone.
Gummy Bear, when you pick up a piece of pizza, you fold it in half, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought we weren't going to be friends anymore for a minute.
And then it becomes a calzone.
I thought it was a squangle.
You better not flop no flat sloppy piece of pizza in your mouth like
you want to call it calzone. It's a folded pizza.
I got a feeling he rolls it up into a big sausage pizza.
Oh yes. No, I hold it backwards and I eat the crust first.
If you not folding
isn't this a picture of Trump eating pizza like crust first?
It better be wood fired crispy.
See.
Or motherfucking, you better be eating that shit with a knife and fork. If you're not folding your pizza, ain't no.
This, if you look in chat right now, this one, it's Trump eating pizza backwards. It's from a Pizza Hut ad. I'm pretty sure it's because of some sort of stuffed crust commercial thing. So he was told to eat it crust first because of like, oh, the crust is so good, you want to eat it first. But it's still like circulated as a funny thing that he eats it wrong.
Wow, that's young Trump.
Oh yeah, this is the 1990s.
He had an interview with Barbara Walters back then, and they were talking about him being president.
Yeah,
way back then.
I mean, freaking Simpsons made Trump president jokes way earlier.
I was lucky enough to meet one of the ultra marathoners, and this guy was crazy. And one of the things he loved on a run was pizza. So he would call up the local pizza place and say, "All right, deliver me a large cheese or a large pepperoni pizza to this street corner. I'll be there. Here's my credit card and everything, but don't cut the pizza." So he'd show up and they'd usually be sitting there and they'd hand him his pizza and he would roll it up like a burrito and then eat it while he ran.
Great.
What?
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I worked with the guy that ran marathons and did triathlons. He would do those ultra marathons where he'd run 100 miles, and he would said halfway he would eat a full burrito and a large Mountain Dew.
You need a lot of
Count
calories.
Sandwich has a similar story. Apparently, there's this guy was a count called Sandwich, and he used to play a lot. And because he didn't want to leave the table, he would ask one of his servants to open a piece of bread and stuff with anything he would find: meat, cheese, lettuce, whatever. And they give the name of Sandwich to it.
Real. It's interesting how many of these things we talk about in here have regular connections.
Do you mean throughout different cultures, or
no? Like with things we do every day. I saw this interesting report the other day about Coriolis in his forces and what he figured out, and how it results to billiards. Playing pool.
Right.
And that was really interesting.
You should play pool in the boat.
Now, are you talking about just for forces within the pool game, like the cue and the ball, or are you going to also with Earth? Nothing with Earth involved in it, just the actual pool game.
Right. Just the rotating and spinning bodies on the pool table.
You're talking about a force or an effect.
Right.
Yeah, curves and cool shit.
Because the force is hitting the ball, the effect
sounds like he doesn't know what Coriolis is.
Oh, come on. Oh, yeah.
An apparent deviation to demonstrate on a snooker table. Good luck with that.
I mean, have you ever seen him shoot and have the ball curve around an object ball or curve down the rail or something?
That's
but that's not Coriolis. Yeah, on a pool game or a snooker game, the objects are attached to the ground.
Well, why don't we ask him whatever the thing he was learning? I mean, this isn't from him. He didn't make this up. This is some other application,
Right.
Cool.
This is why the most famous picture or painting of Coriolis is him standing at a pool table.
Right. So there's some correlation here that he's just trying to share with us, from the history of the sign. Now we can argue the verbiage and, the application qualifier and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And whatever. But dude, I mean, to me, none of that just matters. There's phenomenons, period, that we can talk about. You know what I'm saying? And it's just weird. But anyway, can you tell me more, Khalid? Can you tell me more about what you were talking about, so that we can see if it applies to this apparent argument or not?
Yeah, it doesn't apply to the Earth shape. It's just the rotating bodies on a snooker table. The latest Star Talk with NDT was
right.
Had a professor on, and there's a lot of bullshit in that episode, but it's cool to see them, something we talk about in these rooms and whatnot, and bring it down to a level that somebody like me can understand.
See, I could see the apparent deviation like this. You hit it in a direction with the pool cue. That's one vector. But then you apparently have a deviation from that vector. I mean, it's because the friction of the ball spinning and turning, right? But it's like, that's probably what they're talking about.
We're not talking about Coriolis, though. But we're not talking about Coriolis then.
Sure. Just the guy who invented it and applied it to the pool. Yeah, that's not what it is. Khalid, I appreciate your anecdote. Thanks, man.
The math is all the same. But
math, no. For you to have Coriolis, you need to have a spinning reference frame with the observer on it. Yeah, spinning. Yeah. Observing something inertial outside of that reference frame, like a tree, a house, a hill, anything not attached to that reference frame. So to you, it seems like there is an apparent deviation. It's coming towards you and away from you.
Not the force.
Yeah.
That's the effect.
Yeah, that's just
there is no force.
That's spinning around. That's not.
There is no force.
An effect. Yeah, it's just spinning. They turn you spinning into the world spinning.
That's correct.
There you go. Kosho just posted a nice diagram from it.
You have to be careful also when you're talking to these guys. Sometimes they're talking about like something being on the turning surface. So of course it's going to deviate, right? It's going to be affected by friction. So they're calling that deviation. But when it's above the surface, it's just an optical effect.
Coriolis effect also works with helicopters as well, because the blades are turning one way around, so it wants to screw you into the ground. So you've got to apply an opposite force to stop that actual body of the helicopter from turning.
The tail rotor.
Yeah, and that's the Coriolis effect.
No, it's not. It needed to be the blade. You needed to be sitting on the blade, spinning with the blade, in order to see Coriolis.
Yeah, to see it, but he's talking about actually what happens when something is on a surface.
It's almost like a microscopic definition doesn't actually work when we're talking in real world.
If you're sitting in a helicopter and the blades are turning above you, that is the real world, not microscopic.
No, that's what I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. That's real world, and that's when we can talk about it. But a microscopic understanding and definition doesn't apply.
Yeah, if I sit on a roundabout, spinning, with a little drone in my hand, once the drone lifts from my hand, the drone stays there happy, hovering, and I'm spinning around it. So that's Coriolis. That's the apparent deflection. That's what Coriolis is, an apparent force. Nothing is happening. The drone is just happy on its own. It's me spinning under it that it seems that it's deviating when there is no deviation. That's what Coriolis is.
There you go. Double down on your definition.
Yes. Yeah. There's not one application to it. That's the problem. There's so many different applications that you can actually look in the real world for. And people try to mix match them all the time. Same as like a level is horizontal. They try and mix and match that all the time. And that's why we can't get anywhere, because we're sitting there arguing over the definition of everything.
Correct. They need the sun to be the drone stationary in the air and us to be spinning around it in order to see this apparent deflection that the sun is rising and then setting. That's the Coriolis that they give us. They give us the sun to be in the center and for us to be spinning around it.
That is the best analogy I've ever heard, and that is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, we just don't observe that. That's the globe claim. We just don't observe that.
This is the wise George, not the senile George.
Sweet. Can we have the wise George more often, please? Yeah, it's like I'm new to this arena, and I didn't come here to learn, and I've learned a hell of a lot, and I hope to learn.
We all do.
Yeah. That's it.
That's what we're doing here, isn't it? Sharing information.
Yeah. I hope everybody is here to learn as well, instead of just obfuscating.
Well, a lot of people don't agree with you. That's the problem. See, they already know they are on a sphere. So they beg the question from the beginning.
How do they know?
Because they were told, like all of us.
Right, okay. So telling somebody that's how they know. So have they learned that?
If we have proof, then we know.
Proof? Proof of what?
That's good.
No, that's an excellent answer. If we have proof, we know. So please present your proof.
I'm sorry, we're sticking with the logical part, which is an if-then.
If-thens, that's all we're doing for now. Yeah.
I'm saving the better ones for 6 minutes, though. That was just a taste of what's to come.
Sweet. You know, the theme this week is vertical, horizontal, are perpendicular.
Oh, yeah.
Initial statement. You're looking forward to it, then? We'll be taking over this stream.
The horizontal, yeah.
Worry, I'll get my squircles in there somewhere.
Sure, I can make one about sailboats.
Have you got squangles as well? Square triangles.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, that's definitely. You've got to add a pentagon as well.
My best one is the squexagon.
What about 5-sided squares? 3-sided squares?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry. I don't deal with them.
Squares. No, that's blue marble.
Well, I only deal with square pentagons.
Think about it, right? You can have a three-sided square, bro. All you have to do is put a triangle inside of that square, just like you put the circle inside of the square to get the radius. It's the same shit. No?
Sure.
Come on,
Use
Silent.
the same
There is no
logic.
radius
Apply the same
on a
logic.
square.
Or is that one too far?
Is it a scriangle? Is that what it would be? I'm gonna just.
I don't know. You're the one making it up, so
I'm making the executive decision. It's now a scriangle.
There you go. Love it.
We're gonna reinvent the wheel.
Yeah. Radius of a straight line coming soon.
Just don't worry about putting any axioms on that square, because maybe somebody more dumber than you is gonna come and change it. You know, who
Of
needs
course, of
axioms?
course.
Yes. Too far, I guess.
So what's happening at 9 o'clock?
We're doing the logic time. We had a bit of fun last week doing the logic. We're starting off helping people formulate logic a bit better. So we're just doing the if P then Q statements based around the
Is it
initial
live?
statement. Yeah, it will be.
Yeah,
Who
see if
funds this
anybody can come
project,
up with a
Bev?
better one than Keeps.
Just so that it's clear for
I
everybody,
see.
Bev is hosting, guys. You know the rules.
Well, not just me, the entire On the Level crew. This is it's a thing we've all been doing for quite a while.
Gotcha.
Ooh. The whole crew.
Hosting. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you on the level?
No, I'm not on the level.
Are you
I'm
on the square?
Different level.
No, I'm on the squircle. We've been over this. I'm now in part of Squircle Earth, not Spherical Earth, Squircle Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting a new movement.
Alongside Banana Earth and Raptor Earth.
No, we're more closely related to Square Earth and Cube Earth.
Yeah,
but you're definitely not on the level.
But the evidence shows concave Earth.
No, concave Earth is just a misinterpretation of the observation.
Okay, concave. Tell me how concave Earth is a would you say confusion or misinterpretation of the data? I just posted something that shows concave. Can you argue that? Maybe tell me what I'm saying. If we use Modus Tollens with that, we get a whole different answer. But I'd be curious to hear what your analysis of the data and how it is. You said confused or misinterpreted. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Water is part of Earth.
Wait a minute, is this Zanuck?
Why isn't it concave? If I
Yeah,
have
it
a
is.
1 foot observer and a surfer out in the water, and then an oil well is above his head, how is the Earth not concave? If that and it follows Modus Tollens perfectly to the tilt, right?
Where's the other Zanuck
Okay,
go?
hold on,
Just
hold on.
swapped accounts.
It's time though.
It's 9
unfortunately.
o'clock. Yeah. Do you want to take that to the other server?
Give me a quick answer though. I mean, do you not like that picture, or do you think something's wrong with it?
I don't have the. It's gonna be on a different server, Bev.
I know, but just real quick.
No, he.
There's nothing wrong with that photo. You're just misinterpreting what you're
What am
saying.
I yeah, real quickly. What am I misinterpreting? I gave you pretty clear.
Just jump over to the other one. We can talk there because Bev wants to start his show.
All right, where's the other one at?
Just go to Livestream 2.
Okay.
Hey, Bev, what are we doing here tonight?
I'll go over it now, right? Make sure everything's
logic.
Good. Yeah. Right. So following on from last week's fun time that we had, we decided that it's logic time, and we asked people last week to come up with a if P then Q. Now, it just basic logic. It's the formulation of the initial statement. The P being the antecedent, the Q being the consequent. If P, if antecedent, then consequent. Something happens as an occurrence from the aforementioned P. Now, it sounds pretty easy to do it, but I mean, it's a little bit more formulated than that because you've got to check your P's and Q's, mind your P's and Q's. to make sure that you end up with a sentence or a statement that makes sense. So we asked people to come with logical statements, if P then Q's, based around the initial statement that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Simple geometric one, but I mean, I think it was bore out because somebody was saying something, I don't know, about that sort of thing. So it seems to be in fitting with a lot of what we do with the logic and geometry. That the first one is like this. I mean, we can do some more of this, but so as we've already described, I mean, Rob wants to go first because Rob was the one that started it off earlier, Rob. So do you want to go with your if P then Q statement?
Me?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. Now I wanna preface this with, because my logical statement I posted as a comment in a chat that you had on a video about logic, and it's got like 55 responses. So this is definitely a topic of contention. So I'm gonna give you my statement now. If vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, P, then all verticals parallel to one another, Q.
That is.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. That's exactly what we asked
No, thank you very much.
Very logical. I mean, I'd say that works.
Can I reiterate that?
Yeah, go on.
Well, it's pretty much what he said, but if all plumb bobs point to the center of Earth, P, all plumb bobs cannot run parallel, Q.
Yes.
Plumb bobs do
wait a
run.
minute. No, wait a minute. You don't need the then
No,
and all that.
no.
That's perfect, right? So there's two counteractive if P then Q's, right? They are opposing. So they both work from the initial statement. They can either be true or false. Now, how we formulate that a little bit further on is how those things will be bore out, right? How we use that. But just for now, that they're perfect. That shows if P then Q of two opposing things taken from that initial statement. That shows that within this logical argument, you don't necessarily have to be on any side of it. It's just the logical statement. Nobody needs to get upset about anything. There's nothing for anybody to argue about just yet. They're just two statements, and they're both opposing, but no arguments. That was brilliant, actually. That's an excellent follow-on. What do you reckon, Rob? I mean,
Cheers.
Do you reckon that sort of goes along with your one? Yeah. All right. So that's exactly what we're after. And there's two that have come. Now, is there any, because that's two from this side. Is there any from, who else was wanting? You got one. Bring one.
I've got one, and it's basically the same one as when a different formulation if you want it.
Go on then, yeah, because it's all about the wording of these. So
yeah, exactly. So if vertical is determined by the center of a spherical Earth P, then verticals cannot be parallel Q.
Yeah, a different thing, but also
Can I follow that one up?
Go on.
George kind of stole my thunder, but if plumb lines are not parallel, then you must use plumb bob to show that.
Oh, that's a bit more into the practical
Yeah,
side
that one
of it.
is good.
I like that. That's good.
That's aggressive.
In order to show plumb bobs not being parallel, you need to show a plumb bob.
Yeah, but that's the follow-up, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the not Q, therefore not P.
Well, no, that just tells you how to formulate it, right? It's like he's helping you guys with your next step that may be whatever, right? In order to finish it off, right? But it's still a if P then Q.
And if we see non-parallel plumb bobs, then the surface that it's being measured from, compared to, is curved. Notice columns. If P then Q.
Could you say curved? I don't know. So, but I mean, yeah, if you want to, I don't think it'd be curved though, would it?
Could be some type of multifaceted, but it's a curved.
That doesn't seem logical. The vagueness of how you worded that seems illogical to me.
No, very specific.
Okay,
Reword it then to if plumb bobs are measured to be not parallel, then the surface they are measured upon is curved.
No, because there could be a flat plane, like how lots of people like to mock flat earthers and how gravity would work on a disc.
Yeah.
And on a flat disc where gravity was toward like a sort of cone-shaped Earth in outer space.
No. But he made his
Wait, talking to me. Hold on. Yeah,
Let's go back to the original question.
I commend you on that. That's actually very excellent. So if we have the flat Earth, and we have the density.
That's not what's in contention here.
Yeah, we're talking. I'm talking to him.
Yeah, but you're getting away from him.
He had a great point. I want to commend him. He had a great point. So yeah, you're right. It could be a flat surface.
Who's that? Zanuck.
Oh my God.
Right? Yeah. Please, Zanuck.
Come on.
Zanuck, please stop it. Right?
We
take what you've said, right? But I'm giving you a contention that could it not be sloped?
Original question.
Can I object?
You conceded, Bev. He said yes.
Can't put curved. It's not.
Can I object, Bev?
If P then
back to the original question.
Yeah,
plumb bobs had nothing to do with the surface.
Back to the original question, because you're getting away from the logical premise. Back to the original question. That's where we've got to go to. Back to the original question. P and Q.
If vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
That's where we've got to start from, and that's where we've got to always go back to. Everybody's going into the weeds. Go back to the original question, start from there, and go from there. People bringing up all this other crap is going into the weeds.
Well, Zanuck's been working a week on that. Have you, Zanuck?
I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Sorry, Zanuck. My apologies.
I give you Team Pseudosciences.
Go on. Yeah.
If horizontal is a straight line P, or between 2 points P, it cannot be curved or deviate up and down between the 2 points Q.
Okay, so we'll answer that after we've answered this one then, shall we? Because this is the original question. We've got to answer the original question before we can get to anywhere else.
An original question.
Is that how you want to do it, Bev? Like a statement and then a little bit of back and forth on that statement, or just keep going with the...
Yeah, I'd like everybody to comment if they can see any flaws within, because this is what we're doing now, right? All we're doing is getting a if P, then Q, right? Now, in order to keep this to flow into the next part of it, these need to be checked that there's no flaws, right? So if anybody can see any flaws within this if P, then Q statement, right, then now's the time to say it, because these will be built upon to make either modus ponens or modus tollens, reductio ad absurdum, whatever, right? Just to make it into the next bit. But these have got to be checked. Now, if there's no problems with it, then you've checked your P's and Q's, you minded your P's and Q's, and you're ready to then go on into the next point, right? So the idea here is to bring this in. This is what we call an argument, right? It's the formulation of a logical statement. Now, we want this to be perfect. We want the best argument we can possibly get. And that only happens if your P's and Q's are flawless.
Hey Bev, I think that's exactly what was just happening, and then for some reason got shut down when Zanuck proposed his P then Q. Plumb bobs being non-parallel means a curved surface, and then I pointed out the flaws like you wish that flaws would be pointed out in improper P then Q statements. And Zanuck even conceded that I pointed out a flaw in his reasoning. And we were going to discuss that a little bit further, but someone shut that down and interrupted him from elaborating on how he concedes and explaining
Zanuck
where
was
he
fight
did not
talking you a little bit. Zanuck was a little grumpy.
No, no.
Okay,
No,
instead of
Zanuck
talking about
From my
Zanuck,
perspective,
let me make some
Zanuck
logical
isn't here anymore, right? So there's no need to talk about Zanuck.
But Bev,
So now-
props.
Alright.
This is cool, Bev. This is cool, man.
Okay, so
who's that's coming in now?
So this is Gummy Bear. I'm going to give you
Gummy,
some
okay,
logical thinking here.
Okay, no.
So-
Just a if P then Q. That's all we want from you, Gummy. Please go ahead.
Yes. So my statement is, if vertical lines are in a perpendicular direction to the surface of a sphere, then all those verticals are not parallel and neither are the horizontals.
Wow.
Wow, that's
Wow.
terrible.
Do
But
that
I
one
mean,
again.
go on, start that again.
Okay. If
Oh, who's that?
gotta
He didn't need to chime in with his robot.
Okay, if the vertical lines are in a perpendicular direction to the surface of a sphere,
Wow.
then all verticals are not parallel and neither are their horizontals.
Can
No, there's
you
definitely
have-
a problem.
Yeah, can you have perpendicular lines to a sphere?
Yes.
Yes, to the surface of the sphere.
Are you sure?
Yes.
With a tangent, man. It's no
They're
big
not
deal.
vertical
You know,
anymore, man.
Perpendicular
Y'all know
to
if you
a
could say
sphere.
no, you'd have been saying no in specificity rather than moaning. You did a good one.
Can I make
So
that
the-
comment
the-
again? I
a
tried to make
perpen-
it
Wait a minute. Who's coming in now? Like, just Gummy Bear, please.
So the direction that's perpendicular to a surface is literally the direction that's straight away from the surface. So it's perpendicular in every direction to the surface.
Right, do you know what perpendicular is, for
Yes.
starters? And what is perpendicular?
The best. I'm not
90
sure how the
degree
best way to
opposition.
describe it.
Yeah, I was
but,
gonna say that 90 degrees.
90 degree
but
opposition. Go ahead.
90 degrees. No parallelity, like no shared lines.
What?
Like I don't know how to describe it perfectly in English. It's 90 degrees. Let's just stick with that.
Okay. Do you want me to get you the actual?
If you wouldn't mind, go ahead.
Perpendicular would be 90 degrees opposition to a straight surface.
Yeah,
Isn't that
straight
one?
line.
No, it's 95. It's 90 from 45, man. Is it?
What? Right. Hey, can I make a comment, Dev, about the
You
very?
can't just say a straight. Can't just say a straight surface, man, because like you're assuming things.
Yeah, no,
The
I'm not
most
saying anything.
concise
Any straight surface,
perpendicular.
any straight,
Perpendicular.
All right,
any straight
guys.
surface in a point coordinate system, any straight surface that has a 90 degree opposition to it, a line, will be perpendicular to that particular line. It doesn't have to. It can be curved. I mean, it could be angled. It could be anywhere. But that
Okay.
perpendicularity is.
All
any.
right, I'm going to read it now for you.
Or do you like my
I'm
answer?
going
You're holding a
to
thing
read
here.
the definition for you
Rob
right
made a-
now. All right, guys. I'm going to read the definition for you now. It says, when a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called
And I just said that.
perpendicular to it.
And I just
No,
said
you
that.
didn't. I said that.
No,
I
you
said
didn't.
90, I said 45 degrees from 90, which is
Two.
precisely what this is indicating.
No,
You were
it's
you were
not.
using childish words like
No.
straight lines.
Who's
I
that?
said straight lines. Two straight
come
lines
on.
that are 90-degree opposed.
Please, Zanuck.
Hey, Bev, I need to
Zanuck,
make that
please.
one comment. I want to make one
Zanuck,
comment.
please.
Can I make one comment, please?
Well,
Can we go back to the original?
This is your last comment then, right?
Thank
Go on,
you.
make it
For
now.
a while. Okay,
And
great.
then I'm
I want to
mute
commend
you.
the person that actually not poked a hole, but made a great comeback to what I said. Non-parallel plumb lines will be indicative of a curved surface, and he mentioned the flat Earth with the triangle. You know, the early drawings you saw of flat Earth, and that was really cool. I mean, that was
Right. That's it. Thank you very much. That was a good comment. Thank you. That was brilliant. Now
we all understand
perpendicular.
that,
Perpendicular is two straight lines. So any surface that it is perpendicular to must be a straight line.
All right, then let's not use
straight perpendicular to a curve is ridiculous. There's no such thing.
Let's use another word then. All right.
Okay.
No, well, that's it. That's that one. That one's done. That was bad. And now Zanuck wanted to, that was his comment that he wanted. Now he's done. That one of Zanuck's is gone out of the window now, right?
There's no logic in that.
All right, so we won't use perpendicular then. We'll just say verticals are 90.
Now then, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm
just
hosting
say
this.
45
Who's the
degrees
next
from 90.
person? Die slow. That wasn't you just talking, was it? You just overtalked somebody else. Who was the next person that wanted to have a go?
Arma, me.
Bev. Hello, Bev.
Is that?
Hello, Bev. It's
There's
me.
a lot of people in here. Yeah, go on.
Hello, Bev. All right. What did we start off this conversation with? Was it something that Rob said? And we haven't even discussed that yet, have we? Because people have done the weeds.
Yeah, we're just doing if P then Q.
So can we get back to Rob's P and Q?
Perfect.
Yeah, can we get back to Rob's P and Q then, please, instead of fucking listening to all these arseholes fucking...
We've already done it. We've already done that. Then there was a counter.
All right. My apologies.
Yeah.
My
so,
apologies.
Kate Armour, you've been working on this one for a week, have you? Were you here last
Yeah,
week?
no, sorry, Bev. I just think we're trying to find other logical statements similar to mine and of the same caliber as mine.
Yeah.
So I've been going.
I pointed out the way the first one was said about all verticals.
Wait
and
a minute. Armour was on there next. Sorry.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, Armour. Did you want to go with your one?
I just wanted to who was the last person who did a P and Q? Because I wanted the guy before him.
It would have been me probably, Gummy Bear.
Yeah, I mean, like their P and Q is fine if we just change the words a bit. I mean, the point still gets across. Whatever. We just need to change the words instead of using perpendicular.
Do you think the arrangements of words is gonna change the logical of a statement?
Let him try. Let's have a go.
All right.
Go on. You want to
All right.
reword Zanuck's? Because I think that was the one that we were talking about.
Well, because we were arguing what perpendicular was. You said to a line. There are different definitions. Some are saying it's just 90 degrees to a given surface. All right.
Yeah,
so
but 90 degrees is two straight lines. That's what perpendicular means.
The contention is that when I say perpendicular to a surface, they don't want to accept that because they want to use the definition which only uses straight lines. When in fact that is not a requirement to perpendicular.
Yes, it is.
You can have something that is perfect.
Please, can we have a go now? He was going to change his name.
I'm about to finish.
Who's that, Gummy?
Yes, I'm about to finish.
Gummy, don't try and redefine perpendicular as well.
It's one more sentence.
Yeah, but perpendicular is two straight lines. It's the relationship of two straight lines.
That's one definition.
The line which is perpendicular to a surface is called the normal. It's got its own name in geometry.
We know what a normal is. And 90 degrees is what's important.
What kind of geometry? Euclidean or non-Euclidean?
Euclidean.
Yeah, there you go. It's the same. It's just vertical. We all know what it means. Yeah.
Yeah, the surface normal is perpendicular to the surface. That is its definition.
Straight lines, right?
No.
You know what a tangent is.
Right, okay. Let's carry on. Armour, please. You go. You wanted to change the wording.
All right, yeah. So instead of if you don't want to use perpendicular, even though it's perfectly fine, right? We could just say then the verticals are just I guess in this example we could just say it's whatever. Like, I need a picture for this. I mean, I don't understand why you can't use perpendicular. I mean, it
Parallel
works.
or not parallel?
Perpendicular is the relationship of two straight lines to one another.
That's one definition. What makes have you
give
seen
us
the other
your
ones?
definition then? Go on.
It literally says at an angle of 90 degrees to a given line, plane, or surface. All right.
Can you show me 90 degrees, please? Show me an angle of 90 degrees.
On a circle or just in general?
Just show me an angle of 90 degrees. You can put it wherever. Put it on top of a banana.
Oh,
show
wait,
me
can
the angle of 90 degrees.
Can I just cut in for just 1 second? I need a clarification. Is this the Arma? Were you the one yesterday that said that agreed with Sinclair that logic is relative?
Well, we're talking about like computer logic and whatnot. It depends on how you define logic, but we're not getting into that.
We're defining logic is the stuff we're doing right now.
That's just, the whole topic is logic. If you think it's relative, then you really don't have.
Well,
what
depends on like which logic. There's general logic, like the logic that we whatever, and then there's like it's words. All right, I'm not gonna get into that. All right,
is it relative or not?
No, not really. It depends on which word, which logic you're talking about.
It's a bit vague. And
does the supernatural count? Like, what if it's relative to humans, but we maybe
that's
I
not
don't know.
logic.
That's not the argument,
that's not
though.
Logic. Do you want to count yourself out of it?
Anyway, point is, let's just get back onto whatever. All right, so
show me an angle of 90 degrees, please.
Okay. So I'm just gonna real fast just cut this off. I'll show you just a picture real fast. I'll copy, paste. It's a right angle, but that's a right angle.
Yep, 90 degrees.
Yes.
Should have put the little square box in the.
Yeah, I know to make it official. Yeah, but whatever. But I mean, who was? I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names. Who was the one that gave the perpendicular, to the surface of a circle argument? Who was that again?
Gummy bear.
Gummy bear. Okay, gummy.
Oh, gummy bear as well.
They have a perfectly good, P and Q. Is just that you're not accepting their definition of perpendicular, so we have to find another means of explaining it. But
what's
they have
their definition of perpendicular. You've just shown me an angle of 90. What's their definition? Where's the curve in that?
If this helps, just remove the word perpendicular and use the word normal. The reason I didn't use the word normal was because perpendicular is a bit more wider understood than the normal. But you just say normal then, and what is your problem?
Normal is perpendicular.
Yes, correct.
Right.
Can you add more perpendicular lines to it?
All right, guys. Yeah, normal works. I mean, if you're gonna disagree with that, then I mean, this is getting ridiculous.
It works for who?
Well, for his argument.
It works for when you're talking about the relationship to straight lines or a straight line and a plane. That's the only way perpendicular works.
All right, Bev,
and you know it too. You know it.
Bev, what's wrong with the tangent of the surface, Bev? Isn't that a straight line? Is that not?
Tangent is a straight line, yes.
Well, there you go. Then we're using tangents and whatever.
That's not the surface. It's just a straight line.
Well,
okay.
When I say perpendicular,
I'm gonna restate my if.
We're getting away out in the cards talking about perpendicular, which is a definition that is within geometry and is very clearly defined. Right? We're not arguing about definitions or other people's ideas of definitions. What we're here to do, if P then Q.
All right, fair.
Right?
Okay, so I'm gonna restate my if P then Q with different wording. Is that okay?
Go on.
Okay. If vertical is normal to the surface of a sphere, then all verticals are not parallel and neither are horizontals.
Wow.
Horizontals perpendicular to each parallel. Yeah.
Don't need to put the horizontal. I mean, that's
good. Okay, fine.
if.
Yes, if.
Right? Yeah.
That is a big if.
Right, because what is an horizontal line again?
It doesn't. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, right?
Yes.
So no sphere then.
Yeah.
No, so vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is that if the verticals are normal to the surface of a sphere, then all those verticals are not parallel.
Where do you see sphere on it?
Yeah,
that's my if-then statement.
Right. George is right, though, right? Because if you say vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, then horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. There's no way of telling which one is perpendicular to the other, because they're both perpendicular to each other. So you can't just say one's normal and then the other one's perpendicular, because that's ridiculous. You screwed yourself over on the definitions. You can't have something as being normal and perpendicular, and they're having those as two different things when they're the same thing.
Well, so the vertical is normal to the surface, and then for each vertical, you'll have a perpendicular horizontal. But the verticals aren't parallel to each other, but each vertical has a perpendicular horizontal related to it.
So you claim.
No, this is logically a geometrical argument. But of course, the if there is talking about a sphere. That's the if.
Yeah, but you've messed up because the sphere, you've just tagged that on. And then you've assumed that perpendicular means something different than it actually means.
No, that's incorrect.
You're going to really struggle if you carry on with that. That's all I'm saying.
So what part of that?
All right, let's just remove the perpendicular. Just go with normals because they're.
Yeah, I'm not using the word perpendicular anymore.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what the problem
is. But it is the initial statement was horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? That's a
yes.
Okay,
so and they still are.
Your idea is to prove that they aren't perpendicular, right?
No, so vertical and horizontal, they're always perpendicular to each other. But my statement is showing that there are multiple verticals who are not parallel.
Well, see, you want to be trying to formulate it around that sort of. That's where you want to go.
But can I go back to that point I was trying to make before I got muted rudely? Because that addresses what you're speaking about perfectly. You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish the point, and the point was a good one for your side, by the way.
For what? My side? What are you
yes,
talking
your
about?
side. Your side.
I don't have any sides in this. This
no,
is logic.
he's going to call you a flat. You're asserting that if you have something that's horizontal and something that's vertical, that they'll always be perpendicular to one another.
We know about the sideways talking gravity. Stop trying to get it in there, bro.
Hold on. If that happens, if we have this mass that's underneath us that is shaped in such a way where we see
it's got nothing to do with that.
If I finish, you can say, okay, I've already heard that. Just let me finish this.
Put it in a P&Q, dude.
I have a point after it, though. I want to make it clear so when I make my point, you understand what I'm saying.
Why are you talking about something that we're not talking about to then eventually get back to what we are talking about? What are you doing?
It'll have
Can we please let Xanax finish?
Forget it.
Yeah, all right. See you later. Has anybody else got any more? Right, okay, then I'll go with one, right? If horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Not on a globe model.
That's it sounds more like a statement than
not parallel.
Why are you bringing up models?
A statement than if P then Q.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
The whole problem is that if you're using a singular vertical and then basing all horizontals off that, then yes, that is true. But when you have the different verticals facing in different directions, then you'll have a problem with that. Okay. That is why a model. That's why it's important when a model comes into play.
Again, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Yes.
All of them, right?
Yes.
Every
Right.
single one of them.
You're right. So what happens with my modus tollens? It showed that basically we have a concave Earth.
We're not doing modus tollens. We're just doing the if P then Q. All
that's
right.
what that is what modus tollens is, by the way.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. But
okay,
we're just doing the if
Fine.
P then Q.
Yeah. So if the Earth is flat, then all objects. If the Earth is flat, then all objects in the distance that are the same height above the surface will be at your eye level. Is that true?
No.
I don't know. What was that? Do it again. Do that again. Fully formulate it, right?
Fully formulated. If
Go on.
The Earth is flat, if the horizontal on your feet is flat.
No, wait a minute. Where's the P? Like, please do the initial if P, then Q. Right, go on. That's all we're after. Go on.
If P, then Q.
No.
Not Q, then not P. So if the Earth is flat, P. Hold on. If the Earth is flat, I'm walking you through it.
We're not after the modus tollens and the formulation. Everybody else here seems to understand. Please, just the if P, then Q bit.
Flat.
Please go.
If flat, P. Then every object. You're so rude, man. Let me finish. I'm giving you to, and you're just talking over me. If the Earth's flat, P, then every object at your observation level, eye level, will stay at that level in your field of view, Q. Would you agree with that?
No.
That's nonsensical.
If the Earth is flat,
no,
every
Xanax.
object at your eye level will stay at that eye level, regardless of distance, in your field of view, Q.
Nah.
Why is that not good?
Correct.
So hold on a
That's
second.
exactly correct.
When this object, this object that you're talking about, Zanik, when he's next to your feet,
so that way you can't even think about it, because all you do is talk over people.
Zanik,
I'm going to
this object,
him for a bit. Go on.
This object that you're talking about, yeah, when he's next to your feet, is it at your eye level?
No, that's his trick. He's
No,
putting
don't be bad. I was muting. Don't go out. Don't gang power when I'm muted. So yes.
Wait a minute.
Everything at eye level will stay at eye level regardless of distance if the Earth is flat. If
answer George's question, please. Just that.
Okay, George, go ahead. Be pet. The line below your feet.
If this object that you say that on the distance is below your eye level, if you bring this object close to your feet, is it at your eye level?
Eventually, it'll approach your eye level, but it'll never be at eye level technically as it goes further away from you. No.
It's a yes or no question. The object next to your feet, is it at your eye level?
If it's at your feet, or if it's in a distance at the same height as your feet, no, it'll never be at eye level. Does that answer your question, George?
The answer is no.
So what makes you believe that if that object is going away from you horizontally on a straight line, has anything to do with your eye level?
Because that's how perspective works, George. Anything at eye level, starting with your eyeballs, you pull your eyeballs out of your head and you move them 100 miles away, they will be at eye level for no matter how far away they go. That is
refraction. Your eye level.
No refraction.
We're not bringing refraction into it.
Exactly,
or
Don. Thank you for muddling the waters.
Why? Your eye level is a horizontal line parallel to the ground.
Right. Angularly, it'll always go up toward your eye level, but it'll never get there.
That's perspective, Zanik.
That's trigonometry and perspective, correct.
Eye level runs to the level of the ground.
George, come on. You're better than that. Come on.
Zanik, please don't stop.
So you got things at your feet going out in the distance. They will always be that level. Same as your feet.
Is that your if P then Q, Zanik?
Yeah.
I gave you it. So I said P and Q. Every object at your observation level, P, will stay there in your field of view, Q, regardless of distance.
That's ridiculous.
It'll be there. You don't mean you're going to see it.
No logic.
Good fun with the next part.
Don, you can't claim ridiculous. No one can claim ridiculous unless they understand the concept.
Zanik, please.
That's true.
It is true. Everything at eye level will stay at eye level.
There's no logic in it.
As it goes away from you.
I think people are missing the premise of the show. It was just to make a statement and then just kind of critique it. I mean, other people were fine. Like Gummy Bear was cool. Somebody else came in was cool. Arma's been pretty cool. I mean,
there's no argument in this.
Yeah.
No
Just
argument at all. We're just critiquing other people's if P's then Q, right? To hopefully get them better. Most of the ones we've heard so far
The
have been
logical
good.
formulation.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. So what's wrong with the gummy bear? Because gummy bear retyped it out. Whatever. What's wrong with if vertical is normal to a sphere, then all verticals are not parallel. What's wrong with that?
Well, what's normal?
Come on, the sphere normal. I mean,
what does it mean? What does
you don't have horizontal lines in the sphere?
We can define perpendicular. Can you define normal?
I'm gonna be honest, not really. I'm bad with words. I know what a normal is, but I can't.
Well, then
I'm really bad with words.
Maybe you're in the wrong arena.
Maybe
the normal is the line which is perpendicular to the surface at any given point.
Okay, all right. Let's go with your model. I'll just expand it a little bit to give you an idea what's. You have perpendicular at some point. Now, if you go on that line that is perpendicular, how far can you go where you can drop another perpendicular to that line?
No, nowhere. We would assume nowhere. I mean,
so you don't have a horizontal. You don't actually have a perpendicular.
Well, I answered. So let Gummy Bear do it. I just kind of jumped in.
Yeah.
Well, so we have the vertical, which is perpendicular to the surface.
What surface?
The surface that we're standing on.
Okay.
Or
what is perpendicular to you?
Perpendicular.
Yeah.
What is perpendicular? Well, we agreed earlier that it's
perpendicular to horizontal.
One straight line standing on a straight line.
So a perpendicular.
Why is it hard to answer these questions,
Rob,
you guys?
Rob, please let him try. At least.
So I already said that the line that's perpendicular to the surface means that it's got a 90-degree angle to all parts of the surface.
Would you call that vertical?
Yes.
Right. Now, perpendicular to vertical, what's that?
Horizontal.
Right. Now, how large is the horizontal that you are going to allow, line or plane, on that vertical?
Forever. You've established a horizontal for that vertical, which will stretch on forever.
So perpendicular to that horizontal is what you're talking about, right? All perpendiculars to that horizontal will be parallel.
Yep.
So all of the verticals that are perpendicular to that entire infinite horizontal plane will be parallel.
Correct.
Right. So what was your argument again then?
So the argument is that while that is true for this vertical, if you were to move to a different position...
Is that what you said with your Q?
Yes.
Where?
By saying that if you move, then your vertical will be pointing a different direction, and therefore it will not be parallel with the earlier vertical, as well as the horizontals you make of that new vertical will not be parallel with the previously made horizontals. That is what this implies.
To have expanded a hell of a lot from
and
your
why?
All of that is implied by what I said.
No, it isn't implied by what you said.
Do you need some help, Gummy? I can try and give you some pointers.
Go right ahead.
You need to I mean, for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, instead of using the word vertical, because that's gonna trip you up with this, horizontal and perpendicular is going to as well. Try and formulate it around, like, if the radius lines was extending past the surface. Try and, like, formulate something that way instead.
So what you're saying is I shouldn't use any of the words related to all of this, like George. I shouldn't use any of the words related to what we're talking about, like perpendicular, vertical, horizontal. Instead, I should talk about something completely different, about radius lines.
No,
I don't agree with that.
Can I give it a
missed
try?
my point. Can I clarify my point?
That's what you're describing.
Yeah, that's my point. Is that if the radius line extends past the circumference, then you could, use that as the verticals in your argument, because it's going to be the same then.
No, so the reason why I wouldn't use that, instead what I use is the normal to the surface, which it will be equivalent to the radius line, but it's instead of extracting that or extrapolating that to mean it's a line that reaches the center, I'm simply talking about the normal to the surface, which is
And
the
the problem, but the problem is the word normal is undefined, and so the logic fails.
Well, no, so earlier I used it. I didn't use the word normal for this exact reason, but I was criticized by having to explain perpendicular, and they also said that they know what normal means. So therefore, I did afterwards change my argument to add in the word normal because they said that they know what it is.
Yeah, but they know what you mean because they're in the argument right now. If you said that to someone just with a blank slate, that word normal is undefined to them, and so
No, if they're knowledgeable within geometry, then they will know about the word
there's no
normal.
normal,
Yes.
in geometry. No.
You're
Yes, it
describing
is.
a radius. That's what you're doing.
The normal to a surface is the vector which is perpendicular to that surface at that given point.
Can I just give you a quick one?
With,
you're describing a circle, not a sphere.
No, I'm not describing a circle. Right now, I'm just describing a perpendicular line.
I might be able to help you with this, right?
Go ahead.
A little quick one I've just formulated in my head.
I got one too.
If perpendicular is defined within Euclidean geometry, then perpendicular is provable to be true.
Yeah. Nothing I say goes against that. I'm using perpendicularity, so I want it to be true.
Let me ask you this. How many horizontal lines you need in order to build a sphere?
No, hang on. I got it. If I am holding a sphere, then to the center point, there will only be one horizontal plane and one vertical plane.
Yes, to you while you're holding it, correct. But we're talking about the fact that you can stand on it and have different orientations and therefore different verticals and therefore different horizontals.
I'd say that would work with any. That's a very good one. I like that.
Yeah.
Different horizontals, yeah. How many in order to do a sphere?
As many as you want to define.
Horizontals.
When you mentioned normal, you said they mentioned it earlier.
Yes.
What do you mean by normal?
It's just perpendicular. It's just a fancy word to get them away from perpendicular.
I'm asking Gummy because I don't know what he means by normal.
Yeah, so it's a word. It's a word in geometry that literally just means the line that's perpendicular to the surface.
Right. And when you said earlier, when did you mean earlier?
Like 20 minutes ago.
So was it this conversation?
Yes. So when I first brought up my if-then statement, I used the word perpendicular rather than normal. And I was criticized on it, and I later changed it to normal because people answered that they knew what that meant, what the normal direction is.
So nobody actually told you to change it to normal. You just changed it to normal yourself.
They told me to by implying that they know. Yeah, Bev did by saying he knows what normal is, so I should just use that.
It's just
that is what he said.
perpendicular. Everybody knows it now, right? You're just using a different word to say the same thing, but pretend it's to a surface when it isn't. It just means perpendicular, relationship 90 degrees to another straight line.
So normal means perpendicular.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Because
to a surface.
Right.
Just to anything.
People are banding around words and everything like that, and I'm just getting confused all the time because people are flip flopping all over the place. So normal is perpendicular.
Yeah, all books and all envelopes and so on. They're all circular. They're not, they don't have 90-degree angles.
If you look in chat, I posted 2 pictures that'll kind of explain normal vectors. So
there you go. Yeah. The perpendicular.
Yeah.
Just means at right angles too.
Okay, thank you. I just want a clarification on that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Because we've got a curved surface there, but you have to make each one of those squares to put the perpendicular to it.
What's that in the middle?
A disco ball, like that. But that's what normal means, perpendicular. I mean, you can't have that being vertical and horizontal. Like, that's not what it means. There's a different relationship, right? Vertical and horizontal are in reality. That's just a way that they can put a tangent on a curved surface, which is perpendicular, right? And then do the perpendicular to the tangent, to the square they're going to do.
Yeah, so when you want to figure out the normal vector of a spherical object, you find out the tangential plane.
Yeah, you just put a straight line there. You put 2 straight lines on top of a ball, right?
Well, it's a tangential plane, but you can call that 2 straight lines if you want to.
Well, yeah,
because a plane is defined as 2 lines.
Or you
or
put
by
a plane
2.
on a sphere, right?
Yes, which tangentially is equal to the curve at that point.
Touches the sphere at one point, yeah.
Yes, correct.
So in reality,
So you need a straight line then.
Yeah, in reality, what we could say is there will be 2 horizontal planes on a ball, one at the base and one on top, and there'd be verticals would be perpendicular to those horizontal planes.
Well, you have infinite horizontal planes. You can define the horizontal plane at whatever height or altitude you want.
Everybody, to understand, if you have a sphere, a ball, in reality, right, there will be a horizontal plane underneath it that the ball is on. Then you could put another horizontal plane on top of it. But because it's a solid ball, you can't put a horizontal plane through it.
Yeah.
But all perpendiculars to those 2 horizontal planes would be perpendicular. Now, there would only be 2 planes that would be, normal. And they're the planes that are touching the ball.
Well, no, the plane that is touching the ball would be the tangential plane.
Yep. And it would also be, normal to the surface of the ball at the point that it is touching.
Well, no, it would be parallel to the surface of the ball where it's touching.
No, it couldn't be parallel to, because one of them's a plane and the other one's a ball. You can't have a plane parallel to a ball. That's silly. Don't try doing that as well. That's ridiculous.
At the point of tangency,
thank you.
At the point of tangency, you have parallel. That is what tangential means.
2 horizontal planes would be parallel. Yes. Please don't try and say that the surface of the ball is parallel to the plane that is tangential to it. That would be absolutely
at the tangential
ridiculous.
Did we just get a new one? We got parallel points?
Yep.
Wow.
I think so. But the tangent is being parallel to the ball or to the surface that it is tangential to. Wow. Gummy, I think you should quit. Just
what's
tap out and go.
What's tangent to you?
Oh, bloody hell. Gummy, please.
No, I'm not going to drop this one because you're incorrect on this one. The fact is, the point of tangency, the point where it is the tangent, they are parallel. You are incorrect on what you're saying. They are parallel on this point.
Surface of a sphere is a surface of constant curvature. A tangent is a straight line or plane that has 0 curvature.
let me ask
one
Gummy.
cannot be parallel to the other. Please stop it, Gummy. You sound ridiculous.
At the
Gummy,
point of tangency, at
Gummy,
the
can 2
point of
points?
tangency, that's how a tangent is
Gummy,
defined.
Gummy, can 2 points be parallel to
Same
one another?
point.
Gummy, did you hear me?
So when you say point, when I'm saying point on the sphere,
No,
I'm not.
I don't know, but I mean, yeah, that's as easy as it is. Like people like even on the globe side, you know, who was it? Surugaki, was it?
Yeah.
Like your logical statement was from the globe side, wasn't it?
Yeah, if vertical is determined by the center of a spherical Earth, P, then verticals cannot be parallel, Q.
See, I don't know why anybody else was bothering with them. That makes perfect sense.
Hey man, that was logical.
It's just
I knew you could do it. I knew they could do it. I knew it.
I liked my follow-up one.
Yeah.
That was mine though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea would be to first formulate your statements. I mean, anybody can, judge by yourself. If this, then that. I mean, these statements that have been come forward, all you have to do is say, is the P correct? Is it true that one would be a consequent of the other? Well, then you've got to decide how do you want to formulate it. You either say from the Q statement, like, yes, Q does happen. Then you could say, yes, Q. Or you could say, no, Q doesn't happen. Here's the Q doesn't happen. So therefore, it doesn't necessarily follow. There's loads of different ways you can do it, but you need to make sure that your P's and Q's are. And if you come in with a if, something to do with perpendicular, like if you go, if perpendicular doesn't mean perpendicular, then, well, that's bad formulation. Because you can't say something's perpendicular to something, but then not actually have that line that it is perpendicular to, because it's only at one point, and then you don't have a line. And you can't have a line perpendicular to another line if it's not a line that it's perpendicular to. It just doesn't make any sense. But that's not our problem with the geometry, right? You if the ballers wanted to go, if the geometry of reality is spherical geometry,
I have another one.
The ballers would be able to prove that, but they can't. So,
Oh, I thought you were fixing to do mine.
Yet, George.
I'll save that one.
Go on, George. You have another one.
If P then Q. If the surface of the water is horizontal, then water don't conform to a ball. Q.
I've got one.
Good.
I've got one. It's novel. It's not same ones you had. Actually, I got two.
Go.
And then I got so I did one last week. I'll do that one again, and I'll say the new one. But I said if a vertical line is one that's created from some center location, position, and your position, and a horizontal plane is perpendicular from that vertical line, then no two horizontal planes created from two separate positions would be parallel, ever. That's the first one.
Back in the question.
The second one, hold the question to the answer. The second one, very quickly, is if every vertical line established from every position on Earth is perpendicular to the same horizontal plane, then two auto levels with a 0.5 millimeter precision over 110 meters, like one I've seen, then they should establish a horizontal plane that intersects the eyepiece of the other
if both are set up 100 meters apart from each other and they're pointed directly at one another. So those are the two if PQs.
Wow, I'd like to see
It's
that.
hard for both of them.
Do you think you'd be able to see all the way through the IP and the prisms, the compensator mechanism, into the lens at the eyepiece of the other auto level?
I think you zoom Q then P.
Now I'm a little bit more clever than that, Bev. What I would do is I would set up a rod right next to the eyepiece with a mark right where the eyepiece is, and position the rod right next to the eyepiece so that I'm actually viewing that rod. That way I can be more precise on what I'm actually hitting.
Why do you need 2 auto levels?
To point them at one another.
But you're only reading the rod. Why do you need the
Gonna have a hump
level there?
To confirm that both those rods pointing at one another, to confirm that both those auto levels are using the same horizontal when viewing each other.
So it's concave, not spherical then. Is that what you're saying? They're facing each other. So if on both sides you have a vertical drop, it's concave, not spherical.
That's fantastic. I didn't say anything about a vertical drop. I didn't say anything about concave. I didn't say anything about spherical. I established, I think if you were listening, you would have heard me say, if all vertical lines from every position are perpendicular to the same horizontal plane. So what I'm talking about is a flat plane, the same horizontal. I didn't say anything about concave or convex or anything like that. I'm talking about on a flat plane, this is what should happen. That's what I said. I didn't say what would happen on a globe or anything else. So I don't have a lot of time. Maybe listen.
So why did you brought up the auto levels?
You have to ask that once more.
You brought up your arguments. You had 2 auto levels facing each other, 2 rods in the center.
All right. It's for confirmation that they're both establishing along the same horizontal plane.
So what are you saying? Are they on the same horizontal plane or not?
Yeah, both auto levels will be making horizontals while pointing at each other at the same elevation. The horizontal planes that they're creating, they should be parallel, and this will be confirmed by the fact that the eyepiece is along the horizontal plane they've created.
Okay. So what do you actually observe then?
You observe maybe you put like a rod next to their eyepiece with a notch mark, right? That is parallel with the center of their eyepiece.
So do you observe drop on both sides or not?
I didn't hear you.
Can we get off this because we're just after the if P then Q.
Yeah, that was an if P then Q. That's all that was.
Yeah, but now we're sort of discussing the if P then Q, right? Not the where we're going to go next. But your Q involved you looking at another auto level, right? That's all I was asking. Like, in order for you to take this further, I was just saying, like, why did you put 2 auto levels to each other if what you're going to end up doing is put a measuring rod there?
The other auto level is to come back in your direction, but if you want to use a measuring device instead of the auto level, you just put something right next to the auto level, like a rod. That's what the point of the rod is, and that's what the point of the auto level is, to confirm that the 2 horizontals created in both directions are 2 horizontals that are actually the same horizontal.
Yeah, all I was saying was that if you're doing a Q that says it then 2 auto levels pointing at each other, right, would look down the crosshairs of each other's, right? If you're not actually going to do that, then what's the point of that being the then? Like, you may as well just say some sort of measurement would be taken, right? It would sound
you don't understand it, that's fine. I can't talk longer, but it's very simple for other people who are listening. It's very simple that you're using the horizontal plane that the other eye level is at. the eyepiece, but of course you're not going to want to use the eyepiece as the thing that
we're not on about the technical procedure.
I don't have a lot of time,
Please.
Bev. I'm trying to clear
I
something
know
for people.
you're going into
Bev,
a procedure that we're not after just yet. We're just after the queue. That's it. And all we want is to point out that if you're going to have a then that is what you would have to then prove. If then doesn't ever happen, then it's not any point of having it as a then. It just doesn't make sense. I'm not saying your method's wrong or that I don't want to see you actually do this. I'm just saying it's no good point saying that you're going to look at the crosshairs if you're not actually going to look at the crosshairs. You're going to measure something else. It just doesn't sound like the good cue. As a necessarily antecedent for it. Does anybody else have any?
It doesn't follow the logic.
Yeah. But good. I like the idea. It's bringing out the idea of if you've got something, then you're looking for something else. That would prove that they would be parallel, I think. Is that what he was saying? I think it was. If the verticals are perpendicular, then I think he was giving us some sort of a way to work out if it's a horizontal plane across the bottom, which I like it for. Kosho's going both ways. Looking through the crosshairs was a bit.
Thanks, Kosho.
Yeah.
I got one.
Another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
If a body of water, connected body of water, is in hydrostatic equilibrium, then it will be horizontal at all points along that body of water.
Ooh.
I like that one.
That always went along with George's, that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. Horizontal.
And they call us physics deniers.
Yeah. Yeah, that would good. Now, I wonder why they didn't think of it to do with. Must be weird, right?
Because they're scared of straight lines.
Mm-hmm. Well, because that one for Busters works good as well, right? Because all you would have to do is to say, do a modus tollens for that one. You'd have to say not horizontal. You could perhaps look for a hump, or you could look for a drop of that water surface, and then you could end up saying, well, it's not horizontal if you either have the drop or the hump. I like it. Definitely works.
Does this one work here? If the Earth is flat, P, then the Earth will be 2D, Q.
Oh, you're starting to get into my territory on my next one.
Oh, so it's not over the line. Okay, I'll use it.
No, that's
You're dancing on my territory.
Logic.
Yeah, that's good.
That's affirming the consequence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There are.
The funny thing is that every way we observe is a 2D. That's how we observe.
No, we observe 3D.
Yeah. Yeah.
We do?
Yeah. There are verticals. Therefore,
absolutely,
it is not 2D, right?
Yeah.
I'll disagree with that.
Can anyone post me a 2D piece of Earth?
2D is only conceptual.
Yeah,
unless you hate reality.
That's why it's in the first 10 books of Euclid. Just it's the conceptual idea that you get where you gain your proofs that you will then take into solid geometry to actually practice in reality. But you have to have the founding of the two-dimensional geometry to be able to get a grasp of what's going to happen in reality. It's the foundations. It starts off very simple, a bit like what we're doing here, starting off at the foundations of logic. It's easy when you have a good a good foundation and a good idea of what formulation of the logic. If P, then Q. You see, some people have problems with it because it's about it's just reality, right? It's what's provable in reality. I think it's good. Is it? How long have we been going for?
I have one last one, which is just, if the Earth is a sphere Q, then plumb lines cannot be parallel. No, of course P first. Then plumb lines cannot be parallel Q.
Again, that's affirming the consequence.
It's not. It's just an if P, then Q.
I've got one. I know if it might be slightly off topic, but P, if my mother-in-law is coming around here, Q, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that works. Depends whether your missus has got you doing it up or not.
So we don't do a disco ball.
Well, of all of the P's and Q's that everybody's heard tonight, because seeing this is the logic and what we're doing is the full formulation of it, right? So this is where we gain proofs from. So what we go from these statements, I mean, everybody's brought statements here tonight. They're not theirs, right? They've opened them up to the floor. Now, it's free for everyone. This is logic. You take those statements away and you go, wait, what can I do with them? Well, you can do, like I say, you can affirm the consequent, the Q, and say, yes, that. And then that's called modus ponens. Or you could negate the consequent and say, not that. Well, that would be called a modus tollens. You can also do a reductio ad absurdum, where you go, well, I will follow that through as a logical statement and say, if that were true, look at the ridiculous outcome that we have here because of that, right? Now, that cannot be true because it's absurd, right? It's ridiculous. So it can't be that. And there are all sorts of different ways of doing it. Now, you take all of those away and do whatever you want with them. And then, but as you're doing it, think, would there be a way that we could actually prove that too? And implement that method into reality in any way to help you prove these statements that we're making. I mean, they're logical statements. They make sense. They have to be either true or false. And if there's a way to prove that they are true or false, well, then it becomes a perfect formulation of the if P, then Q, yes, Q, or no, not Q, right? And you can, the easier you make the formulation of the P's and the Q's, the easier it becomes to prove the statement. And remember, you only have to prove it to yourself. You don't have to prove it to anybody else, because there will be people that won't take any sort of proof that they have upside down world. So don't be afraid or worried that other people don't take it on. It's only for yourself, only for the logical statement.
But it must be true to be a logical statement, right, Beb?
Well, we've checked the P's and the Q's. I mean, like, you've seen it. I say there's been quite a few that they're flawless, right? In the formulation of the if P then Q. I mean, you can't fault them. All that needs to be done then. Go on.
So for something to be logical, what I'm saying, it has to be true. There cannot be something logical that is not true.
No, you can have a logical syllogism, but it's invalid, right? You can have a logical syllogism that is.
Can you give me an example?
I can.
Invalid.
Oh,
Was it him or he broke up?
I think he was breaking up. SE, do you want to go? And he might come.
You guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Travis.
we hear you.
Travis, you're breaking up, man. I think it's Travis that's doing it. Do you want to go, SE? Go on.
Yeah. I'll try one like the reverse, like they said. If the Earth is spinning, sorry, let me rephrase that. If the ground, forget about the Earth. If the ground is spinning, a plumb bob would not be able to hang plumb.
Yeah.
Spinning as in circular.
Yeah,
so I go with that. Yeah.
Well, see, my first one was
Very precise with your measurement.
my first
I got a
was
simple one.
Syllogism. Go ahead.
If up and down are opposite directions, then you can never go up by going down.
That's a good one. But it's a true statement, right? It is true. It cannot. You see,
it's simple.
Everything
Dude.
that is logical has.
No, the one I gave you isn't true. The one I gave wasn't true. That's why I gave it.
I didn't hear that one. Can you repeat it? Because I disconnected for a quick second there. I had a call.
That's why I made it on the fly just for you.
Yeah, I don't know if you connect out. So sorry.
I'll say it again, no problem.
Thank you.
If the ground is spinning, a plumb bob would not be able to hang plumb.
But
that's bad connection.
Yeah.
You're breaking up, Silent, bro. You're roboting.
You could say he's silent.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with your statement anyway.
Yeah, I think there's some. It doesn't sound right. There's something not quite there about it, but I can't seem to put my finger on it.
Yeah, because it's backwards. What I should. Are you talking about mine, Bev?
Yeah. I think if the ground
Yeah,
is
because
spinning,
it's backwards.
that doesn't sound
How it should
right.
be is. Yeah. I said it because of Silent. Something not true.
Yeah.
What
you
it
have to say
should
if
be
there's
is.
you have to say if there's axial rotation.
Yeah.
No, I don't even think that, because the issue is what is the plumb bob hanging from compared to the spinning ground. Yeah. So if the plumb bob is not hanging from the same reference frame, it's gonna hang plumb, no?
Can you show me something spinning and a plumb bob hanging plumb?
Well, let's say you have a plumb
to
bob
what?
hanging in the tree over like a roundabout, like that's kind of thing.
I didn't say a tree. Is the tree spinning?
No, I'm just saying, like, did you hang your plumb bob in the same reference frame as the ground? Is it in a drone?
It's hung from the ground, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Like, I'm agreeing that it wouldn't hang plumb if it's in a circular motion. That's not my issue. I'm just trying to help out, like, where is the issue.
Yeah.
Well, the statement should be this. It shouldn't be if the ground is spinning. It should be like this. If the ground is stationary, then a plumb bob would hang perfectly vertically plumb.
If the plumb bob is hanging from a moving reference frame, P, then, whatever, finish that one.
Yeah.
Not just moving. The spinning is the important part here.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because you could be moving in a constant rate, and I'm sure the plumb bob will not be. It can still hang plumb, right? It'll bounce around a bit, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, that wouldn't
It's
be
the
plumb
spinning
then if
that's
it's
the
moving
issue.
about.
Yeah, it'll be moving about. Yeah, I'm
But
creating
that's
like an impossible situation. Yeah.
Then it wouldn't be plumb.
Isn't that what they do with the pendulum?
No, the issue is the spinning part here. If you have a spinning platform, a pendulum cannot hang plumb. It's impossible.
Yeah, correct. Needs to swing. Now, if you
So I
if you
think
swing
it's
a plumb,
correct then,
if you
the
swim a plumb bob,
formulation.
then
No, he's
yeah,
talking about the initial movement of the plumb bob. You couldn't have a plumb bob being stationary if it was on a moving surface.
Exactly, yeah. That's the whole thing, yeah.
yeah, it needs to be stationary.
It's where you use the words in the actual statement. Because if you're switching around slightly, it means totally something different.
Well, you can do it both ways.
Yeah.
You can start off with a stationary platform and make if P then Q, and you can do it with you can start off with a rotating.
You would say if a plumb bob is perfectly still, how would the right terminology be? If a plumb bob is not in motion, then it cannot be attached to a surface that's in motion.
Yeah, you can do it exactly.
That's Coriolis right there.
Too. Yeah, exactly. You can do it both ways.
It's how you structure what you say.
Well, I came up with the first one when I heard Silent say you can't do it on a negative. Sorry, I gotta take a phone call, guys.
No, I didn't say that. What I said. Am I coming through good?
Yeah, you're good.
What I said is that for something to be logical, it has to be a true statement, a statement of truth. So what I'm saying is that you cannot have something that is false being logical.
What you're saying?
Even his statement that if something, even his statement of the air rotating, the plane will not be perpendicular. It's true, right?
I'm back.
That's true.
Thanks.
It's logical. It's true, but we're not saying that.
You're roboting again, bro.
Damn satellites.
Unless someone thinks we're a video game, then logic would not be true because they have to have a certain type of logic to, to make a video game, and that's the only reason why they think they're living on a ball, because they think it's a holographic universe.
We're not doing
that. No. They have to use logic to set parameters.
But who said video games are logical though? Video games are full of illogical things.
Exactly, it's not logical fantasy. That's what it is.
No, y'all are missing it. We had this argument the other day. Do you use logic to set parameters for software?
Yeah, but those parameters again have to be true. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. It's not. It's illogical. You cannot do anything.
They just have to line up within the software logically for it to work.
Logically.
Yeah, for the purpose of the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just an on-off switch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can I? We've just got a comment in the live stream text. Does anyone know what a vertical with respect to a cow in Argentina would look like? Because that's a
sorry.
argument.
So just to address Silent real quick again. Yeah. Just to address Silent real quick. You can have a logical argument if P then Q that is invalid.
That's nice. We're talking about things that are concise with the natural world and reality, not some fantasy.
Okay.
I'm talking about truth.
Silent.
So.
Can I answer
the
Silent
question? Was horizontal
Silent?
and vertical, wasn't it?
Let Travis finish, please.
Okay, I got a question.
My point was just okay. Yeah, my point was just simply to address silent. I wasn't trying to be argumentative. I'm saying that in an argument you can have a logical argument that is invalid. That's all I was going to try to clarify.
What do you mean by invalid?
Yeah, but if
I mean,
you
people are listening in now. What do you mean by invalid?
Okay. So I think
that is not true.
Okay, I think that the programming discussion is appropriate, right? In the software, it can be logical. However, because the software doesn't comport with reality in the real world, it's not valid, right? Don't go jumping off roofs just because you can in the video game, right?
Right. Well, yeah, but what we're doing here is we're minding our P's and Q's. So in doing that, we are sort of making sure we're not setting ourselves up for an invalid logical argument.
So what would that type of logic be? Because there are different types of logic.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? You cannot say, well, it's logic. Well, P then Q logical statement is if you have a mother-in-law, P then Q, you must have or had a partner, right? And a illogical thing it would be to say if you have a mother-in-law and you never had a partner in your life, that's illogical. That's a false. It's false. It's not a true thing that it can happen on the world.
Yeah.
Right. So therefore, it's illogical.
Yeah.
So logical statements only come from truth.
Yeah.
Huh?
You
What
start
is
with a false premise. Yeah. When you start with a false premise.
And that's why it's if P then Q and not if P then not Q, you know.
That's correct.
Well, the people that use logics every day are logistic companies, like freight companies. That's why they're called logistics.
No, I don't think so. But I mean, nice try. Yeah. Have you got anything from last week? Have you got anything to bring? No.
Just so we're clear,
wow.
When you're talking about logic, it's the opposite of what Travis said. It can be valid, but then the premises be false. Premises can be false, and the conclusion is valid, but the conclusion would ultimately be false because the premises were false. But in the
give us an
context
example.
of logic, you can come to a true statement.
Give us an example.
Yeah. Sure. You could say, if I was a genie, you would be granted 3 wishes, right? Or you could say I'm a genie.
Oh,
and if I was a genie, you get granted 3 wishes.
Come on, Coach.
But one of the premises is not true.
Yeah. Let's not talk about you being genies. That's not what we're doing here. We're checking P's and Q's, right?
You asked him.
Nobody's a genie. Yeah, I know. But I mean, like within the context of what we're talking about, there's no need to say, if I'm Father Christmas, then I'm busy Christmas Eve, right? That's a ridiculous statement to be saying. And nobody in their right mind would bring it. So can you give us something that's a bit more in context?
You asked me for an example. You asked me for an example.
Yeah, I didn't ask you an example of
example.
Water being wet.
I'll instead give you your example. I'll give you your example instead. You could say if the Earth were flat, then this would happen. If the Earth were flat, then this would happen. The Earth is flat, and the conclusion would be this is happening. And that would be a valid logical argument, regardless if those true.
Sounds like you don't really understand what we're talking about, Kosho. To be honest,
I'm responding to what Travis said.
Does anybody
on
else
the validity of a logical argument?
I'll give it any sense here at all?
The same thing happened last week. Remember?
Yeah.
We're not talking about flat Earth.
Yeah,
I could give a go on this topic.
Who started talking about
when you
flat
guys
Earth?
use video games as an example, that was totally fine. But when I use my example, is left field. Even though you asked for an example.
Show us how you don't understand logic some more.
I was responding with Travis was saying about logical arguments. That's all.
Yeah. Would you like?
I think maybe you guys should study the first things about logic.
Show us some more what you don't know about logic, please.
I thought this was Logic 101.
I'll do what I don't know about logic.
This
Logical
is
arguments.
School for logic, Beb.
Logical arguments. Logical
Didn't
arguments
you
can have
hear?
premises that are not true.
Funny guy.
Yeah. Carry on. Did you have a valid if P then Q then? Based around vertical and horizontal that'll give you some sort of conclusion that you might end up being happy with.
Yeah, I gave y'all two about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You gave unicorns.
So which was your best one then? Of those two? Do you think you could end up taking it on for next week? Because next week we're going to be and then after that we'll be trying to implement it in reality to give us the final proof that we're after.
Yeah, I'd say they're both tied for first place.
Okay. Nice. I have to admit that the one that we've done and we've already formulated it and took it to conclusion. And that's the if me and DP joint effort. It's a long time running. If horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Ba-boom. That one. We've done a fair bit of work on it and we've checked it. So coming the next stage, right? I can only see like maybe Buster, Saragaki, Rob being able to find some sort of a yes Q or yes P.
Yeah, I already formulated all of mine. I'm just waiting.
I know, yeah, I can tell.
If I have a heading of due east and I fly in that heading, I'll end up in the south.
So, Beb, did Gummy Bear brow his killer argument? P then Q?
I don't know.
I brought pizza.
Shit, I wasn't at the start of the show, damn it.
So yeah. So it's up to anyone from to come to say how do you prove, because that's what we're after doing now, right? The next step. I mean, we could sort out another one to bring the another formulation of something. If anybody can think of any sort of topic that's been on their mind at the minute, and we could come up with a statement that we could start formulating for next week. And also work on the best ones that we've had from this week to finish them off. With the modus ponens, modus tones, and all that.
Is this valid, Beb? If I say P, if you want to have pressurized air, then Q, you must have it contained. Is that a valid one?
Sounds good.
Also applies to water.
Yeah.
I've just stuck one in the chat, Bev, just quickly.
It should be known that you can't judge validity based on a premise alone. So
that's good.
Sorry, Kosho, I wasn't talking at all.
I'll do.
I mean, he wasn't at the moment.
Do you want my one? P.
Yeah, go on.
If it can be shown that 1 arc second, 3 millimeters at 500 meters cannot be measured using standard surveying equipment, Q, then an accuracy of 1 arc second over 500 meters cannot be achieved.
That's a good one.
That's a pretty definite one, that as well. And I got some nice pictures there as well.
P, if an instrument is not made to measure long distances, then Q, you should not be using it to measure long distances.
Yeah. Or if P, surveyors only use plain surveying instrument, then Q, there's only really plain surveyors.
How about this one? If if geodetic surveyors use planar surveying equipment, Q, geodetic surveyors are planar surveyors.
Along similar lines. Yeah.
How about this one? If it's defined as a circle, then you cannot call it a square.
Yeah, that's
that's a great one.
The law of non-contradiction, though, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like, that's already stated. Like, but I mean, it works.
Because it's been said a lot lately, you know. So
yeah. Yeah, there's some good logic coming.
I do have one slightly off topic about the question earlier with logic and like having some weird logic that it sounds perfectly fine, but if you follow the logic, you may still end up with the wrong conclusion. I have an example if you want to hear it.
Go on.
So if someone breaks into my home, P, then my dog will alert me, Q.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Yeah, that will potentially lead to you dying. So, yeah.
So your dog could have died.
For example, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
could be
death. Like the guy that broke in.
Yeah, what if somebody had just walked the neighborhood and fed your dog treats over time to get them used to you? Or
that's my point, you know.
Yeah. I mean, dogs
or could have just been sleeping
too.
Could have just been sleeping.
Or not feeling well, or it could be all kinds of things.
Well, the problem, if you want to make a deductive argument, you need to prove that the premises and the argument are true.
Exactly, Dress. Dress knows what he's talking about, because that logical statement.
So that makes my logical statement true then.
No, it doesn't. That's the point. Is that what he said about his dog alerting him that someone's breaking into his house, and then he would say, "My dog didn't alert me, therefore no one broke into my house." That is a valid.
That wasn't the statement.
That's a valid. That's a valid logical statement.
No,
and it's not true because his dog could have been dead because the premise is not true.
Further. That's exactly.
You went one step further.
I'm not. Listen to me, Bev. Listen to me, Bev. I'm not taking your steps. I'm having a conversation. All right. So slow down for a second.
No.
But
the show is exclusively about the first tape, Coach.
That's what you've just
the
proved.
The point is,
what
one of those
Saragaki
premises
just said is true, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's the point.
We don't need you to come and tell us that's the point.
That logical statement was valid.
It was the point of him saying it.
That logical statement was valid. That logical statement was valid, even though it was gotten to with true premises, making the conclusion capable of being not true.
What was the premise in the statement, Kosher? What was the premise?
That if someone breaks into his house, his dog would alert him.
Was that the premise?
That was the premise he said.
Was it?
That was the two premises. If someone breaks into my house, premise one, my dog will alert me. Premise two.
Then
that's a key part.
Yeah, then, right? If is the premise, right? That's what you're saying. That's your
the whole premise, the entire premise is
antecedent, we're going to call that, right?
The entire premise is if someone breaks into my house, my dog will wake me. That's the premise.
What's the if? What's the
premise is? The premise is if somebody breaks in my house, my dog will wake me.
No.
Actually,
No.
You're having a problem,
It sounds like somebody's come to take over here, right? Can we just stop this now and break it down to, because there might have been people that missed the entire last week or the beginning part of this bit, right? We're just after the if then. Right now, if you're going to jump it all together and call it all the premise, then that's up to you. But we've been calling it antecedent consequent. And
Yeah,
there
Bev,
is a
I've got a-
relationship between the two. It's called if, then.
Oh, I've got a
That's
good one.
what we're dealing with, okay?
Okay, so if Google's topographical view has two planar surfaces, being the seabed and the ocean being level, then it cannot be there cannot be a curve and it cannot be a globe.
What happened with the
I'm
dog
not
and
for
this
sure with that.
attacking you?
Yep. Google, but you know, might have a problem with that. So, you guys earlier with the thing, Kosho, like you were helping us prove that when we said if somebody breaks into his house, right, that was what we would call the antecedent. That must happen for the consequent to occur. Now, he was setting it up that it was fallacious because there are multiple. It's not a if then, because then isn't necessarily a consequent of somebody breaking into the house, right?
Exactly.
So that's what we
Can
were
I say
talking
something?
about.
And that
To
was
understand
my
that,
original point.
Yes.
to understand the logic on
Can
that
I-
statement, you gotta break it down properly, Kosho, which is what you're
Yeah.
not doing.
I don't know. It's you guys are using the term logic as you please. That's fine. But in actual logic,
Oh,
an natural logic, an if then statement, if then, that entire if then, that's a premise. If something then something else, that's a premise. It's not two premises. It's not a premise and whatever else. That entire statement is one statement and a premise. Just so you're clear.
That's what you
No,
call
it's
it,
two
right?
statements.
That's what
Can I-
you
can I
think.
It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not two statements, my man. It doesn't make sense that
It
it's
is
two
two
statements.
statements.
Write that down in
Can
two
I jump
sentences,
in?
and write that down without writing it down in one sentence. That's one
Just
sentence.
write
That's one
it down
statement.
as a
That's
if
one
then,
logical statement. That's how it is.
Kosho. We don't need logic lessons from you. You're way
I know
behind. You
you
want to
need
do
them
it
from a
on
kindergarten teacher.
your own if
Well,
you want. Thank you very much.
So let me flesh it out a bit, and it might make a bit more sense.
Can I say
Go on.
something?
Go on, I'll go first. Go on.
Oh, for me, okay. Here's the way I perceive what's being said. Logic is used to determine or to set up your syllogism. For your conclusion to be true, both premises have to be true. If one or both premises can be shown to be false, then your conclusion is false. Make it
So
simple.
let me flesh this out for you. So I'll show why this is a premise example. So if someone breaks my house, my dog will alert me. Therefore, owning a dog will ensure that I am alerted when someone breaks into my house, because that's the conclusion.
Well, we're not doing that. Like I say, we're here just to do the P's and Q's. Like Rags has just said, we're trying to make sure that the P and the Q are factual.
Mhm.
They're real, right? There's no fallacy available within them. Within
what's the
We've
conclusion?
got some really good ones, right?
What's the conclusion of owning a dog?
We're not talking about that. That is
Have you
a
trained your
bad
dog to
explanation,
when
right?
somebody breaks into your house.
Yeah.
The point of bringing that up, guys,
Have
was
you
to
trained
make
your
the
dog
point
to bark
that
if
it's
somebody
bad
breaks into your
logic.
house?
I think a lot of these people missed the beginning of the show where we were just going over logical statements.
Bev,
That's it.
this is telling. Yeah, it is. That you're correct. This is telling. It tells you how many people don't even understand what we're talking about. The logic. It makes. Yeah. It's crazy.
Because you haven't reached a conclusion.
All we're after doing. Oh, sorry, Druss, but all we're after doing here is making it simple, right? Now, Saragaki is going to tell you now exactly why he said it. Please, Saragaki, go.
Yeah, there was a question asked whether it's possible to form a logical statement that it sounds good, sounds like it's a true statement, yet the conclusion will turn out wrong or potentially turn out wrong if you follow the logic to the T.
Well, can I jump back in?
No, that
and
was
what
why.
we're looking at, and what we're looking at is for the statement not to have any flaws.
Exactly,
Right,
which
Pip?
is why that's what we want. That's good logic. It has no flaws. That's why I brought up this one as an example of a flawed argument or statement to begin with. So there's not any really need to argue that the statement is, a bad logical statement. That's the point of me bringing it up in the first place. There is no argument.
Can I get back in here real quick? I think we're kind of messing something up. Logic is used to determine if premises or statements are true. It's a method to determine that. So you can have a logically valid argument, but the conclusion or the premises be false, but it still be logically valid.
That's not true at all, though. Logic is not set up to see if premises are true or not. Logic is the structure of the argument, and premises can be false, and you have a valid logical argument, and the conclusion will then be ultimately false, even though it ended up with a valid conclusion.
Kosher. That doesn't make any sense.
There's no way.
Yeah, dude, that makes perfect sense. The example that he gave with the dog is a perfect example.
Hold on a second.
Taking logic in college now.
Can I respond? I took philosophy and logic in college too. My point was saying you can, to make a premise, right? You can even use logic to determine that premise. Like, the earth rotates. Well, is that can you logically validate that? Or can that be validated logically? Yes. Then the next conclusion, next premise, you can determine that logically. You put those together using logic, determine if your conclusion is true. But if your two of your premises are false, then your conclusion will be false. Or one or two of your, I think you know what I'm trying to say. If your premises, one or both of your premises are false, then your conclusion will be false.
That's what we're doing here. We're checking the P's and Q's. You might have missed some of the earlier stuff.
I may have. I'm working.
P then Q, right?
Has anyone gone through the different, to judge whether something is valid and sound?
Do you want to, Rob? Are you still here? Do you want to?
Yeah, man.
You
want me to
tell
give
him
my
yours
statement?
again? Go on.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a good one.
I have a logical statement. If vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, then all verticals are parallel to one another.
See the way it works.
Well, again, that I would say that's not sound.
Why?
Why not?
Because a horizontal doesn't. You can have a horizontal with one angle. So, say we take a horizontal from one side of a triangle, and then we take a horizontal of the other side of the triangle, and then we make two perpendicular lines from that.
Sorry. Say that again.
One more time, please.
You've got two lines perpendicular to two sides of a triangle.
Right. So just sides of a triangle.
Mm-hmm. And we take a perpendicular line, 90 degree, from that line, and then a 90 degree from the other angle.
Yeah, we're finding.
Are those two lines horizontal? Let's just say the Earth is a triangle. Are those two lines horizontal to each other?
No,
that's the problem with the argument.
What do you mean? I don't understand. I think you don't understand what. You've got horizontal mixed up between perpendicular and, haven't you?
Well, let's just say we have a triangle and we have a force making sure that all plums are perpendicular to the sides of those triangles. Therefore, they will be plumb.
What is going on here?
I think you. Okay, I'm going to drop it because obviously
he's trying to tell me the problem with my logical statement. I haven't heard it yet.
I hope you guys are getting this live. I mean, this is great. Carry on. Tell us again. What's horizontal with the triangle?
Stop taking the piss out of people because it's not very generous and it's not very nice. I also saw the snarky little video you posted on 24/7. So don't try and be
I hate to cut in. You're supposed to be telling me what's wrong with my logical statement, right?
Okay, let's put it.
Do you need to hear my logical?
Yeah, no, I don't. That's fine. I don't.
Statement again.
I don't. So again, I will make another argument which is quite similar. So let's say that the Earth is a sphere, and plumb lines are perpendicular to the force of gravity. They follow the force of gravity. And from that, we can establish a horizontal line. Those two horizontal lines will not meet at 180 degrees.
Do you want to hear mine from earlier?
Yeah, go on.
Rob, could I hear your statement again, please?
Yeah, Rob, go on.
Go on. I'd like to hear your statement again, please, Rob. Go on, carry on.
Rob Klein, it's your time to shine. Your statement again, sir?
Can I just get a check of this? Would all sides of the triangle be horizontal?
We're on a sphere now. I'm going to use the sphere and the force of gravity.
I'd like to hear Rob's, because
Rob's gone. Might be working. Getting told off. Might be staring at brake pad. No.
Can anybody reiterate what Rob exactly said, please?
Oh, you've gone quiet.
Yeah, I can restate Rob's one if you want.
Did I hear Dress say the sides of a triangle are parallel?
No.
No. I want to hear exactly what Rob said, because it was fucking brilliant.
He said if plumb lines are always perpendicular to a horizontal, then
That's
they
not
must
what
be
he said.
parallel.
Trust. I will restate my statement then, so you
There you
can
go.
listen again.
Take your time, Rob.
I do it very slowly and concisely. If vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, then all verticals are parallel to one another.
That's changed.
Nope, that's the
That
way I
was
wrote
the
it. That's the way I've said it every
You
time.
said plumb last time.
The word
He
plumb
never
never
said
I thought
plumb
you did.
lines. He
But,
never
yeah.
said plumb lines. Yeah.
In that case, I misheard it. That was my
Yeah,
mistake.
no problem.
I'll accept that.
That's good. So,
Do you want to hear mine from earlier? I think it will help you out in yours.
Yes. Yeah. Some Glober had a really good one.
I had this one earlier. If vertical is determined by the center of a spherical Earth, P, then verticals cannot be parallel, Q.
That is another logical statement. Thank you.
Have fun proving it.
I'm not about
That's not
to.
what we're doing yet. That's not what we're doing yet.
He said if.
If plumb lines are not parallel, then you must use a plumb bobs to establish that.
Yeah.
Well, that would be fallacious because you'd have to compare two plumb bobs to each other.
Don't worry, guys. I'm muting Buster right now.
You couldn't use
We're not
one.
there yet.
Yeah.
What's
Don't,
fallacious
hey,
about?
worry not. I'm fixing to mute Buster any minute, so don't worry about what.
If the United Nations came out tomorrow and said, yep, it's flat, I'm sorry, all the ballers are going to have a big problem.
Yeah,
they're going to go start debunking them.
And the chances of that are the same as me winning the national lottery, considering I never do it.
Or going to space.
Right.
Or
Yeah,
proving
we know they're not going to come out on TV and say that shit.
We're talking sense.
This is your own personal journey, bro.
See, the problem with Dress is you never got off flat Earth to begin with, to even get to globe.
Is that my buddy?
Stop telling me what I think, Crit.
We're
It's
not,
really
we're not
embarrassing
doing that
for
now.
you.
There's no need for you guys
let's
to do
not
a
go there.
personal thing. We're
Logic.
just trying to keep on the logic, please.
Is that my buddy Crit?
Yeah,
No.
Leo, did you just hear what we said? You got a logical argument, Leo?
Well, my logical argument is Crit is cool.
No. Leo, you just got here. Do you need to hear my logical statement or the Glober guy's logical statement and come here with your own logical statement?
I could care less about your logical statement or
All right,
Then
anybody.
go on mute.
go on mute.
Then go on mute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Which logical statements have been said so far?
Many.
I'll give you mine again. If vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, then all verticals are parallel to one another.
That wouldn't work with the globe model, right?
And we're not talking about
Not
globe
worried
models.
about.
Logic
Don't
statement.
Is it
worry about
logical?
any models. Just is it a
Worry
good
about if it
statement?
logically stands. Yeah.
No, but that's if you're assuming that all horizontals are
but
parallel
that.
to each other.
Then you got to come up with your own logical statement.
Yep. If you don't think Rob's is good, try and fix it.
Okay, I'll fix it.
But I think Rob's is good.
If verticals are perpendicular to horizontal and all horizontals are parallel, then all verticals are parallel.
Ooh, chucking another hand in there.
Yeah, I've been wondering
Yeah,
about
it's a
that.
necessary part.
If P is P, then Q.
Mine was just a P and Q.
If
P,
P,
Thank
then
you.
Q.
If P and P. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a P and P.
Logical syllogism then?
That does leave you
With
with
the two
two P's to prove, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't it?
if he makes two statements, I would think so, right? Then it's a logical syllogism. I thought that's the difference
breaking up.
it's
Is that me?
like this.
Your voice changer's going out.
Right?
Yeah.
Your voice changer's going out.
It's pretty
That
bad.
was a joke. Yeah, robot, but
Can you do one P and two Qs?
I would say to keep away from it, right? Because you're just adding in flaws, aren't you? There's ways that people will say, oh, well, you can have that one, but you can't have that one. So therefore that would make that not true and all of that. So you're best off.
The only thing I would say
you're trying to prove.
I think Rob's is great. The only thing that I would change is that I would say all verticals along that same horizontal are parallel. But his still stands good.
His is incomplete, if we're being,
there's no such thing.
No, I'm sorry, it is. There's a non sequitur.
You can't just say that. You have to break it down.
I did.
I stand
His
behind my
includes a
statement.
non sequitur because it assumes that all horizontals are parallel without stating it.
It's a if then.
I only have one horizontal.
It's only if verticals are perpendicular, right? That's it. If they are, then his statement says that I'd say he's really sound because I'm gonna give him some help. That to proper back his
only
statement.
be true in a two-dimensional perspective.
You can't have vertical in two dimensions.
Yeah, don't be silly. There's no such thing as a two-dimensional vertical.
What's going on here?
Wouldn't that only be true in two dimensions?
Logic's killing them.
No, vertical is not two-dimensional.
Three-dimensional.
Bloody hell, Dross.
I don't think that's true in three dimensions. I don't
think
think
it
you
through,
can
buddy.
demonstrate that.
Demonstrate it. You see it all the time. Just think it through, man. Step back 1 second. Maybe you're too close.
Yeah, come on, Dross.
We're talking about Euclidean geometry, which is two-dimensional.
No.
Book
Dross,
11.
did you never get to book 11?
No, he forgot book 11.
Wow. Have you only been hearing people that are
I'm
talking
fed up
about
with the
it?
sarcasm going on here.
No,
And
Dross, we
basically,
told you to
can all
step back,
fuck
man. You kept
yourselves.
on.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, you can.
I'm
Okay,
fed
no
up
problem.
with
You're
this.
triggered. We asked you to step back from it. That you were way off, and he kept going. Right? He just wouldn't listen.
Okay, sorry, Dave. Just give me a second. Druss, we're still waiting for you to show me the flaw in my logical statement if you want to come back.
He left.
Yeah.
Well, let me just summarize what happened. He never did what Rob asked. He just went off the cliff on that, and then he just started trying to talk about 2D with vertical, which is even further off the cliff. And when we asked him to take a step back, right, go on mute, you're too close to it, step away and think about it more, and then come back. He got so triggered he left and called us all kind of names on the way out. Now, I don't know if it's the logic or if he was just tired or whatever, but this is what happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you analyze the situation one more time, I'm muting you.
No, it's spot on.
Correctly. If you analyze that correctly again, you're getting muted.
I was teasing, Crit.
Yo, like in a way though, it's like a self mute is good because he can't cry later about that he didn't have a voice.
And that's all I asked him to do. Go on mute, step back, take a think about it, and then come back, right? I didn't ask him not to talk about it again. But he's way off. He's having several people tell him he's way off, just step back. And by the way, Buster mutes me when I'm right, and I mute him when he's wrong. He gets muted a lot. And I hardly ever get muted because I'm hardly ever right. Oh yeah, by the way, I've been listening while I'm at work, but keep going, man. This is one of my favorites now. I used to not like Logic too much.
This is awesome.
Yep. Yeah. They'll come back. They'll calm down and come back. He just got kind of agitated. He's all right.
Can we clarify the difference between the if P then Q statement and the logical syllogisms that people are trying to put in?
Go on, what do you mean by logical? Like we're trying to make this as simple as possible for everyone listening, right? So
absolutely.
Let's try not to expand it. Let's try and make it more simple, right? So what sort of problems are that you see, right, within this, the way we're laying it out?
Well, nothing other than, like you're saying, some people don't understand just the whole premise of what you're doing to begin with, because like in the statement with the dog, for example, I think you would have to turn that into a two-statement logical syllogism, like saying, my dog always wakes me up when somebody comes in the house. My dog didn't wake me up, therefore nobody came into the house. You can't just crunch it all together and just call it a modus tollens if P then Q. I think that if P then Q relies on the one statement being valid and then the conclusion being validated by that valid statement.
Well, that's where the beauty of when we start off with it, we decided to start off with a very simple statement that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, right? Now that is a geometric statement that gives us like leeway to make it as simple as possible for you to expand with your if P then Q, right? The statement that was given about the dog was given because there's so many flaws within it that it's got problems all over the place, right? There's so many, you can't draw a definite conclusion from that statement. Because, like I say, your dog could be ill, could be sick, it could be dead. The guy might not have broke in while the dog was asleep or something. I mean, who knows? It could have been your dad or something that the dog wouldn't bark at that broke in. I mean, there's flaws in it all over the place, which is what we're trying to get away from by checking the P's and Q's, right?
No, I would suggest not using anything alive. That would be a good start. Just trying to help y'all a little bit. This is logic. If P then Q is day one, right, of class.
Yeah.
I think I think to make it simple is focus on determining if the premises are true, and then you build the statement. You know what I mean? So, does the dog always bark when someone comes in? If you can say no, he doesn't, then you can't. That statement is false.
It's just stick to the vertical and horizontal, right?
And it's improvable, right? You're not going to ever prove whether that dog barks for how long. Like, you're not stating how long. It's improvable. So in the end, it's going to become illogical once you try and start proving.
Well, no, your conclusion. Your conclusion is false. So you don't know, so you can't prove it. So it's I think logic is. Well, I don't know. I don't know if illogic. I think it's better to say it's either true or false.
Well,
I think it's better to say that.
It should be the statement at the beginning should be either true or false. Right now, stating that your dog would know it is not provable, either true or false.
Right. Exactly.
Right? And that's where the problem comes in. Whereas when we state things about vertical and horizontal, then that's a truth element to that. It's either is or it isn't.
Well, here's another way to say it too, though. 80% of the time, my dog will bark when an intruder comes into the house. Now, that statement can be true. There is going to be times where he may not bark, but it's still going to be true.
I haven't got a dog.
Well, I'm just saying.
Me neither.
I mean, like, oh, well, your experience can.
That one is true. That one is true, Paul, because you have a margin that gives you that that doubt, right? So that statement that you just said, it is logical.
Right, because like you could say, my experience with my dog out of 365 days out of the year, 80% of the time he barks when someone comes in. So your experience of that dog makes it true.
But the dog could still be dead, so it
I
doesn't
wouldn't put money on that one.
Yeah, no. But when you say the 80%, then anytime that the dog doesn't bark at someone, you put that into that percentage. You see, so it doesn't. The statement doesn't become false at any point. It's always true. Either he barks or he doesn't bark.
Yeah,
it's always
get
true.
Off the dog?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Right. The whole point with bringing that up is the fact that it's full of holes. Again, we have to state it again. That's not what we're after, showing people the holes in other arguments. We're trying to make our own, formulated around vertical and horizontal. So it's much better if you want to use the examples that we've give you tonight as an example, if you want to try and find any flaws or say about how we go to prove it, then use the ones that we've been given. Please
so
do.
Rob, maybe one more time, nice and slow. Can you give us yours?
Hey, can we get the globe guy? The globe guy had a really good one, to be honest.
The globe guy. If vertical is
I don't know who
determined
it
by
was.
this, yeah, it was me. If vertical is determined, sorry, Gaki.
Sir, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
If vertical is determined by the center of a spherical Earth, P, then verticals cannot be parallel, Q.
There you go. What do you think about that?
Okay, perfect. That was a good one. Can I give mine now?
Go on.
If vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, then all verticals are parallel to one another. And I stand behind that statement.
Beautiful.
I'll die on that hill.
Well, they're both. Would you say they're both valid as statements?
I think they're both if you know.
If P, then Q.
I think they're both logical statements in the beginning. Yeah, I think one's going to fall apart.
100%.
And they're both provable statements, no?
Well, yeah, one of them set up for a modus ponens, and the other one is set up for a modus tollens. They're beautifully formed together that go as a pair, that go to show logic and how logic is done.
So, Beb, he said both are true. That's where I have a problem because that would be.
That's not what he said.
That's not what I
said.
they're
both true. Not you, Beb. Not you. The other guy.
No, I don't think he said they're both true.
What did you say? Both are provable, right?
Yeah, one of them set up for a modus ponens. The other one is set up for a modus tollens.
Yeah,
but that's a bit later on, right? But yeah, they're both valid statements, as in a if then. Can anybody fault either of those statements?
I can, as an if then, I can't.
Any of you guys, the Globers that are in here?
What was the Glober one? Can you repeat it?
If vertical is determined by the center of a spherical Earth, P, then verticals cannot be parallel, Q.
I'll tell you where I have a problem with that statement. Vertical, by definition, is not subject to a spherical Earth. by definition.
No, but
so you're giving hold on. You're giving an extra property.
It's defined.
You're giving an extra
defined as up to the center of the earth.
Yeah, but a vertical cannot be that by definition.
Listen,
His logical statement says that it's defined to the center of the earth. A spherical.
The whole statement starts with
hold
an
on.
if.
I'm assuming that we're using words that we know the meanings, right?
Say it again.
Yes, we know the meaning. But listen, yes, the statement starts with an if. So that means after you formulate the statement, you can go back and prove if it's true.
Well done. Go ahead, if. What is the if?
If vertical is determined by the center of a spherical Earth.
Pause there.
P.
If vertical is don't worry about the P yet. If
That
vertical
was the P.
is
What?
I mean, yeah. If vertical is set by the center of the earth.
Center of a spherical Earth. If vertical is determined by the center of a spherical Earth, P. If it starts with an if.
Yeah, but I have a problem with this. Maybe somebody can help me. How does a point set the vertical?
Okay, step back. I'm gonna tell you like I told you.
Yeah.
Step back and think about it a little bit, and then come back because
No, I'm asking you to help me.
No, hang on.
Not
Silent,
step back.
Silent, write down his statement and read it back to yourself.
Yeah, because it's definitely a good beginning. This
is.
is all we're looking for, right? It doesn't have to be. We're not looking for.
To me.
Yeah, but you're jumping ahead.
Yeah, you're not seeing the end, the goal. At the minute you're still
right.
I'm sorry, but I'm attacking I'm attacking the first statement. I'm not even getting to the second part. How is that wrong? I'm not looking forward to anything in front of the first part of the statement. I'm attacking that part in itself.
Okay, and I get your complaint.
I mean, it seems like I cannot do that.
Well, let him
so let me address you. Yeah. The statement starts with an if, meaning the statement does not say that the premise is true. It literally starts with an if, and you can go back later to check whether or not your premise actually is true. That's not the point of the statement itself.
Right. Well done. That's what makes it a premise, right? The if.
Mm-hmm. You can either negate the premise or affirm it.
And I want to thank Saragaki. Big up.
That's the
big
best
up
Glover
for
one I've heard.
contributing.
Am I talking? Am I roboting, guys?
No, you're fine now.
That's the best one about a sphere that I've. No, I think it was my fault. But that's the best one I've heard about a sphere yet. Like, not the shape of the Earth, just a sphere. That's the best one I've heard yet. So follow through with it. Well, I didn't hear most of them. So
there you go.
That's lately I've heard.
Here's the one you might have heard before. If the Earth is a spherical object, everybody will like that one, right?
No,
this might
then
help,
all water.
This might
Then
help
all
you,
water.
Silent.
I forgot about this one.
This might help you, Silent, right? If the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve.
Okay, well, his is a close second.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, it's along the same lines, right?
I specifically didn't do that one just because it's bad.
Yeah. But you think that one's good too,
right?
right?
That is a good one.
Yeah, that one's great.
Do you get that one, Silent? Do you understand that?
I get it.
Based on the if.
It's just that vertical. Yeah, that one is better for me than the vertical. The vertical lines have a meaning, right? You cannot have two verticals crossing each other because then there's not vertical anymore. That's why the vertical one to me doesn't make any sense. But the water one, it does.
It makes sense that the water must curve.
You know also what makes that one a good one too? It's actually a definition-based one. You define what a circle is and you define what a curve is. And once you define it, it determines whether it's true or not.
I'm starting to think you got it out of a book.
Who?
I like mine. If plumb lines are not parallel, And you must use plumb bobs to prove that.
Terrible, Busters. Terrible.
You're on mute.
You didn't get that out of a book. I know that.
No.
At least you didn't put live animals in it.
No. I got one better. I got a better one. If you want this one. If a connected liquid, i.e. water, is in hydrostatic equilibrium, then the pressure is the same at all points on a horizontal line.
Ooh, I know what Buster's got in his back pocket for that one. That one's beautiful.
You're gonna make everybody leave and trigger them. You gotta take it easy on them, Buster. Yeah, I like all of those actually.
Yeah.
Those 4, Rob's, and the other 3 are really solid, right? I think we can build on those 4.
Let's not take anything away from Sarugaki. I do think as a Glover, his logical statement is pretty solid.
Ah, fuck you, Rob.
Oh, yeah, Rob, what the fuck?
I still think mine's better, though.
They're all equally valid.
If the Earth is flat, P, then the Earth will be 2D, Q.
Yeah,
I like that too.
You're just digging now.
Told you not to rob mine. Y'all are dancing on my next one.
No, you gave him props earlier. I'm using it.
That one's definitely making into a GIF, isn't it? These ones.
Yeah, I like
I
those.
think we can work all of these into.
All right, mine now.
Hang on, who's the Glober guy? What's his name?
Sarugaki.
Sarugaki.
I gotta remember that. Man.
Well, he's not a
welcome,
he's
man.
not
That
a
was
Glober.
He's not a Glober. Well,
No, I just
Sarugaki.
did that argument to help them out.
Sarugaki. Okay, I'll remember you now. Because yeah, you got a lot of you know, your statement was perfect to me, or the beginning of it is. So I hope you build on that.
Oh yeah,
But
thank you.
the way you present yourself and civil and coming up with that. If you came up with that by yourself, that's good.
Yeah, thank you. I did.
Yeah, we've got some talent, you know.
All right, here's my bonus talents. Ready?
Speaking of non-talent,
if I hit you in the face, P, then you'll be bleeding from the face, Q.
Depends on how hard you hit.
It's still a logical argument statement.
You gotta hit him with your purse.
Yeah.
Stop it.
depends on how much change you have in your purse.
I'll tell Tina.
This logic is fun, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I hated it in school. I'm talking about hated it.
Well,
Don't try and reason.
The same as maths and geometry, right? Once you get into it and hit the base level of it, then it's inspirational. But because you're actually learning it, not like the way it was taught in schools. It's not like that. And it's a sort of lesson in life as well, isn't it? Because life isn't like that you taught as well. Once you realize that you're in the one, then it's up to you to find whatever the truth is. It's your personal journey. This logic is just it's just fun and it helps you try and work stuff out for yourself. Because there's loads of little steps along the way that you will realize that you didn't actually realize what was going on around you. Because the world is illogical at every step when you look at it. It's just how much you can deal with and how much you want to go back to living in it or not. It gets tricky. I don't want to cause anybody any harm or anything and cause any stress on people. But I mean, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Some people are having an adverse reaction to this. Basic logic. Because some stuff doesn't seem logical. It's hard to fit non-reality into a logical statement. You get stuck. it's hard enough to do the logic to start off with. You know, where these little statements, they sound simple when you hear them, but there's a lot of work and a lot of thought that's gone into formulating them. Did you find that, everyone, when they were doing it? Or did it, like, when it came easy and it felt natural, right? It sounds good and you check it, or was the problems with it when you were doing it? Because I know my one had been built up for ages. Because you sort of play the bait and switch, don't you, with the if the Earth is a spherical object. Is that why you went with Saragaki? You like that
Come
one?
again?
Do you like the idea of coming at it from the opposite angle?
Yeah, because I figured since the original
Wait.
statement was...
Whoa.
So Saragaki, you're not a Glober?
No.
Son of a bitch!
You thought he was a Glober?
Just because he formulated some logic.
Discord every day.
Oh. I feel like such a dick.
Christ, Rob. Wake up, will you?
No, my point was that
I'm
around the
sorry,
statement
man.
of, you know, horizontal and vertical being perpendicular to each other, I figured that everybody's gonna go for some logic around that. Poor Globers, I'm gonna give them one.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
Bev, tell me about what do you think about this. If if in a statement you violate the law of non-contradiction, then Q, you cannot use it to postulate a logical statement.
I like that one.
Yeah, that's one of the things that comes first anyway, right?
Yeah.
It's just one of the basic laws of doing logic, right? You can't violate the law of non-contradiction.
Law of
Thank you.
identity and...
Yeah.
Now, can we talk about these vertical lines in the sphere crossing each other so that we can invalidate that postulation?
Next week.
Yeah.
Next week, Silent.
That's why I stop and think about how to postulate it, right? So that the P and Q, I attack that part, and then now we can talk about these vertical lines crossing each other, which it violates the the law of non-contradiction. So therefore, it cannot be built. Thank you.
Yeah. Set up for a modus tollens, isn't it?
I will say I spent a lot longer formulating the modus tollens and modus ponens to the ones than the actual statement.
Yeah. Did you find that you changed your statement as well as you were formulating your ponens and tolens to them?
Yes, a few times. I would go back and forth until I finally
Anyone who
arrived at
says they
something that
don't
made sense.
is lying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good, right? But everybody listening in, like, this isn't a simple thing that you can just do. You backwards and forwards formulating the ponens and the tolens, or however you want to do it. I mean, this argument and this logical thing that we're getting into, right? And the reducto ad absurdum, you will surely find pretty simple to be able to do for the modus tollens, right? And it's going to be fun because you'll end up laughing at some of the stuff, the ridiculousness that occurs when you start formulating these logical statements, and it'll be fun.
Yeah, going into modus tollens and ponens next week, that will be hilarious.
Yeah.
Today was hilarious. Did you hear some of the people?
Yep.
I mean, come on.
P equals Q.
So, is there anybody that, if we got like an argument that's been going round, that we can make a statement for, that we can use to come up with P's and Q's for next week when we come back with the modus tollens, polens, or whatever of the ones that we've done this week, right? We keep a rolling formulation of P's and Q's and the modus tollens of the other argument. Then we can just keep it all going, make it flow a bit better.
They like talking about these distances. Could we form something off that?
Distances based on triangles.
You mean like
yeah, I agree.
they
Let's
have a
go there.
horizontal distance?
Yo, is anyone taking the minutes for this meeting
Horizontal at a
down?
point. Pardon?
Is anyone like recording, jotting down all of the different logical arguments that you guys made?
I can repeat mine if somebody wants to write it down. I've already written it down in a chat thread on one of Bev's videos called a Night of Logic or something. It was a pretty funny video.
This is going
my
out
logical
live, so
statement in there.
anyone can go back and look over them or listen to it again or whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
of
jot
course,
them
but
all
that's not
down.
very concise. I was just hoping that one of you guys, at least, was like jotting them down.
Are you want to put yourself forward for secretary?
I would if I was here.
There you go. Next time, right? This time, you just have to remember your favorites and do whatever you want with them. But I mean, like, as far as what was the problem with the distance thing? Would that be the triangle distance problem?
Are you talking to me?
No, I don't. Whoever it was that was saying about, that we can bring for next week. I want to, like, I've not been around much. What was the argument related to distance?
Yeah, they take 3 different points from a certain distance and say that they get a spherical excess triangle over 180 degrees.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go then. How about that then? What is a statement we could make about triangles? How about if I make a statement that triangles only have 180 degrees internal angles? Would that be a statement that you could either prove true or false? It's like just a statement regarding triangles.
That can be proven to be true or false. Yes.
So would that be a good statement to go forward with, that we could implement the whatever you want to do about the distances on triangles and spherical access in the triangles or whatever? You surely could formulate a logical argument to disprove it. The Globers could, if they can do anything with excess angles. So yeah, we go with that for next week then. Triangles only have 180 degrees internal angle. And formulate some logic around that, and then come back next week with a modus tollens, ponens, whatever you want, of any of the logical statements that we've left out in the
All right, so I don't have to formulate the modus tollens for my logical statement.
I'll give you some
some
stuff.
I can. I just, if somebody else wants to try and
try it as well, yeah.
tollens, they're allowed to. Yeah.
Yeah, just if they can come back with a more concrete proof, right? Or maybe some even way to do it in reality, right? Like if you can come up now, the ideal thing would be if you could come up with a yes, this would happen, therefore, yes, Q, therefore yes, P, right? If you can do that in a way that can actually be performed in reality too, right? Then that's got to be what we're after, right? A logical statement that says, if this happens, then this happens, then you can go, well, look, yes, this does actually happen. And then be able to prove that it actually does happen. Then you're definitely on your way to a proper formulated proof.
Well, that's a problem in itself, Beb. You know, they don't believe you can prove anything in this life. So, good luck with that one.
Yeah. I'm not trying to get them. This is for us lot, right? This is the proofs for us. I'm not trying to convince
Yeah, it's not
anybody
science
else.
either. Yeah, it's not
Yeah, I got
science either. Science doesn't prove things, but math definitely proves things.
Logic. Logic is where your proofs come from. It's the implementation of that logic is what you call proof, and it'll be your personal proof.
Somebody was just asking if someone was writing these down. I was writing them down as I was listening. If anyone needs the notes.
So you say only with maths we can prove things?
Proofs are within geometry. That's where they come from.
I didn't say only. I just said we're talking about science. Yeah, no, I hear you. No, I didn't say math is the only way to prove things. But
I'm
what
asking
I said is science doesn't prove things, but math does. And geometry does. I only say science doesn't prove things. I know. I only say science doesn't prove things because that's what the Glovers will tell us is science doesn't prove things. So I was just agreeing with them. I honestly think science does prove things.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, well, all maths are based on logic, right? That therefore means that logic cannot actually make statements that can prove things to be true or false.
Yeah, if you think about it, right, what we're doing and the way they were talking about premises and all of that. If you think about the antecedent consequent, right, one that must come before the other one. Well, think about science and what science is: cause and effect. It's antecedent, consequent. You're just doing the same thing. You are formulating a logical statement that will give you some sort of proof at the end of it. Now, the better you can do your science, find the cause and the effect, put it all together in a nice package and prove that happens every time. Well, that's sort of a proof if you can put the logic with it. So the arguments that occur within all of this, this proves things and this doesn't prove things. It's all proofs personal. It's not something that, you can say that this can happen and this can't happen, right? At the end of this, you're going to end up with a logical statement that would give you a proof. You still have to go and find the proof to realize it. Otherwise, it just stays in it as a logical proof. I like it because I found proof for myself.
Could it be said that if the scientific method is the only way to prove things, then mathematics alone can't be said to prove things without employing the scientific method?
Well, the literal proof comes from geometry, so that's not the scientific method, it's geometry.
Well, which came first, geometry or the math?
Geometry.
Geometry.
Let's have that argument that never happened today. I was listening to you guys. Oh my God, as I laughing my ass off, there was some funny moments that I had to record that were beyond belief. If no one heard the conversation,
as much fun as us
with Gummy earlier, I actually wrote up some kind of silly but possibly applicable if this then that statements to complement the conversation I was hearing. Like if someone spirals and lies, then they could be said to be splilering. Yeah, that's not a good one. If oblate spheroids are only ball-like, then people who like balls shouldn't try to say it has a definite radius. Okay.
I was thinking.
Is that a good one? It's actually a good one. If someone sees the light, then they have seen the light. You guys maybe had to hear the conversation earlier because there were some funny moments.
Yeah, with Travis.
This Travis saying he saw the light, and they weren't saying anything about it, but just, oh yeah, I saw the light. But then these ballers jump in like, well, what do you mean by that? You saw it? What are you trying to say? What are you inferring?
I mean, at 6 miles, I could see the light.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so funny.
Sorry, I'm just trying to jump in here. I was listening to that earlier too, and I wanted to make a joke about it because it seemed like I didn't want to add fuel to the fire, but I was gonna say like a sphere that's square would be like when I was younger, something that was square was considered like really lame or dumb. So like the globe, it's quite square.
Right? That's funny. Totally.
Or like I was thinking too, like if someone is gonna mock flat Earth when flat Earth should have been their starting point. If they followed science, they're being stagnant, stupid, and ignorant.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can make up all kinds of words from what happened earlier. It was hilarious.
Yeah, just combining like a conjunction, like.
Yeah.
Well, we're not really into making up words, although.
Well, that's the whole thing. Yeah, that's why it's funny.
Yeah, that's kind of. Sorry.
I have a couple more on that one. Just kind of on top of the seeing the light. If someone thinks seeing the light from a distance of 9 miles, if someone thinks they've seen the light from a distance of 9 miles, then they must not also be inferring that seeing the source of the light means anything.
That one's not bad.
If geometric shapes this actually might be a good one. If geometric shapes have no definitions, then using shapes to perform geometry is pointless.
That's also quite good.
And then I got some more actually applicable ones. Like if the curvature of Earth can physically obstruct objects in the distance, then this curvature cannot be confused with something that's only apparent.
Well, see, I'd aim at trying to stop the confusion of curvature, because what is curvature? Like when people say the curvature of Earth, I mean, what exactly is that? I mean, how vague a term is that?
Right. And if you're saying it's blocking something, then it's a physical thing, not an apparent thing.
Does a mountain curve? And can it block something? Well, yes and yes.
Sure. Right. So it's only on the curvature. It's not the curvature. It's on the curvature.
What is the curvature? That's the thing. Then.
Right. There isn't curvature. That's the problem.
Well, anybody listening in that isn't aware of what you're talking about, what would they think? The curvature of Earth. I mean, it is a nonsensical statement outside of this arena. So if you try and talk to people about it outside this arena, they haven't got a clue what you're talking about. It doesn't mean anything.
They run away. They run away because they realize it's something they should know.
I think the opposite, though. Here's what I've found. The people that think they live on a sphere Earth on the outside of this argument don't think that water curves.
Yeah.
Now that amazes me.
Right. But they've never thought about the connection.
No, they've never thought that it has to curve if they live on a sphere. Right. They've never thought of that. They will sit there and tell you. Yeah, no, they'll argue with you. Water doesn't curve. What are you talking about?
Right.
I mean, I'm like, no, you don't get it. See, this ball here, has water all the way around. That's curving. Oh, no, it's not. Water doesn't curve.
Right. It's flat but curved. Stupid.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, that's what I run into a lot. Water doesn't curve.
That's exactly the argument we've been going through for years now.
Yeah, but they think they live on a sphere. They've been told they do, and they believe it.
Right. And that's the crux of the whole, psychological impact that this has, because we all thought we were spinning without ever really thinking it, without literally thinking.
Not all.
No one ever thought about it that way.
Not all.
Well, not all, but we were all taught that. Most of us were, right? And we would just believe it in the kind of like a more like an idea kind of way, like that's what it is, but not really. Almost already, you know what I'm saying? No one ever thinks, "Oh, I'm spinning right now," ever.
Until somebody talks about it, right? And
Right.
literally nobody talks about it. So
No.
when you say you've been taught that, I don't think anybody's ever taught. The most people I've talked about and said, "What were you taught about the globe?" There's nothing.
Yeah, you're right. They don't really say they don't. They it's almost like they avoid saying you're spinning. Or and there are things that do say, "Oh, you don't even realize you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour." But this is the math of it. This is how it works. But that's not really in class. Like it's more like here's the globe, and figure it out.
I think the biggest problem is you're taught how to memorize. You're not taught how to think. And formulating if-then statements and working through them logically and working out the outcome does teach you how to think. And we're never taught that. Most people weren't taught that.
They don't teach it most of the time. It's just read this chapter, right? And
memorize it.
These chapters are going to be on the test. That's it. And a few discussions in class, and that's it. You have a test, and then you move on to the next 4 or 5 chapters, whatever it may be, 20 chapters. Read them, be prepared for a quiz on Friday, and test on 2 weeks from now. That's it.
I had a guy ask me that a long, long time ago. Who taught you how to think? I had to sit there and really think about it. I'm like, well, I don't think I was taught how to think.
I was taught what
how to
think.
memorize.
No,
you were taught how to memorize.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, critical thinking isn't really taught, is it?
No, it should be like that should be like the first thing you learn.
Used to be.
Logic was taken out of the syllabus in early 1800s.
Yeah, you used to have
literally
the
just
trivium.
Out.
It's the job of
kinds of
parents.
A lot of people will join Discords to tell you what they memorized, what they can remember from years ago when they were taught to memorize things. They'll come here and fight against what you know, what you've discerned through life and experience and measurements on their memories, right? On what they memorize, how well they know it. I don't know.
And
it's not
another big one
reality.
is sacred geometry is never taught. And when I discovered that, I'm like, why the hell was this not ever taught to me? That was a big clue. And then
Euclidean geometry is sacred.
Yeah.
Right. Well, all the art teachers I've ever had, even college level, I've asked them. I've made a point to ask them if they've ever learned about sacred geometry, and across the board, none of them. What's that? They may have heard of the golden rectangle, at best.
Well, what makes it sacred?
Exactly.
That it's proof upon proof upon proof upon proof, and then and then.
Well, no, that's what I want to know to you. What makes it sacred?
Have you tried it, RC? Have you ever performed any sacred geometry?
Have I performed any sacred geometry?
I think he knows why it's sacred.
No, I need you to say for me. Why do you think it's sacred?
That's what it's called.
Well, that's. I thought your point was that the reason they don't teach it is because it's too sacred to teach.
No, I'm asking you. What makes it sacred?
Why do you not put it in the syllabus, RC? Why have you never done that? Have you ever done it yourself to put it in the syllabus? Right.
Why when I ask a simple question, I'm just asked another question?
You know what, RC? I got a good one for you that I haven't listed yet, and I want to just read my last if this then that. This is especially for you, okay?
Well, are you going to answer?
This we're talking about if this then that. We're not testing each other's acumen about something that's miscellaneously brought up.
RC, please.
You're trying to make this about me knowing something rather than us discussing why we weren't taught things, which isn't the point. Okay?
Go on, get
I'm going
your
to read this.
thingy
Okay?
out. No, go on.
All right. If the Coriolis effect is caused by the Earth spinning independently of a plane flying in an opposing direction, then the Earth could easily be observed to be moving underneath a plane flying across the direction of its rotation.
It's a bit long-winded, but I like it. Got legs.
Yeah, I had to get it all in there because that's pretty
Yeah.
much it.
Yeah, I think you're a few weeks in front of us, but yeah, the Coriolis could definitely be logicked. You know,
Yeah.
in the yeah. Thank you.
The only reason there is an effect. That's the only reason there is an effect, because the Earth is moving in the opposite direction of the plane's movement. Therefore, if the Earth is moving, the plane should see it moving when it's going in the opposite direction. Kind of like an ending to the argument right there. If you don't see the Earth moving, then the plane is not moving over a moving surface.
Why don't you answer my question, then I'll answer yours. How's that? Since I've been asking it for 5 minutes now and got muted.
I didn't call it sacred. You're trying to make it like I came up with the idea of it being sacred.
I'm asking you, what makes it sacred?
Oh, that's what it's
I'm
called.
not. Why would I know that?
Ah.
So whoever named it
What
sacred
is that?
geometry.
You're just like, oh, I gotcha. Why did they call it sacred geometry? I thought you might know, and that's the reason that you were asking.
Can I try?
Sure.
See if RC. I think it would be called sacred because it keeps repeating itself in areas that have nothing to do with each other. Almost, you'd say like a fingerprint of God or a signature of the engineer, of the designer. So I would describe that as sacred, something that is beyond explaining, but also true.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that was actually good.
It seems like the source of design or the following of a source of like energy, like a flow, you know, to make a design, to have a blueprint or a pattern.
Yeah, it's the geometric signature of God, or whatever, however you want to call it. You know, it's the source
Remember?
code.
Yeah, remember when I asked him why the Earth spins supposedly the way it does, or why the universe moves a certain direction, like when gravity's supposed to pull everything to the center, and they didn't have the answer? Well, the sacred geometry would be the answer. If something moves, that would explain. It should explain the directionality of it or why.
So what do you reckon about that, RC? Who's he got? Well,
oh wow, yeah, left.
Not the answer he was looking for. Oh, hey, look,
Yeah.
I got it. I can simplify the one. If the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection, then it cannot be an actual deflection.
But it is.
You got it.
No, that's what it is, though. That's the conflation that the ballers would love to think. They would love to say it's only an apparent deflection because they want to make you think it's only apparent from this third party's perspective. But the reason that the Coriolis effect is even talked about in this argument is because you'd have to account for it when you're flying in a plane, because otherwise you'd be off course.
Yeah, that's my statement.
Physically off course,
deflection,
not apparently off course.
Right.
Physically off
Apparent,
course.
just
Right.
apparent is not actual.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't get in earlier, but sacred is just connected to God or the Creator. It's just a word they use to connect whatever they're talking about to the Creator itself, which is called God.
Makes sense.
Yeah, connected to.
What about if there's no up or down on a globe, then gravity can't be called a downward force?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's an every direction force to the center.
Right.
That's why I was telling them the gravity doesn't work when it don't work left and right. It only works up and down. There's something wrong there.
Oh, you just don't understand.
Oh, I know. I'm retarded. I just don't understand.
I might just go for it's not real. I mean, just talking about it is progressing the argument for something that just doesn't exist.
Did y'all see the video that showed Brian Cox stating that Einstein said the Earth was accelerating upwards.
Yeah,
That's what gravity was.
Upwards at 9.8.
Haven't you seen where the galaxy supposedly corkscrewing with the sun in a certain direction somewhere? If it's corkscrewing, it's traveling upward some way. Sideways upward, right?
I think SE had a plumb bob logical statement to disprove that.
I think so.
Yeah. Hence, no. Could you add it into spiraling around the galaxy? That could you?
Sure,
We're getting into
I can
redundant.
envision those arms.
Now.
We can hang a plumb bob on the Milky Way's arms.
What about if a guy has a sheet of plywood with 4 plumb bobs on each corner? No, I'm just kidding.
Got a hole. Got a hole in the middle.
Put plumb bobs hanging from each part of the ISS, the front and the back, a long big one. They glow in the dark or were colored.
Glow in the dark plumb bob.
Yeah, from the ISS, like a pink one or a green one or an orange one. You know, you can zoom in on it and see which, how it's tilted.
You could get a theodolite on it, couldn't you? Or an auto level. Do you reckon it happened?
Yeah, they got a sextant on there. They might as well get a theodolite up there.
Would an auto
A sextant
level
on the ISS.
I think so.
Yeah, it did. They were doing spotting out of the cupola. I don't know what they were doing. Sort of. I don't know what they were referencing at the horizon or what they were referencing to.
The cupola.
What. Yeah.
The cupola is their reference.
Checking the angular size of the window from the back room.
The cupola is your own personal dome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even more.
It's their back cave.
There's 7 holes in the cupola. Ingenious design it is.
Just put your finger over it.
Do you always talk like Yoda?
Only when I'm trying to make logical syllogisms.
Good.
We'll make it stronger by putting another weak spot. Make another window.
They should have won for 8. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, bro.
It's going to be so strong when we get done putting this weak stuff here. We're going to keep the seal by breaking the seal and adding rubber.
Yeah, we're going to put 7 holes in the cupola, pressurized thing in a vacuum, and the only thing separating it is 2 little rubber O-rings, which are dynamic. That means they turn. It's insane.
Well,
if you have a leak, then you have a leak.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Manual.
I'm sure there's some protocol,
I got a better way of doing the one. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, bro. Go.
I was just gonna say it should be if there's no up or down on a globe, then gravity can't be called the downward non-force that only acts like a force because it can't be detected or isolated.
I like
what was
cue.
right the hand had one about the up and down. What was that? It was a good one too.
It's if up and down is opposite to each other. That's how we started that one.
Yeah. Yeah, but
I think I just came up with one.
That leaves you already at breaking the law of non-contradiction because you have to have up as being down. You also have to have vertical as being parallel to horizontal. There's so many contradictions that are around once you start with this logical thing that you have to break the law of non-contradiction. It just has to go with the model. One of them.
Yeah, spherical triangles right there.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a good one. If time is a concept, then you cannot combine it with space make a fabric.
There you go. That is good.
It's crazy how they use terms like that, and just it's wizardry.
It is completely. That's exactly what it is.
They use the word, when you use the word fabric, everybody thinks of a physical thing that cover up with, and they've put tied a concept to it.
And it's so hard to understand for people that are really trying to figure out how the math and the reverse logic of it all is supposed to make sense. And I think that those people are the ones that really have a hard time accepting that it was really just wizardry. Because they spent so much time.
Nobody likes to be fooled.
Yeah.
What is the saying with Mark Twain? It's easier to fool someone than to
convince them they were fooled. Yeah.
I have another one. If you were never shown a sphere and told you live upon it, you would never ever think you did.
There you go. That's one of my favorites.
That was me. Literally.
You said
you
that
were
as
never
well?
you were never taught that? You were never taught that you live on a sphere?
Nah.
Really? Wow, you're lucky.
Well, I mean, you call it lucky. Mind wipe at 7 sort of aided it, right? Because you never taught it after that age, because you can logically think for yourself. So it's not accepted. It's locked in at early years and just added to and reinforced from that time.
So you're saying you weren't in a school system that was teaching that, or you just weren't up until that age?
They don't teach it.
It's never mentioned.
What you learn from TV, advertising, your friends. You fill every gap for that model there ever is. There's nothing taught. There's no globe experts. You can't go to school and learn globe.
They point to a globe maybe and say you live here, but they don't teach you about the sphere. Just think about it.
But we were all taught to think that flat Earth is stupid.
No, I wasn't.
Not really.
Archaic. It's always that, they used to think it was flat and they were stupid or archaic or misinformed or whatever. That's the implication.
They show you the big waterfall, and they show you falling off in your books. They show you a big ass waterfall.
Yeah,
flat Earth, you fall off the edge. Yep.
If you only know flat to be 2D or a flat surface, then it's not flat, right? You know that the literal sense of flat it isn't true. So if you've got a logical brain, then you can see through that, and it's just dismissed as being irrelevant because it's a nonsensical argument. It doesn't make any sense. People to say that it's flat because it's observably not flat.
In a way, it's the same as saying it's a sphere when you know damn well it's not a sphere.
Yeah, it's not flat either, and that's the funny thing about it.
Yeah, it's actually what?
It's actually a sandbox.
Worse, because you can see 100% it's not flat. Yeah. You can't see whether it's a sphere or not. You can't see that
it's
it's
funny.
not.
They're right. They're right. If you take it literally, they're right. It is stupid to think it's flat.
Yeah.
But it's just more stupid to call it a sphere because it's not anything
I was
like
thinking
that.
about something. Remember the fallacy we heard last night? It's the fallacy of stolen concept.
Oh, I didn't really read into that. You did it more, didn't you?
I did, and now that I've thought about it, it holds more true. Like the person that used it was out of context, I think. But it's when you argue against a position, when your argument against it relies on that position. So when people start talking about horizontals and verticals, perpendicular, they're arguing against it when their position relies on those facts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. That whole perpendicular to a curve is ridiculous, because the very fact that you're using perpendicular means you're using the 90-degree relationship, but then arguing against that very fact. Yeah, that is the what do you say? Fallacy of
stolen concept. Yeah.
One to remember.
Hey Bev, what was your tolerance when you measured level? Like, what was your accuracy? Your precision?
Well, I want to
Yeah.
add into the last thing you said before we get into a confrontational thing. I thought at first when you were saying stolen concept that it was getting at the idea of like parallax showing us that the stars are really trillions and trillions of miles away, rather than parallax showing us that there's no way that we could be moving in relation to the stars. It seems like a lot of these arguments they've taken for themselves. No, parallax is the reason they knew they were that far away, because of the minuscule parallax they could measure with their special telescopes.
When they did that, they concluded that light came in parallax. Still do. So there's literally no parallax involved in it, is there? If you take it that it's coming in parallel. So
Yeah. It was a
It's
stolen concept.
It's just totalitarian and materialism, put in play by a bunch of communists. That's all it is, guys.
And look where it got us.
Parallel light also kills their eclipse penumbra. Cannot happen with parallel lines.
Well, like as we've seen earlier on today, we've had a fair few weird conversations with people, but they'll literally change the definition of things. Certain group of people that we may or may not end up talking to. So these basic facts that we're going over with the, formulating this if P then Q and trying to keep everything definitional, like they'll just change the definitions of words. So,
or alter entries like the superseding of gravity. Remember they made it instead of Einstein's theory of relativity or superseded Newtonian gravity. It now says in some of these sources that it augments or complements or anything but supersedes.
We're making them change the dictionaries, gentlemen.
Well, they will, and they do. So, I mean, where's your counter to that? I mean, it's personal, right? Because you can't stop them from changing the definitions of things. No one can. If there's people that are willing to do it of their own accord, and then obviously the higher power they are, they get the power to change words and meanings of things. Literally,
maybe that's
they have to.
Maybe that's the whole reason for the Mandela effect. They're going to try to make flat Earth a Mandela effect.
Again.
Imagine. We've always told you it was flat.
Grizzly Adams had a beard.
Yeah. We've always told you it was flat. What are you talking about? Who said round?
It says right there. Right?
What are you talking about clearing Sing House sweepstakes, whatever it's called?
They'll bring up Rumpus saying, yeah, it's all flat. They'll bring up Ranty, the water's flat.
I didn't say it was all flat. I said it looks very flat. You
we were joking,
correctly.
But they're speaking of the devil, eh, Rumpus?
Sorry?
Rumpus, you got a logical statement you want to put in?
The Earth is a globe?
No.
How about
we said logically.
If the Earth was flat, all verticals would be parallel. All verticals are not parallel, therefore the Earth can't be flat.
Did you say was?
If the Earth was flat or were flat, that's probably actually the correct grammatical use. If the Earth were flat, all verticals would be parallel. We observe that all verticals are not parallel, therefore the Earth cannot be flat.
Who was it?
Can
Somebody.
I do it? Wait,
Wait a
can I
minute.
do
No,
it?
wait, no, wait, whoa. There is one that we have heard just earlier, and I think it was Saragaki. Something to do with.
I wanted to do it.
If
Well,
vertical is
he came up
determined
with
by the center of a spherical Earth, then verticals cannot be parallel.
No.
The other one is, wait, I got it. If verticals are
it's the
perpendicular